Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was adopted son of Black Widow Tony Stark? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. You look wow, you look amazing. Peter gulped. Thank you for letting me get ready here. I didn't really fancy smelling like a cab to my first high school party. Lilia told them. No worries sweetie, you look amazing. May fixed Peter's collar. Lilia smiled and there was a knock at the door. Can I get that? Lilia asked. Yes please, it's probably Ned. May started chasing Peter around with a lint brush. Lilia chuckled and walked to the door. She opened it and there stood a plump boy with brown skin and wide eyes.
Lilia.
You must be Ned. Lilia smiled. Do I have the right apartment? Ned looked at the number on the door. Yes Ned. You have the right one. Peter walked over to them and pulled Ned inside. Ned stared at the girl in front of him. Ned, this is Lilia Rogers. Peter introduced her. Hi. Lilia gave him a little wave. When you asked if you could bring someone, why didn't you tell me it was Lilia Rogers? Captain America's daughter. Ned looked at Peter. Because I didn't want you to be weird around her. Peter told him. I wouldn't have. But I at least would have brought flowers or something for her.
Ned protested.
Yeah, that's weird. Peter nodded. I think it's time we get you kids to your party. May spoke up. Excellent idea. Lilia grabbed her small purse. After a long debate, Lilia ended up sitting in front with May and the boys in the back. They pulled up the house that was filled with kids and cars parked in front of it. Peter hopped out and opened Lilia's door for her. She smiled and took Peter's hand to help her out of the car. Ned got out and they all waved at Aunt May. She waved back before driving away. Lilia took a deep breath and started walking up to the front door. Peter walked right next to her with Ned next to him. They opened the door and walked in. Music blasted through the house and through their ears. Lilia smiled and started walking through the house. As soon as she stepped more into the house, she gained a lot of attention. Someone spotted her and texted someone else on their phone. By the time Lilia made it to the living room, everyone had heard she was here. They all started gossiping and looking at her. Peter ran up to her, afraid to lose her in the crowd. He grabbed her hand and she turned around. Don't leave me like that. I can't let anything happen to you or I'll get murdered by your whole family. Peter told her. Okay Pete. Lilia laughed.
Penis Pakea.
Stop bothering the celebrity. She won't be impressed by your Star Wars quotes. A boy yelled in a microphone. Lilia turned around and the boy who was the DJ talking to them. Now, everyone's eyes were definitely on her if they weren't before. I'm actually here with Peter. And Ned. Lilia told him. The boy's jaw dropped. Everyone looked around and started whispering. The boy put on a song and walked around the DJ set. He walked over them. I know you're America's golden child, but you don't have to lie for this, loser. The boy told her. Who even are you? Lilia asked. Flash. He introduced himself. Lilia laughed and placed her hand over her mouth. Your name is Flash? Like Flash Gordon? Lilia chuckled. Who? Flash asked. Lilia threw her back laughing. This kid is a riot. Lilia looked at Peter and pointed her thumb and Flash. Peter smiled and Flash's face dropped. I need something to drink. Lilia told Peter before walking away. She found the kitchen and saw drinks sitting on the counter. She grabbed a water and opened it. She chugged it and lightly wiped her mouth. Lilia didn't even notice there was someone else in the kitchen. She smelt toast and turned around. Sure enough, a girl was leaning against the other counter eating toast. Lilia smiled. Eating toast at a party? That's hilarious. Lilia chuckled. Toast is better than eating chips 20 sweaty hand already touched. The girl shrugged. That is very true. Lilia pointed at her.
I'm Emiot.
The girl said.
I'm Lilia.
Lilia smiled.
Lilia.
Do you want toast? MJ asked. Heck yeah. Lilia said. After the girls made toast, they talked and ate it. Peter walked and saw MJ and Lilia laughing and eating toast. He furrowed his eyebrows. I see you made a friend. Peter spoke up.
Oi Peta.
This is MJ, the coolest person I've ever met. Lilia told him. Yeah, I know.
I Majota.
Peter walked over to Lilia. She just waved and took a bit of her toast. It's getting kinda late. Peter leaned against the counter where Lilia was sitting. Pete, it's 9:30. Lilia looked at the oven clock. Yeah, well, your dad is going to be home at 10. Peter reminded. Affine. Just let me finish my toast. Lilia held up the bread. Okay. Peter sighed. So anyways then my friend freaked out and ended up eating all of the weed gummies. Lilia turned back to MJ. Your friend sounds like he needs serious help. MJ laughed. Trust me, I know. He's a handful. Lilia chuckled. Then a group of girls walked into the kitchen.
Oi Majota, Peter.
The girl, obviously the leader, spoke. MJ brought 2 fingers to her head and then moved them away, taking a bite into her toast.
O Heilitz.
Peter blushed. Oh Liz. Lilia whispered.
Ongi. I'm Liz.
Liz rushed over to Lilia.
I'm Lilia.
Lilia smiled. It's like so cool that you're here at my party. Liz said. Yeah. It's a great party, but unfortunately we gotta go. Lilia popped the last piece of toast into her mouth and grabbed Peter's hand. He helped her down. Oh no, why? Liz asked, looking down at Peter and Lilia's intertwined hands. I have to get back home. Me and Peter have been together all day, so I need to go see my family. Lilia casually placed Peter's arm around her waist. Peter was confused but went along with it, pulling her closer to him. Plus we have an early morning tomorrow, right babe? Lilia looked at Peter, placing her arm around his neck.
Yeah, right. I'm tired.
Peter gulped. It was a busy day today. We were doing activities. Lilia smirked. Working out. Peter said. Right. Good word, babe. Yeah, we're working out. Lilia made the last 2 words sound like she was being sarcastic. Liz's smile dropped and Lilia detected a hint of jealousy by her body language. Mission accomplished. Anyways. Bye MJ. Bye. Lilia's eyebrows pinched together. Liz. Peter whispered. Right, Liz. Cool party. Lilia smiled, unwrapping her arm from Peter's neck. She grabbed Peter's hand from her waist and lead him out. What was that? Peter whispered. It's called acting. I was trying to make her jealous. Lilia whispered back, still holding his hand. Why? Peter asked. Girls want what they can't have. Especially when the girl who has it is a bitch and the guy treats her super well. Because the girl thinks that if the boy treats the girl that's a bitch well, then he'll treat her better because she thinks she less of a bitch. Common teen girl thinking. Lilia explained. You're either brilliant or absolutely crazy. Peter shook his head and smiled. Maybe a little of both. Lilia smirked. 36. Lilia and Wanda sat outside the compound eating ice cream under a tree. So tell me, what's going on between you and Vis? Lilia scooped some more ice cream. There's nothing going on between us. Wanda protested. You're so full of shit. I see the way you 2 look at each other during training and around the house. Tell me. Lilia placed the spoon in her mouth. I don't know. He's just different and gets me. Wanda looked down at her bowl. That's so cute. I totally ship it. WandaVision. Lilia said. WandaVision? Wanda asked. Catchy, right? Your ship name. Lilia smiled. I don't think that's how ship names work, Lils. Wanda laughed. Who cares? An unusual ship name for an unusual couple. In the best way, of course. Lilia quickly added the last part. Wanda laughed and shook her head at her friend. What about you and Fred? Or Peter? Wanda wiggled her eyebrows. Me and Peter are strictly friends. I'm trying to help him get a girlfriend at the moment. But me and Fred are... I'm not sure. We've been sending owls back and forth, but I'm not sure if I like him like that yet. Lilia tried explaining her mixed feelings. Don't hate me, but maybe this is the year you give him a chance. See if you 2 will work. If it doesn't, no harm, and if it does, you got yourself a boyfriend. Wanda told her. That's actually really good advice. See, this is why I needed a girlfriend. Said is shit at advice. Lilia smiled. And at kissing. Wanda mumbled. Lilia fell back laughing. I'm so telling him that. She continued to laugh. No, Lils, don't. Wanda laughed. Lilia snorted, she was laughing so hard. This caused Wanda to laugh harder. Steve and Lilia eat Chinese food while watching Friends in their Brooklyn apartment. Be honest. Do you think Rachel and Ross were really on a break? Lilia asked her dad. No way. You can't be on a break for a night. Also, Rachel clearly said maybe they should. Not that they were on a break. Steve ranted. Lilia smiled at how worked up her dad was getting over a TV show. Agreed. Lilia nodded. Steve pulled her into his side and she laid her head on his chest. I'm really going to miss you when you go back. Steve told her. I'm going to miss you too. Lilia looked up at him. We might have a lead on Bucky. Steve admitted. That's good, right? Lilia asked. It's just me and Sam will be off the grid for a few months. Steve said. So this is last time I'll not only see, but hear from you for months. Lilia looked down. I'll send you a later as soon as I get home. Promise. Steve pulled her closer. I worry about you, you know. You don't even know if you can bring this guy back to his old self. What if you get hurt? Lilia said. Hey, listen, I know Bucky. If anyone can save him, it's me. And I'm not going to get hurt, he won't hurt me. You have to trust me. Steve told her. I do trust you. I don't trust him. Lilia mumbled. Lilia, look at me. Steve said. She looked up at him. I trust him. You don't have to. But trust me, okay? Steve told her sternly. I trust you. Lilia nodded. He smiled and hugged her. I love you, Lee. Everything is going to turn out fine. Steve rubbed her back. I know. Lilia smiled. Who's the best big sister in the world? Lilia kicked open the door to Harry's room. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting in his room before Harry's birthday party. Lilia. Harry smiled. Look what I got you for your birthday. Lilia opened her backpack. She tossed him a robot head and one Iron Man glove. Harry's eyes widened. No way you got it. Mr. Stark let you have these? Harry jumped up. Sure, let's say that. Lilia waved her hand. No way, Iron Man tech. Ron stood up and walked up to Harry. Only the best for my brother. Lilia ruffled Harry's hair. Lilia, I'm sure those are not permitted at Hogwarts. Hermione told her. Probably not. But they are permitted in the backyard. Lilia smirked. The boys' faces lit up and they raced downstairs. Lilia followed. They passed James and Sirius. Is that? James started. Yep. Lilia nodded. James and Sirius excitedly looked at each other and ran outside with Harry and Ron. Lilia chuckled as she saw James, Sirius and Ron all giggling and jumping as they watched Harry put on the helmet and glove. Harry pointed, his covered hand at a tree. The thrusters powered up and shot the tree. Made a small burning hole in the tree. Obviously Lilia wasn't going to give her 14-year-old brother and man-child father and uncle an actual full-functioning Iron Man glove. Are you crazy? Still the boys all oh and ah. They all stated giddily, taking turns and blasting the tree, squealing every time they hit the tree. Pads, I bet you can't blast that tree branch off. James pointed to the tallest, furthest tree branch. Oh, you're on. Sirius accepted the challenge. He put on the helmet and pointed his covered hand to the tree. He moved his hand around a little, trying to find the exact spot. He activated the thruster and it blasted towards the branch. It missed by a few inches. Freak. Sirius cursed. James grabbed his stomach, laughing. Well, go on. I bet you can't do any better. Sirius took of the gear and handed it to James. Of course I can do better. James gave him a smug smile. James placed the helmet and glove on. He did the same as Sirius, trying to find the perfect spot. He tried blasting it but was way off. This time Sirius started laughing. James grumbled something as he pulled of the tech. Harry and Ron took turns, both missing as well. Lilia, you want to try? James asked. Sure. Lilia shrugged as she walked over to them. She took the helmet and glove and put them on. If you get anywhere close, we'll call it a win. Ron told her. Thanks, Ron. Lilia smirked, flipping down the helmet down. Friday. Give me the best spot to shoot this branch down. Lilia told the AI. On it. A female voice replied. Lilia moved her hand around until Friday alerted her she found the right spot. Lilia locked her spot. She got ready to blast the branch as the back door slid open. She used the thruster to blast the tree branch. It hit it right on, cutting it clean off the tree. It fell down to the ground with the end still steaming. Lilia put her hand down and pulled off the glove and helmet. She shook her head, allowing her messy hair to free itself. Lilia looked to the side with a smug smile identical to her father's. Everyone's mouth hung open, including the group that's walked outside. "Mate, your kid is so bloody cool," Sirius told James. "Can you teach me how to do that, Lee?" Harry ran over to her. "Sure, kid." Lilia smiled. "Well, look who became a badass after I left Hogwarts," Charlie Weasley commented. "Charlie." Lilia smiled, rushing over to him. They hugged. "I haven't seen you since you graduated." Lilia pulled away. "Well, I've seen you. You're on the news almost every summer." Charlie smiled. Lilia smiled and blushed, looking down. "Yep. My sunflower has always been a badass. It's just now she's letting the whole world see it." Fred walked over to Lilia and put his arm around her. Lilia looked up to Fred. He looked at her, smiled. Lilia almost lost her breath when she saw him. If she thought he looked good last year, this year he looked great. "Yeah, I only let Freddie see my badassness." Lilia smiled. Fred blushed slightly at the nickname. "Well, it's good to see you, Rogers." Charlie smiled, looking between his little brother and Lilia. "You too, Weasley," Lilia said. Charlie winked at Fred before walking over to Harry and wishing him happy birthday. "Lilia, Peggy Rogers," Lily shouted. Lilia winced and turned towards her mom. "Yes, Mom?" Lilia smiled innocently. "What we're thinking giving children a blaster." Lily asked. "Harry's 14, Mom. His hardly child, same with Ron." Lilia told her. "I meant James and Sirius," Lily said. Lilia laughed. "You're right, that was stupid." Lilia nodded. "Well, at least you know." Lily patted her shoulder. "You're wearing the earrings I got you." Fred whispered in her ear. "They're very nice earrings." Lilia smiled up at him. Fred had always been taller than Lilia, but now it was just ridiculous. He stood at 6 foot even and still growing, while Lilia was 5'4", not growing anytime soon. "They look very nice on you, Sunflower." Fred tucked her hair behind her ear. "Lilia, can you show me your pictures you took this summer?" Ginny asked excitedly. "Of course, Gin. Why don't you get us a spot inside and I'll grab my camera and meet you there?" Lilia told her. "Okay." Ginny smiled before rushing inside. "You're going to make an incredible sister-in-law to Ginny." Fred smirked. "Don't get too confident, mister. I'm just wearing earrings you happen to have bought for me." Lilia moved away. "It's a start," Fred called. Lilia rolled her eyes and smiled before walking into the house. 37. "I'm kicking whosever ass thought it was a good idea to get up this early," Lilia grumbled as they hiked up a hill. For Harry's birthday, James got him and the whole family tickets to the Quidditch World Cup. The Weasleys and Hermione were also with them. They were meeting Cedric and Amos halfway through the hike to the Portkey. "My legs feel like jelly," Harry whined. "Come on, guys, it's not that bad," Hermione said. Both Potter kids gave Hermione the same annoyed, unamused glare. Hermione looked away. Everyone except Hermione, Ginny, Lily, George and Arthur were dragging themselves across the field. Fred was never a morning person. He was so tired he didn't have enough energy to gush over how cute Lilia looked in her hiking clothes, outfit attached above. They reached a tree. Standing next to it was Amos Diggory. Him and Arthur shook hands, then him and James did the same. Cedric jumped out of the tree and landed on his feet. "And this strapping lad must be Cedric." Arthur shook Cedric's hand. "Yes, sir," Cedric said. James gave his daughter's best friend a nod. "Well, look at Cedric." Hermione whispered to Ginny. "I know. He looks hotter than last year." Ginny whispered back. "Y'all are disgusting." Lilia whispered, sticking her head in between them. They both jumped slightly. Lilia rolled her eyes and walked over to Cedric. "Hey, strapping young lad." Lilia teased. "Oh, shut up. I can't help I'm handsome." Cedric flipped back his imaginary long hair. "Yes, you are very handsome. But you know what would make even better looking?" Lilia started. "What?" Cedric asked. "Giving me a piggyback ride." Lilia smiled. Cedric rolled his eyes but turned around and lowered himself. Lilia grabbed his shoulders and jumped onto his back. Cedric held onto her legs that were wrapped around his torso. Lilia lazily flung her arms around his neck. This immediately woke Fred up. "Sure," He knew they were only friends, but still he was jealous that Cedric got to hold her and touch her all the time. He was jealous Lilia loved him and always wanted to be around him. Come on mate, they're just friends. George put his hand on his twin's shoulder. Fred just nodded as they started walking again. Fred was not the only one who was jealous. However, this time it was over Cedric, not Lilia. They walked to an old-looking boot sitting in the middle of the field. Cedric bent down and dropped Lilia back on the ground. The large group crowded around the boot. They all touched it and it started spinning. It spun them in the air till it dropped them on the ground. Except Cedric and the rest of the adults, they all basically walked down. Lilia sat up on her elbows and groaned. On either side of her was Fred and Ron. Whichever one of you has your hand on my ass, you have exactly 2 seconds to remove it. Lilia looked side to side. Fred pulled his hand out from under her. She glared at him. You're the one who sat on my hand. Fred shrugged. Lilia rolled her eyes and stood up. Fred did the same. Cedric walked up to Harry and offered his hand. Harry accepted and blushed at the touch of their hands. Cedric pulled him up and smiled at him. Harry smiled back and blushed harder. Harry opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted. Thanks for the help back there, buddy. Lilia shoulder-cheeked Cedric. I would have held on to you, but I was too tired from giving you a piggyback ride. Cedric teased. Freak you. Lilia pushed his shoulders jokingly. Cedric gave her a playful glare. Shit. Lilia started running away. Cedric ran after her. Harry sighed and started walking again. No one noticed Harry's strange behavior except one werewolf. Cedric caught up to Lilia and tackled her to the ground. Ugh, you dick. Lilia groaned. Who's your bestest friend in the world? Cedric asked. Not Freak you, that's for sure. Lilia said. Lilia Peggy. Who's your bestest friend? Cedric asked again, putting more weight on her. You. Cedric Diggory. Lilia laughed. That's what I thought. Cedric stood up. Lilia coughed dramatically and sat up. Cedric grabbed her hand and pulled her back up. Right then Fred and George walked by. Lilia grabbed Fred's hand and he immediately stopped walking. I'm hanging out with Fred. He's nicer than you. Lilia wrapped her arms around Fred's. Have fun. I have a beautiful Gryffindor 7th year I need to see anyways. Cedric winked. He walked away with his dad. Ready, boys? Lilia looked at the twins. Absolutely sunflower. Fred smiled. Oh, I am so getting this. Lilia held up a scarf that had a leprechaun kicking a Bulgarian in the nuts. Fred looked over her shoulder and snickered. What about this? Fred put on a ridiculously big leprechaun hat. Lilia turned around and laughed. Love it. You should get it. It looks good on you. Lilia smiled. Fred smiled and paid for the hat and the scarf. Oh, didn't have to get mine. I could have gotten it. Lilia told him. No, my sunflower deserves to be spoiled. Fred waved her off. You're too cute sometimes. Lilia started walking to another vendor. Fred's smile widened as he followed her. Can I paint your face? Lilia asked, picking up 2 jars of paint. Only if I can paint yours. Fred wrapped his arms around her waist. Fine. Only because you bought me the coolest scarf in the world. Lilia paid for the 2 jars of paint. The 2 teens started making their way back to the tent. Lilia? Lilia Rogers? A Scottish accent asked. Lilia turned around and standing there was her old and only crush, Oliver Wood. Oliver. Hi. Lilia smiled. Wow, I barely even recognize you. You look amazing. Oliver walked over to her. Oh yeah, you look great too. I heard you're playing for Puddlemere. That's amazing. Lilia said. Yeah, it's really great. You'll have to come see us sometime. Oliver smiled. I would be honored. I know Cedric would love to come watch you play. Lilia told him. I'll make sure to send you a ticket then. Oliver flirted. Fred wrapped his arm around Lilia's waist. Well, it's nice to see you, Ollie, but we need to get going. Fred spoke up. Oliver looked down at Fred's arm and smiled. Right then. I better go too. Good job, mate. Oliver winked at Fred at the last part before walking away. That was weird. Lilia said obliviously. Yeah, Ollie has always been a weird guy. One too many bulgers to the head, I suppose. Fred shrugged. Lilia laughed and turned back around. Fred followed, keeping his arm wrapped around her waist. Once they got back to the tent, they started doing their face paint. Fred sat down in a chair and Lilia pulled up one in front of him. Their knees bonked together and Lilia tried her best to paint his face. "You're too far away," Lilia told him. Fred smirked and pulled Lilia onto him so she straddled his lap. Lilia gave an unamused look. Fred raised his eyebrows. She rolled her eyes but made no attempt to move away. Instead, she dipped her hands back into the white paint. Lilia started painting his whole face white. "Close your eyes," Lilia instructed. "Yes, ma'am." Fred closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair a little. He still kept his hands on her hips as she painted his face. He was happy his eyes were closed because every time she would rock her hips on his lap his eyes started rolling back. He really didn't want to get hard under her, so all of his energy was going into thinking holy thoughts. "And done," Lilia said, standing off from his lap. Fred let a breath of relief. Not that he didn't enjoy her being so close, he just didn't want to enjoy so much that he showed it. If you get his drift. Lilia handed him a hand-held mirror. Fred took it and examined his face. It was white with a huge shamrock in the middle. "It looks amazing, sunflower," Fred told her. Lilia smiled and took the mirror away. "My turn." Lilia sat back down on his lap. Fred smiled and grabbed the paint off the small table next to them. Lilia grabbed onto his shoulders and closed her eyes. "I didn't tell you to close your eyes." Fred chuckled. "I know, but I want to be surprised." Lilia peeked open one of her eyes. "Whatever you say." Fred shook his head. She closed her eye again. Fred lightly grabbed her chin and moved her head to the side. He painted a sunflower on her cheek with green for the petals and white for the middle. Then he turned her head the other way and did the same thing in her other cheek. Fred moved her head back straight and pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Done." Fred smiled. Lilia wiggled excitedly on his lap. She opened her eyes and grabbed the mirror from the table. She examined her face and smiled. "I love it," Lilia told him. She stood up and kissed the top of his head. Then she walked out of the tent to show everyone. Fred groaned and readjusted his pants. "Freak Lilia." Fred's head dropped. "What are you doing to me?" 38. Then her dad walks in. Cedric told Lilia as they walked up the stairs to their seats. "Oh shit, her dad walked in." Lilia gasped. "If you know the song I'm referencing above, you're an absolute legend, so I guess that's the last I'll be seeing of Diana Smith." Cedric shrugged. Lilia nodded sympathetically, but a smile crept to her face. "You're so stupid. She's 17 and didn't use a silencing spell or a locking spell." Lilia laughed. "Don't laugh. It was a traumatic experience," Cedric told her. Lilia laughed harder. "Bloody heck, Dad. How high are we?" Ron asked. "Language," Lilia shouted before she realized what she was saying. Her eyes widened and she slapped both hands to her mouth. "Thank God none of the Avengers were here. Well, put it this way. If it starts to rain, you'll be the first to know," a man's voice said. Everyone looked down at Draco and Lucius Malfoy. Lilia looked at Harry, who was standing next to her on the step right below her, and Cedric. "Do we know them? They look familiar, especially the younger one." Lilia asked. "I don't know if you're stupid or brilliant, but you're definitely my favorite person," Harry told her. Lilia smiled, ignoring the part about her being stupid. "Father and I are sitting in the Minster's box, by personal invitation of the Minster himself," Draco bragged. "Well, duh. It would be weird if you just sat in there without an invitation. It's literally called the Minster's box." Lilia bonked her head with her hand. Both Lucius and Draco scowled at the girl. "Don't boost Draco. There's no need with these people." Lucius spat. "Is that why you're dressed for a funeral instead of a Quidditch match, Malfoy?" Sirius asked. "Maybe he's going to a wedding after this. You know, his cousin marrying his other cousin," James said. Lilia threw her head back, laughing. "I get it. Because they're all inbreed." Lilia looked at James. "Exactly. I knew you'd get it." James laughed. "That's a good one, Pops." Lilia high-fived him. "Come on. They're not worth it." Remus pushed his friends up the stairs. Harry put his arm on Lilia's back, pushing her away from the Malfoys. Before they could walk away, Lucius caught Harry's sleeve with his cane. Harry, Hermione, and Lilia all turned around. "Do enjoy yourself, won't you? While you can." Lucius told him a threatening voice. Lilia slapped his cane away, freeing her brother. Lily, who had decided to stay quiet during the whole ordeal, walked to her children. She placed one hand on each of their shoulders. Lily gave Lucius a harsh glare before turning her kids around and walking them up to the stairs. They reached the top of the stadium and got their seats. Lilia looked around and smiled. "Pops, these seats are so cool. You can everything. I feel sorry for the people who have to sit lower than us." Lilia told him loud enough for everyone to hear. James smiled at his daughter as all his insecurities melted away. The whole Quidditch thing had been pretty last minute, and for so many seats money was a bit tight. But hearing that made all those worries disappeared. Lilia smiled, acting oblivious. She knew these weren't the best seats. She had been to many sporting events with Tony in the rich people seats, and even though she knew shit about Quidditch, she knew these weren't the best seats. But hey, didn't matter to her, and it obviously made her pops feel better, so who cares? Lilia sat in between Remus and Lily. The three of them bored out of their minds. They all stared out into the distance, minds completely blank. For hours, the game had been going on for 4 hours. Lilia was super excited and upbeat for the whole first hour and a half. But God, 4 hours? 4 hours? Suddenly a huge cheer erupted from not only the group they were with but the entire stadium. Remus, Lily, and Lilia all looked up, snapping out of their daze. Everyone was jumping up and down, screaming happily. "Is it over?" Lilia shouted over the noise. "I think so," Remus shouted back. "Victor Crumb has caught the snitch, but Ireland wins," the minster announced. "Thank you, Thor." Lilia looked up. The three stood up. Lily and Remus went to their significant others and pretended they were happy and excited too. Fred turned around to Lilia. The smile on his face made Lilia smile just as big. Fred jumped over to her. Lilia opened her arms to him. Fred picked her up in a hug. Lilia wrapped her legs around his waist as he jumped up and down with her. She laughed and Fred started spinning in place with her. They stopped and Fred softly returned her back to the ground. The large group started walking down the stairs. Harry, Ron, and Ginny talked frantically about the match in front of her. Next to her, Cedric was chatting her ear off about the match. Behind her she could head the twins, James and Sirius, all talking about the match. She shook her head and smiled. They made it back to the tent and it only got more intense. Everyone was dancing and celebrating. Fred wrapped him and Lilia in an Irish flag and started dancing. Lilia could only imagine how Fred acted when he was drunk, if he could be so wild sober. 'Cause she knew when she drank she had zero fear factor, and couldn't imagine how crazy Fred was. There was no one like Crumb. Ron stood on the coffee table. "Crumb?" George asked. "Dumb Crumb?" Fred asked. "Is like a bird the way he rides the air," Ron said. The twins started flapping their arms like wings. Lilia fell back onto the bed next to Hermione. "He's more than an athlete. He's an artist," Ron declared. "I think you're in love, Ron," Ginny teased. "Shut up, Ginny." Ron glared at her. The twins and Harry started singing a song. "I don't know who the heck Crumb is, but he sounds like a really good Quidditch player," Lilia told Hermione. Hermione smiled and patted her head. "Never change," Hermione said. Lilia smiled and turned back forwards. There was a huge explosion sound from outside the tent. Lilia immediately stood up. "Sounds like the Irish are getting their pride on." Fred brushed it off. "It's not the Irish." Arthur entered the tent. Lilia's hands went to her back pocket where she had 2 daggers. She felt her boots and felt the other set she had. "We have to get out of here," Arthur told them. Lilia walked over to Harry and grabbed onto the collar of his jacket. They walked out of the tent and everyone was screaming and running. "Run! It's the Death Eaters!" Someone yelled. "Get back to the Portkey. Stay together, Fred, George, Ginny, is your responsibility," Arthur told them. James, Sirius, Remus, and Lily all came out of the tent next to theirs and all held their wands. "Let's go," Lilia shouted. They all started running back to the Portkey. Everyone was running every which way trying to escape. Lilia kept a tight grip on Harry's jacket. The Weasleys stuck together but got separated from the others. Death Eaters started marching into the camp. One saw Harry, Lilia, and Hermione. They raised their wand and walked quickly to the 3. Lilia pushed the button on her bracelet. She pushed the 2 fourth years behind her and blasted the Death Eater straight in the chest. They flew back into an empty tent. Lilia turned around and pushed the 2 teens back in the direction of the Portkey. Can I trust you 2 to stay behind me? Lilia asked. They both nodded. Okay, Lilia said and walked ahead of them. People ran against them, pushing them. Lilia pushed them to the side, trying to keep a clear, straight path for them to the Portkey. Finally, they reached a clearing where the Weasleys were. Fred ran to Lilia and hugged her. Don't leave me like that. I almost had a heart attack, Fred told her. Sorry, but we're all. Lilia turned around and her heart dropped. Where's Harry? Lilia asked. I don't know. Hermione stuttered. Lilia looked up at the sky and the dark mark appeared in the sky. Freak. Lilia mumbled. She pulled out her dagger from her back pocket. Everyone stay here. She shouted over should as she ran back to the campsite. Lilia. Wait. Fred called after her, but she was already gone. Lilia ran around trying to find her brother. She saw him ran and hide behind a burnt-down tent. Lilia saw a man not too far. She threw her dagger. It wasn't a perfect shot because it was dark and smoky. However, it did skim the man and rip off a piece of his clothes. The man grabbed his arm and operated away. Lilia ran up to Harry and hugged him. Are you okay? Lilia asked, searching for injuries. I might have a bump on my head tomorrow, but other than that I'm fine. Harry told her. I said stay behind me. Lilia said. You know I have trouble following orders. Harry smiled. Yeah, me and you both. Lilia teased, smiling. She felt a presence behind them and grabbed Harry and threw him down, shielding him from the impact. Stupefy. Tons of voices shouted. Wait, those are my kids. James shouted. Him, Sirius, and Barty Crouch all ran to them. What are you doing here? Are you all right? James hugged them. We're fine, Pops. Lilia told him. Which of you conjured it? Barty Crouch pointed his wand at them. Barty, you don't think? Sirius started. Who did it? Crouch asked again. They're just kids, Barty. James pushed him away from his kids. James' Mama Bear instantly kicking in. What is that? Harry asked. While they answered Harry's questions, Lilia slipped away to retrieve her dagger. She pulled the dagger out of the ground along with the piece of cloth. She walked back over to them. Here, I threw my dagger at him and got some of his clothes he was wearing. Lilia tried handing them the scrap of clothes. They all gave her a confused look. And what should we do with this? Crouch asked, annoyed. Now it was Lilia's turn to give them a confused look. Check it for DNA and identify and locate whoever conjured it. Lilia said. We don't do that. Barty shook his head. Then make a locator spell, pour it on the scrap of clothes, and it will lead you to the person it belongs to. Lilia told them. That's not a thing, Lee. James patted her shoulder. What the freak? They can do that in Freak Once Upon a Time, but y'all can't? Lilia asked, pissed off. I know OU80 came out in 2011, but this story is already so far from being canon that what's the harm with talking about a show that's not even created yet? Well, thank you for nothing, Miss Rogers. Barty said. Yeah, right back at ya. Lilia glared. She grabbed the back of Harry's jacket and pushed him to start walking away. He did so, not daring to go against his sister in her current mood. Lilia pocketed the piece of cloth and her dagger. If they weren't going to find out who conjured the dark mark, she'll just have to do it herself. 39. Lilia rubbed her eyes under her glasses as she sat at an unbearable prefect's meeting on the Hogwarts Express. Ben Shallows of Ravenclaw and Amelia Cutts of Slytherin droned on and on about the safety of the students and blah blah blah. Cedric put his head on Lilia's shoulder and yawned. All right, I think we can call this meeting finished. Anything to add, Ben? Amelia asked. Nope, I think we covered everything.
Ben smiled.
Amelia smiled at him and they stared at each other for a moment. Okay, everyone can leave now. Amelia clapped her hands. Cedric and Lilia were the first ones up and out the compartment. How long till those two shag? Cedric asked. I give it about a month. Maybe 2. Lilia smirked. The two laughed as the swung opened the door to their compartment. They both collapsed on either of the 2 seats. I'm so tired. Who can talk for 40 minutes straight this early? Lilia asked, curling up into a ball on the seat. Those 2, I guess. When we become head boy and girl, I say our prefects meeting should be 10 minutes top. Cedric placed his arms behind his head. Absolutely, and 5 of the 10 should just be us talking about ourselves. Lilia said. Well, of course. Cedric rolled his eyes. Lilia closed her eyes and let herself snuggle into the cushions. Then the door swung open. Oh my God. What do you want? Lilia groaned, sitting up. She spoke before she even knew who it was. Nice to see you too, Rogers. Cho said. Cedric shot up.
Hi cho.
Cedric smiled.
I Cedric.
I got you a pumpkin pastry. Cho sat next to him. Cedric glanced at Lilia and she gave him an amused look. Cedric looked back at Cho. Thank you. That was very kind. Cedric told her, taking the pumpkin pastry. Sorry I didn't get you anything, Lilia. I just kind of forgot about you.
Cho srut.
Oh, don't worry about it. Let's watch Cedric enjoy his pumpkin pastry. Lilia directed the attention back to Cedric. Cedric unwrapped the plastic from the cake, looking sweet. He looked up at Cho and smiled. Then he took a bite out of the pastry. His face twisted in disgust. He looked back up at Cho. Cedric rubbed his stomach. Cho smiled brightly and Lilia almost died from keeping in her laughter. You know, I'm going to leave you lovebirds alone. Bye. Lilia told them quickly, leaving the compartment. As soon as the door shut, she let a loud laugh. She shook her head and walked down the narrow hallway. She found the compartment with her brother and his friends. She slid open the door and walked in. She shut the door behind her and sat next to her brother. Hey nerds, what's happening? Lilia asked. Oh, you just missed Harry's girlfriend. Hermione teased. Hermione, Harry said through gritted teeth. Girlfriend? You never told me you have a girlfriend. Lilia turned to her little brother. She's not my girlfriend. Harry looked at her. No, just the girl he fancies. Ron snickered. Harry, you have a crush. Lilia pulled him to her and pinched his cheeks. Stop, I don't. I just think she's very pretty, that's all. Harry pushed his sister off. It's okay to like girls, Harry. Lilia told him. Just girls? Harry asked in a hushed tone. Lilia was a little taken back but didn't hesitate to answer.
No.
Not just girls. Whoever you want. As long as they make you happy and are good to you. It doesn't matter. Lilia gave him a kind smile. Harry just nodded and leant back into her. Lilia wrapped her arms around him and massaged his head with one of her hands. Lilia let her mind wonder. Was Harry gay? B?
Pam.
Not that it mattered to her. She just hoped when he was ready she would be one of the first people on his list to share the news with. Lilia kissed the top of his head through his long messy hair. Welcome back to another year. To all our first years, welcome. Before we start the feast, I have a few announcements. The first is this: Hogwarts will hosting the Triwizard tournament. Dumbledore announced. You're joking? Fred yelled. I'm not joking, Mr. Weasley. Dumbledore said. Everyone snickered except Lilia, who gave Fred an unamused look and shook her head. 2 schools will join us. Durmstrang Institute for Magic Academy and Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Both will be joining us in October. Now, the Triwizard tournament had been around for centuries, however, due to its death tolls, it's been banned. However, we have decided to bring it back with new rules. Dumbledore explained. No student under 17 will be permitted to enter. 1 champion from each will be chosen to compete for their school. A word of caution. This contest isn't for the faint-hearted. You will tested in every element possible. But more of that later. Dumbledore said. Suddenly the ceiling began to thunder and lightning. A man with a weird eye and a wooden leg pointed his wand at it and stoked it. He limped to the front and shook Dumbledore's hand. Lastly, our new defensive against the dark arts teacher this year is Exor Alastair Moody. Dumbledore clapped. Everyone clapped along. Dumbledore raised his hands and food appeared on the tables. Everyone smiled and began digging in. He looks familiar. Harry jerked his head to Moody. He used to work with Pops. I remember seeing photos of him with Pops and Sirius during their aura training. Lilia put a fork full of peas in her mouth. So it's true then? Is completely mad? Ron asked. What Sirius and Pops says. Still the best boss they ever had though. Lilia shrugged. I can't believe you have to be 17 to enter. We'll be 17 in April, it's ridiculous. Fred spoke up. It's ridiculous you want to enter. Did you hear Dumbledore? They banned it because of the death toll. And I don't want you to die. Lilia rolled her eyes. A sunflower. You don't have to worry about me. Fred smiled. I didn't say that. I just think your family would miss you. Lilia retorted. You would miss me too. Wouldn't you? No need to be shy. Fred leaned in closer to her. I'm not shy. Lilia shook her head. Oh, I know. Hopefully in more than one way. Fred flirted in a low voice. Go take a cold shower, Weasley. Lilia pushed his face away. I think I'm going to enter. Angelina Johnson spoke up. That's great, Angie. Lilia smiled at her. Angelina smiled back. Lilia, her, Alicia and Katie had been dorm mates forever, so they had a good friendship. And she used support. Not your future husband. Fred grumbled. Seriously, cold shower. It might numb your brain if you stay in there long enough. Lilia looked back at him. I love when you talk showering to me. Fred bit his lip teasingly. I'm about to start talking Brooklyn to you and you're not going to like what I have to say. Lilia gave him a nose scrunch. Stop being so mean to me. I'm going to fall in love with you. Fred told her. Like you're already not. Lilia rolled her eyes. Touché. Fred wrapped his arm around her. She didn't push him off, just took another bite of her mashed potatoes and gave him a side glare. Author's note. Here's a fun game. Find the new girl quote I put in the chapter. It's pretty easy if you've seen the show. Face with tears of joy. 40. You're a dumbass. Lilia told Cedric as they walked to Deda. Why are you always insulting me? Cedric asked. 'Cause you're always doing dumb shit, that's why. Lilia said. It's not dumbly. I'm the right age and I'm basically perfect at everything I do, Sue. Cedric looked at her. You're perfect at everything, huh? Lilia raised her eyebrow. Yep. Cedric popped the pea. How do you make a sleeping draft potion? Lilia asked. That's no fair, you know I'm not taking advanced potions like you are. Cedric pouted. Said we learned that in first year. Lilia patted his arm before walking into the classroom. She walked in and took her usual seat in the front right corner next to the window. Cedric followed seconds later, taking his seat next to her. They were one of the first people there, so they sat and talked as the room filled. The sound of loud laughing and talking boomed through the room, and that meant the Weasley twins were here. Lilia turned her head slightly to look at them. Well, one of them. Fred's eyes immediately found hers. Him and George sat in the back with a large group of other Gryffindors all talking and laughing. Fred winked at her. She winked right back, causing him to blush a little. Hey Lils, do you want to walk with me to potions class after this? Rogers Davis, a Ravenclaw, asked, walking in front of her desk. Lilia turned to him and smiled. Sure, Rogs. Since this one ditched me for a free period. Lilia joked, jabbing Cedric in the ribs. I need to have at least one nap during the day or I'll get cranky. And I prefer to sleep in my own bed than in class. Cedric defended. Lilia chuckled and turned back to Roger. Okay, I'll meet you in the corridor after class then. Roger smiled. Sure thing. Lilia nodded. He waved shyly before walking back his desk. He totally fancies you, Cedric told her. Rogue? No way. We've been friends forever. No way. Lilia waved him off. Lilia, Peggy. Do not dismiss the possibility of a guy other than Weasley liking you. You're the most beautiful girl in Hogwarts. Cedric pointed his finger at her. Then why has no one ever shown interest? Lilia retorted. Because Weasley is the only brave and stupid enough bloke to go after Captain America's daughter. Cedric countered. I don't understand? Lilia furrowed her eyebrows. That is scary. He would literally rip apart a guy if they ever hurt you. Not to mention Iron Man or Black Widow or Thor or the Hulk or Hawkeye. Cedric spelled it out for her. Okay, fine, but none of that has changed. Lilia said. But you have. You're literally dropped dead gorgeous. You've always been beautiful, don't get me wrong. But this year, seriously, Lils, holy heck. Cedric told her. Lilia blushed at his words, even though she knew they weren't being flirty. Moody stomped in before Lilia could say anything. Fred, keep his eyes on Lilia. Why was Davis talking to his sunflower? And why was Roger so happy about it? Fred knows he's always ecstatic after talking her. But he was allowed to be. Alastair Moody.
Exauror.
I'm here because Dumbledore asked me. End of story, goodbye the end. Moody grunted. Everyone stayed silent. When it comes to the dark arts, I believe in a practical approach. First, can anyone tell me how many unforgivable curses there are? Moody said. Again the room stayed silent. Lilia sighed and raised her hand. Yes, Miss Potter. Moody called on her. It's Rogers, actually. But, there are 3 unforgivable curses. Lilia told him. And they are called this why? He asked her. Because they are unforgivable. If you use any of them, you'll be sent straight to Azkaban. Lilia explained. Correct, Miss Rogers. Moody wrote something on the board before turning back to the class. Now which curse shall we see first?
Weasley stand.
Moody yelled. Which one? Fred joked. You. Moody pointed to him. Fred's eyes widened a bit but stood up. Everyone turned to look at him. Fred immediately made eye contact with Lilia. Her beautiful green eyes calming him down instantly. Give us a curse. Moody said. A curse? Well, which one to choose? There's so many. Fred rambled. He looked back at Lilia, who held up a piece of parchment. Written on it was Imperius. Right, I just remembered my favorite one. The Imperius curse. Fred smiled, looking back to Moody. Correct, very good, Miss Rogers. Moody turned to the chalkboard and wrote the curse down. Lilia gave Fred an apologetic look. Fred smiled and waved her off. It didn't bother Fred, he got called out on his lack of knowledge. Also, he loved that Lilia was getting the recognition she deserves for her talent and knowledge in defense against the dark arts. Mad, I pulled out a spider. He enlarged it and let it sit on the palm of his hand. Imperio. Moody pointed his wand at the spider. He then began to move the spider around the room, putting the spider on desks and on students. Nope. Lilia shook her head as she watched the spider crawl up some Hufflepuff's arm. I'm done. Cedric said. Talented, isn't she? What should I have her do? Jump out the window? Drown herself? Mad Eye's tone turned dark. I'm not into this. Lilia whispered to Cedric. Me neither. Cedric whispered back. Another curse. Mr. Diggory. Moody called on Cedric. Cedric gulped and stood up. The Cruciatus curse. Cedric barely made out. Good. Moody grabbed the spider and started torturing him. Cedric stared at the twitching and screaming creature right in front of him. His breathing began heavy and he started panting. His inner Hufflepuff was coming out. He felt terrible for the creature and could image that being done to someone he loves. Lilia noticed Cedric's state. That's enough. Lilia stood up and grabbed the base of the wand. Moody stopped and looked up the girl. They made dead eye contact. Lilia placed her hand on Cedric's shoulder and guided him back down to his seat, still locked with her professor. Maybe you could us the last curse, Miss Potter. Moody sat the spider on her desk.
No.
I can't. I won't. Lilia told him. Moody nodded. Avada Kedavra. He yelled, killing the spider. It laid limp on Lilia's desk. Lilia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Of course the curse that almost killed her family would be the one he would ask her for. She opened them and picked up her bag. Lilia turned and left out the door. Class dismissed. Moody called. Both Cedric and Fred ran after her. They looked at each other confused. Let me please, Fred said. Fine. Cedric hesitantly agreed. Fred found Lilia leaning against a doorframe that led to the Black Lake. Thanks for the help back there. Fred walked up behind her. No problem. Lilia, keep her eyes training on the rippling water of the lake. Kiss me. Fred blurted. Lilia's head immediately shot towards him with a confused face. Gotcha. Fred smiled and hugged her. That was dumb. Lilia hugged back. But it got you to look at me. Fred lifted her off the ground. My guess. Lilia said as her feet hung above the ground. Are you okay? He asked.
Yeah, I'm okay.
I'm honestly more pissed off than I am sad. Lilia told him. You're a badass. Fred chuckled. I know, but thank you. Lilia smiled. No problem. Fred said. No, really, thank you. Lilia told him. For what? Fred asked. For being such a good friend. Lilia snuggled into the crook of his neck. Fred's smile deflated. Friends? 41. Lilia played with her necklace as waited for the 2 other schools. Yep, it was October and the school waited outside for the visitors. You look cute today. Fred whispered into her ear as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Really? Thank you. Lilia smiled up at him. Oh yes, because just friends stand like this. Cedric raised his eyebrows. Exactly what I was thinking. George stood on the other side of the two. Don't listen to them, Sunflower. They're just jealous. Fred told her. Of our amazing friendship. Lilia added. God, I want to freak you. Fred's head dropped onto Lilia's shoulder. Damn it, Fred. Friends. Lilia shouted but didn't push him off her. Lilia. Lilia, look. Harry ran over to his sister, pointing at the sky. Lilia followed her brother's finger and saw a flying carriage with flying horses. Oh my God. It's like Sophia the First. I'm living in Sophia the First. Lilia smiled, her eyes lighting up. Again, I know this show wasn't created yet, but does this scene not remind anyone else of Sophia the First? Really, the first thing I thought when I saw this part in the movie. Look at the lake. Ron shouted. They looked and saw a ship come out from under the water. That's so cool. Harry told his older sister. Lilia chuckled and nodded. She loved seeing Harry so excited about something. The professors started ushering the kids back into the school. Fred kept one protective arm wrapped around Lilia's waist as they walked inside. Lilia waved to Cedric as they parted to their different tables. Lilia sat in between Fred and Harry. Children, our guests have arrived. Please welcome Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Dumbledore announced. The door swung open and girls wearing blue silk dresses pranced in. They would stop and swoon at all the boys. Every boy was practically drooling over them except one. Lilia was never one to be insecure. And she would never put another woman down to make herself feel better. So instead of scowling and rolling her eyes like the other girls, Hermione and Ginny included, she clapped and smiled. Fred could only stare at the beauty next to him. Sure, the Beauxbatons girls were beautiful, but they weren't his Sunflower. Nobody could even compare, it wasn't even fair. Behind the girls, a few boys from the school walked in wearing blue silk pants and shirts. Cedric noticed one of them and all the color drained from his face. After everyone from the school got seated at the Ravenclaw table, Dumbledore stood up again. And our friends from the north. Durmstrang Institute for Magic. Dumbledore announced. This time the biggest, buffest guys in the world stomped in. They wore heavy fur and carried big sticks. This time all the girls got to swoon. One guy looked at Lilia, winked and smiled at her. Fred looked at the guy and pulled Lilia closer to him. Lilia looked from the Bulgarian hunk to Fred. Lilia snuggled closer to him and placed her hand on his knee. This action made Fred's chest puff out a tad and him smile proudly. Lilia didn't want Fred to feel jealous. She wasn't interested in any of the new guys or any of the Hogwarts boys. The only guy she was even remotely interested in was Fred. But she didn't want Fred to know that yet, but also didn't want him to be jealous. Get it? No, yeah, neither does she, but that's how she felt. Behind the boys some girls walked in as well. Lastly, the High Master and a boy walked in. Oh my God. It's Victor Crumb. Ron squealed. Everyone started freaking out and talking. Who's that? Lilia asked Harry. A celebrity. Harry told her. Like he's been in movies and stuff? Lilia's eyes widened a tad. No better, he's a Quidditch player. Harry said excitedly. Lilia sunk back down. The Durmstrang students took a seat at the Slytherin table and dinner was served. On the table held food from the 3 different countries. Oh my lord, they have croque monsieur. Lilia's mouth started watering. She immediately put on her plate. What's that? Fred asked. It's a sandwich and they're incredible. Tony always brings these back to me when he goes to France. These and macarons. Lilia told him. Fred grabbed one and took a bite out of it. His eyes widened. Good, right? Lilia smirked. They're super good. Fred nodded. Ew, that looks disgusting. What is it? Ron pointed to a bowl of a seafood stew. Bouillabaisse. Hermione answered. It's actually really good. Lilia told him. No, it's not. Ron shook his head. Yeah, well, expect it is. Don't be a prat, just try some. Lilia put a spoon full in her mouth. Ron looked disgusted. Suddenly someone tapped on his shoulder. Excuse me, are you going to finish that bouillabaisse? A girl asked. She very tall and hand long blonde hair pulled back perfectly and absolutely beautiful. Ron's mouth hung open as he tried to form a sentence. Lilia rolled her eyes and grabbed the bowl, handing it to the poor girl.
Désolé pour ça. Il pense juste que tu es jolie.
Lilia told her. Translation. Sorry about him. He just thinks you're pretty.
Aucun problème. Je suis Fleur. Fleur introduisait herself.
Translation. No problem, I'm Fleur. Lilia Rogers. Lilia smiled. Very nice to meet you, Lilia. Maybe I'll seize you around. Fleur smiled back. Of course. And if there's anything you need, don't be shy to ask me. It's literally my job. Lilia pulled forwards her prefect's badge attached to her robes, then let it fling back. Good to know. Fleur giggled. Lilia laughed with her.
Au revoir, Lilia.
Fleur waved.
Au revoir, Fleur.
Lilia waved. She turned back around to see everyone's mouths hanging open. What? Lilia asked. You speak French? Fred asked. I speak 7 languages. Nat and my dad taught me. Lilia explained. Everyone's eyes widened and their jaws dropped more. Please, please, please be mine. Seriously, I'm in love with you, you're perfect. Fred almost got on his knees and begged. Lilia just laughed it off and continued to eat her food. Lilia found Cedric in the hectic mess after the feast. Hey, what's wrong? Lilia noticed his grim expression. Cedric looked around before grabbing Lilia's arm and pulling her into an empty classroom. He shut the door and locked it, then put up a silencing spell. What's going on, Ced? Lilia asked worriedly. Okay. You know, I've ever only slept with 2 guys. The 7th year that would never tell anyone about us because I was 13 and he was 17. Cedric started. Right, it would have been major teasing material for sleeping with a younger kid. Lilia nodded. Right. And the other one was that boy I met in France about 2 years ago during holiday. Cedric said. I remember. You wanted to see if you actually liked guys. And that's when you found out you were bi. Lilia finished his story. Right, and I thought I never see him again. Cedric added. Right. What's going on? Lilia asked. His here, Lee. He goes to Beaux Batons. And his here. Cedric panicked. Okay, why is that bad? Did you ghost him? Lilia asked. Yes, but that's not the thing I'm worried about. Cedric said. Then what is? Lilia asked. No one's besides you knows about me. I've only been with girls since France. Cedric played with his fingers. You haven't told anyone? Not even your parents? Lilia walked over to him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Cedric shook his head. I'm a little nervous to tell anyone besides you. Cedric's head dropped. Oh, Ced. Lilia hugged him. Cedric hugged back and buried his head in her neck. Said no one is going to treat you differently. And if they do, I'm a trained spy. I'll kick their ass and make them disappear without any suspicion. Especially with the lack of DNA testing in the wizarding world. Easy work. Lilia told him. He chuckled and pulled back to look at her. I'm not ashamed. I'm just nervous, you know. Cedric said. I completely understand. You take as much time as you need to tell everyone. Just know I got your back the whole way. I love and support you, and so will everyone that's worth giving a shit. Lilia cupped his cheeks. Thanks, Lils. That means a lot to me. Cedric smiled. I love you, Puff. Lilia smiled. I love you too, Gryff. Cedric said. 42. This was raining on the day of the selection. Today students from each school that are of age will place their names in the goblet. Then later tonight at dinner they would reveal the 3 champions. Lilia waited for her Hufflepuff in the Great Hall. It was packed with students putting their names in and students watching everyone put their names in. Lilia heard cheering and laughing walk into the castle. Cedric and a group of his Hufflepuff friends walked in all wet from the rain. Cedric saw Lilia and walked up to her. Why are you all wet? Lilia asked. We were in the greenhouse right before it started raining. Cedric smiled. In the greenhouse? And what were you doing in the greenhouse? Lilia asked, crossing her arms over her chest. Attending to the plants? Cedric guessed. Lilia raised her eyebrow at him. Okay. We were getting high. Cedric whispered the last part. I knew it. Lilia almost shouted. Shushu. I'm not baked, just have a little buzz going. Cedric told her. Well, buzz your way over to the goblet and put your name in, Snoop Dogg. Lilia teased. Cedric laughed and walked to the goblet. He stepped past the age line and placed a piece of parchment with his name on it into the goblet. Everyone cheered. Cedric turned around and made his way back to his friends. Harry and Ron were standing near and Ron lifted his hand for a high five. Cedric in his current state didn't notice and jumped into Lilia's arms. The two best friends hugged. Cedric started jumping up and down and Lilia followed. Come on, Ced. A Hufflepuff called. Cedric pulled away and looked at Lilia. Go on. You and me will celebrate later tonight. Lilia winked. You got the vodka? Cedric asked in a whisper. Oh yeah. Lilia nodded smiling. Cedric smiled and pressed a kiss to her cheek. He moved away and left with a group of Hufflepuffs. Lilia walked over to Harry and Ron. Eternal glory. Would be brilliant, wouldn't it? 3 years from now when we can get it. Ron told Harry. Yeah, rather you than me. Harry chuckled. Yeah, we don't need any more attention drawn to the Potter family. Lilia placed her hands on Harry's shoulders. Your fame is cool though, Lee. Harry looked up at her. Well, I'm just a cool person. Any fame I have is cool. Lilia joked. Harry rolled his eyes but laughed. We've done it, lads. Fred yelled, entering the great hall. Him, George and Lee all ran in cheering. Lilia looked at them well, Fred, and furrowed her eyebrows. And what exactly have you done? Lilia asked. An aging potion. Fred answered. Cooked it up this morning. 2 drops each, we only need to be a few months older. George explained. Lilia frowned at the response. Fred noticed her change in mood. He opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted. It's not going to work.
Hermione sans.
The twins walked over to her. Oh yeah? Fred asked. And why's that, Granger? George asked. You see this? It's an age line drawn by Dumbledore himself. Hermione pointed to the white line circling the goblet. So? Fred asked. So, something as dim-witted as an aging potion won't fool it. Hermione explained. But that's why it's brilliant. George smiled. Because it's so incredibly dim-witted. Fred smirked. Lilia walked over to them. May I see the potion? Lilia asked. Sure, love. Fred handed her the small bottle. Lilia took off the cap and smelled it. She bit back a smirk. It wasn't strong enough to even work properly. Nevertheless, against an age line. Lilia handed the bottle back to Fred. Carry on then. Lilia said. Really? Fred asked. Do it, love. Lilia mocked him on the last word. She folded her arms across her chest and radishes her eyebrows at him. Fred smiled and turned to his twin. Ready, Fred? George asked. Ready, George. Fred said. They started shaking the potions up. They linked arms. Bottoms up. They said at the same time. They poured the potion into their mouths and drank them. They jumped into the circle. Nothing happened and everyone, except Lilia and Hermione, cheered. They placed their names in the blue flames. Nothing happened and everyone cheered again. Suddenly the twins were thrown out of the circle and onto their backs. They sat up and they had white hair and long white beards. You said. They both shouted before they started wrestling. Everyone was laughing and Lilia smirked victoriously. The twins stopped fighting when Dumbledore walked in. You might want to go to the hospital wing, where 2 others already tried. An aging potion. Dumbledore told them but wasn't upset, just amused. I'll take you too. Lilia offered. Oh, how sweet you are, Sunflower. Fred stood up. No. It's just every time I look at your beard it reminds me I was right and I love being right. Lilia smiled. She started walking out of the great hall, the twins following her. You knew that it wasn't going to work. Fred said. Your potion was nowhere near strong enough. Even without the age line. Lilia explained, walking down the corridors. And you didn't tell us? George asked. You wouldn't have listened to me anyways. Plus this way is more fun, don't you think? Lilia looked between the 2 boys. You're mean, George said. But I was right. So you know pros and cons. Lilia told them. I'm so in love with baby it's not even funny. Fred stared at her. Lilia felt her cheeks heat up. She opened the doors to the hospital wing and pushed Fred in. She patiently waited for George to walk in. He gave her a smile and followed his twin. Lilia sat with the twins and the Golden Trio at dinner that night. She kept glancing at the Hufflepuff table where Cedric sat with his Hufflepuff friends. They were announcing the champions tonight and Lilia was nervous for her friend. She wanted him to get picked but also didn't at the same time. Her conflicting thoughts were eating her up all day, and it was killing her now. It was finally time for the news. Lilia bounced her leg up and down under the table and looked at Cedric, then the blue flames of the goblet. Fred noticed her nervous behavior. He noticed everything about her. Every little change in her mood or body expression or facial expression he picked up on. He placed his hand on her thigh of her bouncing leg. "Sunflower, it's going to be okay," Fred told her. I know. It's just I'm nervous," for said, "and other things." Lilia whispered the last part. "What other things?" Fred asked. Lilia blinked, not thinking he had heard her. Had the tournament been a good distraction from her dad being in his mission? Yes. However, every time she thought about how worried she was Cedric, she thought about how worried she is for her dad. How was she supposed to be 100% confident this Bucky person wasn't going to hurt her dad? Guy nearly damn killed Steve during their last encounter. Nothing important.
Lilia lied.
Fred frowned at her response. He knew she was lying, and he didn't like she was keeping things to herself that obviously were stressing her out. Fred was about to push the matter when Dumbledore started talking. "The goblet is ready to make its decision," Dumbledore announced. He dimmed the lights and walked over to the goblet. The blue flames turned red and a piece of parchment flew out. Dumbledore caught it and read it. "And your Durmstrang champion is
Victor Krum,"
Dumbledore told everyone. Everyone erupted in cheers as Victor stood and walked to Dumbledore. They shook him, then him and his mentor walked into a private room. The blue flames turned red again. This time a fancy ruffled paper flew out. "And your Beauxbatons champion is Fleur Delcourt," Dumbledore told them. Again everyone cheered. Lilia clapped extra loud for her new friend. Fleur smiled and walked to Dumbledore. They shook hands, and her mentor went into the same room Krum did. Red lit up the room and another parchment flew out. "Lastly, your Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory," Dumbledore told them. Lilia jumped up and started cheering. Everyone joined along with her. Cedric's eyes widened and he stood up. He started walking to Dumbledore. The path he chose made so he would pass Lilia. When he started getting close, Lilia opened her arms to him. Cedric hugged her. "I'm so proud of you, Puff," Lilia told him. Cedric pulled away and smiled and nodded. He continued to Dumbledore. They shook hands. He made his way into the champion's room. Lilia was beyond happy for her best friend. They all sat down again. "And there you have it. Your 3 champions." Dumbledore clapped his hands. Suddenly the blue flames turned red again. Another paper flew out. Dumbledore caught it and read it. "Harry Potter? Harry Potter," Dumbledore yelled. Harry, who was standing slightly to see the goblet, immediately sat down. "Harry Potter," Dumbledore yelled again. Lilia turned to her head to her little brother. They exchanged worried glances. Hermione pushed Harry up and he walked to Dumbledore. People started yelling about how he wasn't old enough and how he was a cheat. Lilia tried wrapping her mind around the whole thing. Harry went into the champion's room. Dumbledore dismissed all the students and all the professors followed Harry. Lilia didn't move, she just stared at the wooden table. Her eyebrows pinched together. In normal Lilia fashion, she was trying to figure out and solve the problem before she knew all the factors. A hand on her shoulder broke her out of her thoughts. She looked up and saw Fred. "Come on, love. It's been a long day." He offered him her hand. Lilia took his hand and stood up, still not speaking. Fred wrapped his arm around her as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence. 43. Lilia waited patiently in the common room for her brother. The portrait door swung open and Harry walked in. Lilia looked up at him and smiled. Harry smiled and sat next to her on the couch. "I didn't put my name in. Promise," Harry told her. "I know." Lilia pulled him into her side. "I have to compete. It's the rules. I have a legal binding contract. Mom and Dad are going to be so pissed." Harry rubbed his face. "Yeah, but not at you. We'll get through this," Lilia reassured. Harry just sighed and laid his head on Lilia's shoulder. They sat in silence for a minute. "You know, I had my first drink of alcohol when I was 13. With Cedric in his room, he stole some of his dad's fire whiskey." Lilia started. Harry looked up at her. "I reckon it's time for yours. Just don't tell Mom or Pops." Lilia reached down and pulled up a bottle of vodka. Harry's eyes widened. She reached down and pulled up 2 glass cups. Lilia opened the vodka and poured a little into each glass. She handed 1 glass to Harry. He took it and stared at it. Bottoms up. Lilia raised her glass. She drank the whole thing in 1 drink like it was water. Harry watched with wide eyes. He looked back down and took a sip. Immediately his face scrunched up and his throat burned. Yeah, you'll have to get used to that. I would have started you off with something less strong for your first time, but this is all I have. Lilia shrugged. Harry took another sip. This time it tasted actually good and he felt himself relax. You know we have class tomorrow. Harry told her but took another drink. Another important thing you'll have to learn and get used to. Lilia poured herself some more. Going to class hungover. Lilia again drank the whole thing down. Harry chuckled and finished his first glass. Well, if I have to learn. Harry put his glass out for more. Lilia smiled and poured some more in both of their cups. Lilia took a bite out of her toast and waited for Led Zeppelin to fly in with a letter, hopefully from her dad or really anyone at this point. Finally she heard owls fly in and start hooting. In front of her landed a brown barn owl with big brown eyes. In his claws he held 1 letter. Lilia gave him a piece of toast and took the letter. She looked at the front where her name was written. Her shoulders slumped when she saw it wasn't her dad's handwriting. But Lilia became confused. She didn't recognize the handwriting. She tore open the letter and unfolded it. She read the first sentence and immediately smiled.
Lilia.
It's Peter Parker. I wanted to give you an update on my life, and I wanted to talk to you. I didn't just write this to talk about me. I want to hear about you too. Sorry if I'm rambling. Tony just sorta gave me this owl and it's staring at me. One time a squirrel stared at me and ate in corn. Then I told May that the squirrel was plotting something and she told me I was overreacting and squirrels aren't scary. But squirrels are scary, man. Anyways, I made a suit. And I have a superhero name. Spider-Man, cool right? I started going out at night and stopping crimes. I know you're going to ask, and no, I haven't told Tony yet. And I also haven't talked to Liz since the party we went to. Anyways, I better end the letter. Write back with an update on your life. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Lilia smiled at the letter. Even in writing it was so Peter. She could just see him writing a letter and getting nervous around Led Zeppelin. Well, don't you look cute? Fred sat next to her looking at her outfit. Outfit attached above. Thank you. Lilia smiled. She took out some parchment and a quill from her bag. Whatcha doing? Fred asked. Responding to a letter. Lilia dipped her quill in ink and began writing. From who? Either of your parents? Fred asked. No. A friend back in Manhattan. Lilia told him. Wanda? Fred asked. No, you don't know him. Lilia continued writing. Fred's face fell. Him? Him who? She had a guy friend back in New York? Oh, what's his name? Fred asked, trying to control his jealousy. Peter. He's one of my godfather's interns. I met him at my birthday during New Year's. Lilia explained, oblivious to Fred's changed behavior. Really? And you guys are friends? Like close enough to send letters? Fred asked. Yeah. We spent like the whole summer together last summer. It's super fun. A bit awkward but in a charming way. Lilia smiled. Chim. Fred nodded and clenched his jaw tight. Are you okay? Lilia finally looked over at him. Fine. How old is he? Fred asked. 15. Lilia answered. Fred's jaw ticked and he started running his fingers over his ring she gave him. Lilia noticed he was upset. I don't like him. It's like me, and said. You can read the letter, completely harmless. And I'm trying to get him a girlfriend from his school back in Queens. Lilia explained. I believe you. But that doesn't mean he doesn't like you. Fred told her. Why would Peter like me? The only person that's ever like me romantically is you. Lilia asked, confused. Fred blinked and stared at her in disbelief. No one like her? How, what a joke. Every time Lilia walks into a room, every boy basically undress her with their eyes. Boys stare at her all the time and drool on the table looking at her. Guys didn't like her. That's the biggest load of crap Fred's ever heard. She was gorgeous, of course guys liked her. Are you shitting me? Lilia, you're the most gorgeous girl in the world. And definitely in this whole school. Trust me, guys like you. I'm just the only one brave enough to tell you. Fred said. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't like him or any other guy. Lilia waved him off. Fred looked down. His heart stung a little at the words. Freddie, I like you. I want to give us a chance, just not quite yet. I want to make sure all my feelings for you are in order. Before we make things official. Lilia lifted his chin up. You don't have to be scared about hurting me. I just want you. Fred told her. I am worried about hurting you, but that's also how I know I'm gaining real feelings for you. Lilia smiled. Please don't give some other guy a chance before me. Fred gave her puppy dog eyes. I would never. Lilia kissed his forehead. God, you're such a tease. Fred sighed. Lilia laughed and pulled away. Lilia, will you come to the lake with me and Neville? Harry walked over to them. Sure, Harry. Lilia smiled at him and packed her stuff up. Sit with me at dinner tonight? Fred asked before she stood. Of course, love. Lilia told him and stood up. She tossed her bag over her shoulder and started her way out of the great hall with Harry. They sat under the tree while Neville stood in the lake looking at plants. So not that it's a bad thing. I think Neville is a very sweet boy. But why are you here with him and not Ron and Hermione? Lilia asked. Me and Ron got into a bit of a spat. Harry told her. About what? Lilia asked. He thinks I put my name in the goblet and didn't tell him. Harry explained. Lilia sighed and nodded her head. Neville raised his hand and started waving at someone. Lilia and Harry turned and saw Ron, Hermione and Ginny walking towards them. Hermione was talking to Ron. He gave her a look and pushed her forwards. Harry and Lilia stood up and walked out from behind the tree. Ronald would like me to tell you that Seamus told him who Dean told him who was told by Pavarti that Hagrid is looking for you. Hermione tried remembering the whole thing Ron told her. Is that right? Well, wait, what? Harry asked. Pavarti told Dean who told Seamus who told Ron that Hagrid is looking for you. Come on, catch up, Has. Lilia told him. Yeah, that. Hermione pointed to Lilia. Well, you can tell Ronald that Harry started. I'm not an owl. Hermione shouted. Then Ginny and Ron walked away. I miss 14-year-old drama. It's so childish it's quite amusing. Lilia said. What do you think Hagrid needs me for? Harry asked. I'm not sure. Do you want me to go with you? Lilia offered. No, it's okay, thanks though. I really appreciate you being by my side, Lee. Harry told her. Anytime, little brother. Lilia ruffled his hair. One day I'll be taller than you. Harry said. Nah. I'll always be the older one and the taller one. It's the rules. Lilia shrugged. 44. So you're telling me that you're only talking to Cho? Lilia asked Cedric as they lounged in the courtyard on a bench. Yep. I think it's time I focus all my attention on one girl. And chose the perfect choice. Cedric nodded. Is this it? Are you finally leaving me, Ced? Lilia placed her hand over her heart and sniffed. Never. You will always be my number one girl. Cedric kissed the top of her head. Thank God. Lilia sighed. Can I talk to you? Harry walked over to them and looked at Cedric. Cedric smiled at him. He wasn't mad at Harry about the whole stealing his glory or whatever. Lilia had told him that Harry didn't put his name in and Cedric believed his best friend. Besides, Harry was hard person to hate, to Cedric at least. Sure. In private, or do you mind if your sister stays? Cedric asked. Lee can stay. Harry told him. Wow, thanks. Talk about me like I'm not even here. Lilia folded her arms across her chest. Shush, Lilia. The two boys said at the same time. Lilia's mouth dropped and the boys looked at each other. Harry blushed a tad and Cedric chuckled. Just continue. Lilia grumbled. Right. Well, I know what the first task is. It's dragons. Harry told Cedric. Cedric's eyes widened and he stuttered for a second. Are you serious? Cedric asked. Yes. They have one for all of us. Harry said. Do Fleur and Victor know? Cedric asked. Lilia smiled at her best friend. Typical Cedric fashion, worrying about his competitors more than himself. Harry nodded. Wow, well, thanks for telling me. Cedric told him. Well, it was only fair. Besides, you're Lilia's best friend. Harry shrugged. Thanks, Has. And I'm here to help. Both of you. Lilia smiled. Thanks, Lee. I'm gonna head back now. Harry said. Okay, I'll see you later. Lilia nodded. Sure, bye, Lilia. Bye, Cedric. Harry waved. Bye, Harry. Cedric smiled. He walked away and the two best friends looked back at each other. Dragons, huh? Well, that's exciting. Lilia tried breaking the tension. Shut up, Lils. Cedric shook his head. They heard shouting, and not just any shouting, Harry's shouting. Lilia shot up and rushed towards him. I don't give a damn what your father thinks, Malfoy. He's cruel and vile. And you're pathetic. Harry pushed Draco. That's the kid from the Quidditch World Cup. I didn't know he went here. Lilia told Cedric, who came up behind her. Yes, you did. He's been here for 4 years. Cedric slapped his hand against his forehead. I don't think so. Lilia shook her head as she looked at the blonde. Draco took out his wand and was about to attack Harry with a spell. Lilia saw and pulled her wand out. Expelliarmus. Lilia shouted, disarming Draco. No you don't, Sonny. Moody pointed his wand and turned Draco into a ferret a millisecond after Lilia disarmed him. Moody limped over to the ferret and began bouncing him up and down with his wand. Lilia rushed over to her brother and put her arm around his shoulders. Professor Moody, what are you doing? McGonagall asked. Teaching. Moody replied. Is that a student? She asked. Technically it's a ferret. He replied. Even though Lilia wasn't a big fan of Moody, he did have a good point. Moody stuffed the ferret into Crabbe's pants. Everyone started laughing. The ferret crawled out of the pants and McGonagall turned him back into a boy. Draco looked around. My father will hear about this. Draco yelled. Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Moody started chasing Draco around the tree. Draco and his friends ran off. I could tell you stories about your father. Moody shouted at him. Well, that was amusing. Lilia smiled. That was the best moment of my life. Harry laughed. Hey, why didn't you tell me that kid that was being a dick at the World Cup went here? Lilia asked. Harry's smile grew. I take it back. That was the best moment of my life. Harry pointed at her. Lilia just smiled. Lilia, you have a howler from your dad. Hermione ran towards them outside. Really? Oh my god, okay, Lilia said before running off. She ran into the Great Hall and saw Led Zeppelin with a howler. Lilia rushed to the owl. She took the howler and ran to the bathroom without giving Led a treat. As soon as Lilia closed the door to the bathroom, the letter formed a mouth.
Lilia.
His dad. I'm fine, I made it back from my lead on Bucky. It unfortunately lead nowhere. However, we did find out Bucky escaped from Hydra. They don't have him anymore. No one knows where he is. The reason I'm sending a howler instead of a letter is because you are my daughter and would only find peace of mind if you heard my voice. I'm back in Brooklyn and impatiently waiting for you to come home for break. I love you, Lee. Then the letter burst into ash. Lilia let out a sigh of relief. But even though her dad was right about hearing his voice, she was still worried. Bucky is free. He can do whatever he wants, and that didn't really help de-stress Lilia. Try this. Fred handed Lilia a round candy. Lilia was sitting in the twins and Lee's dorm. What is it? Lilia asked. A product for Weasley wizarding Wheezes. Fred told her. Lilia took the candy and almost put it in her mouth before retracting it. It's not poison, is it? Lilia asked. What, no? Just eat it. Fred shook his head. Lilia placed it in her mouth and started chewing. Is something supposed to happen? Lilia asked, still chewing. Something did happen. George smiled. Lee looked at her face and started laughing. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows and stood up. She walked into their bathroom and looked in the mirror. The boys looked at each other. Fred Weasley, I'm going to kill you, Lilia shouted. She spit out the candy and stomped back into the dorm. Her face was covered in pimples. Lilia was fuming. You still look beautiful, sunflower, Fred told her. Lilia ran and tackled him on the bed. Give me the antidote now. Lilia pinned his hands above his head. I'm so sorry, I know this is serious, but this is putting so many thoughts into my head, and not holy ones, Fred told her, staring deep into her green eyes. Lilia pushed her thumbs into pressure points on his wrist. A wave of pain washed through Fred and he winced. What kind of thoughts do you have now? Lilia released her thumbs. The antidote is the pink candy, Fred said. Now is that so hard? Lilia pressed a kiss to his temple. She got off of him and found the pink candy. She put it in her mouth and chewed it. Lilia walked back into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Her face started clearing up and soon her skin was back to normal. She spit out that candy and walked back into the dorm. Fred was still laying in the exact spot she left him. He's frozen. You sent him into overdrive. George told her. Well, good luck with that. I have to go. I have to patrol tonight. Bye. Lilia headed for the door. Both Lee and George waved. Fred laid completely still and didn't acknowledge her leaving. The moment played on a loop in his head. He had it bad. 45. Lilia held Fred's hand tightly as they waited for the first task to start. They were in a stadium a little ways from the castle. She wished they would have allowed parents to come watch the tournament. Lilia knows with Lily and James she would be less anxious. Still anxious but way less. You look adorable today, Sunflower. Fred told her. Outfit attached above. Thank you. Lilia smiled but it quickly disappeared. My love, everything will be fine. Both Cedric and Harry will be fine. Fred rubbed his thumb over her hand. Harry shouldn't even be in this in the first place. Lilia shook her head. Well, if he's anything like his sister he'll kick ass because he's a badass. Fred smirked. I can't tell if you're trying to be supportive or seduce me. Lilia teased. Why not a little of both? Fred teased back. Don't get too cheeky with me, Freddy. Lilia pointed at him with her free hand. Never, darling. Fred told her. Lilia's stomach erupted in butterflies at the name. Sure, Lilia like when he called her love and she was growing to like Sunflower. But darling? That did something to Lilia that she never felt before. Fred like always noticed the change in her demeanor. He smiled. He loved having that effect on her and now he found the perfect way. The horn sounded off, signaling the first champion will go. Cedric walked out. Lilia squeezed Fred's hand tighter. Cedric conjured a dog to run around the dragon. The dragon became distracted and chased the dog. Cedric ran past the dragon and to the egg. As soon as he grabbed it, the dragon turned around and burned him. Lilia cringed and the dragon trainers, including Charlie Weasley, contained the dragon. Cedric was taken aside to get medical attention. I don't think I can handle this, Lilia said. Hey, one down. One more to go. Fred told her. Lilia nodded and her free hand went to her necklace. She started fiddling with it as she waited for the next champion. After both Fleur and Victor went, it was finally Harry's turn. He walked out looking nervous. The dragon began breathing fire and Harry jumped behind a rock. He tried running to the egg but was hit by the dragon's tail. Lilia was starting to get extremely nervous. Your wand, Harry, Lilia yelled. Harry picked up his wand. Accio fire bolt, Harry yelled. Within seconds his broom was heading towards him. Harry got on and flew above the dragon. The dragon broke off his chain and followed Harry. Lilia's eyes widened and she turned to Fred. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Fred scratched the back of his neck. Lilia cursed herself for not wearing her boots with the thrusters in them. She watched the sky trying to find her brother and the dragon. Finally Harry flew back into the arena and grabbed the golden egg. Everyone started cheering and Lilia turned and hugged Fred. He happily hugged back. Lilia smiled as the whole Gryffindor house cheered and crowed around Harry. Fred and George held him on his shoulders. Harry held the golden egg in his arms. Well, go on, open it. Seamus told him. You want me to open it? Harry asked. Everyone cheered. Open it. Harry egged them on. Lilia smiled and rolled her eyes at her brother. But she joined in on the cheering. Harry opened the egg. A loud screaming noise came out. Everyone covered their ears and the twins dropped Harry. He scrambled to the egg and shut it close. Lilia walked to Harry and helped him up from the ground. What the bloody heck was that? Ron asked, walking into the common room. Everyone turned to look at him and Lilia put her hand on Harry's shoulder. All right, everyone, back to your knitting. This will be awkward enough without all you noisy sods listening. Fred shooed everyone off. Lilia squeezed Harry's shoulder. I'll be fine, Lee. Harry looked up at her. Okay, Lilia said hesitantly. She walked away and stood with Hermione and watched the two best friends make up. Hermione watched the boys make up as well. Boys. Hermione shook her head. I know, so dramatic. Lilia smirked. Lilia sat with the golden trio at breakfast. Parcel for you, Mr. Weasley. Nigel handed Ron a large box. Thank you, Nigel. Ron smiled. The little boy looked at the two Potter siblings sitting next to each other. Not now, Nigel. Ron waved him off. Both Lilia and Harry gave him an identical confused look. I promise him I get both of your autographs. And he also has a bit of a crush on you Lils. Ron told them. That's so sweet, but why does he want my autograph? I'm not wizarding celeb. Lilia asked. He's a muggle-born. He loves the Avengers. Ron explained. Who doesn't? Lilia chuckled. Ron opened the box and pulled a brown ruffly dress robes. Mum sent me a dress. Ron stood up and held up the dress robe. Well, it does match your eyes. Is there a bonnet? Ah. Harry pulled out a ruffled shirt and bow tie. Nose down, Harry. Ginny, these must be for you. Ron walked over to Ginny, who sat not far away. Lilia smiled and shook her head. I'm not wearing that, it's ghastly. Ginny cringed. Hermione and Lilia looked at each other and burst out laughing. What are you two on about? Ron turned to them. They're not for Ginny. Hermione told him. They're for you. Lilia laughed. Everyone sitting at the table began laughing as well. They're dress robes. Hermione explained. Dress robes for what? Ron asked. The Yule Ball has a tradition of the Triwizard tournament since its inception. McGonagall told the room full of students. All Gryffindor's fourth years and up all sat in the classroom. Girls on one side and boys on the other. Lilia sat next to Hermione and listened to her head of house. On Christmas Eve night we and our guest gather in the Great Hall for a night of well-mannered fun. As representatives of the host school, I expect each and every one of you to put your best foot forward. And I mean that literally, because the Yule Ball is first and foremost a dance. McGonagall told them. The room erupted in whispers. All the boys groaned except one Ginger, who excitedly looked at his sunflower. All the girls all started whispering frantically and getting all giggly. Lilia was no exception. Finally, all her years of Nat and Steve teaching her how to dance would pay off. Silence. The House of Godric Gryffindor has commanded the respect of the wizarding world for nearly 10 centuries. I will not have in a cost of a single evening destroying that name by acting like babbling bumblebands of buffoons. She told them sternly. Babbling bumbleband of buffoons. Babbling bumble of buffoons. Lilia repeated under her breath, seeing if she could say it 5 times fast. In every young lady is a swan, ready to burst out. McGonagall looked at the girls. Inside every boy a fierce lion ready to pounce. Mr. Weasley. She walked to the boy's side. Yes? Ron asked. Will you join me? McGonagall asked. Ron didn't have much of a choice as she pulled him up and to the middle of the room. Now put your right hand on my waist. McGonagall instructed. Where? Ron's voice cracked. On my waist. She told him. Ron placed his hand on her waist. Everyone began wolf whistling. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. McGonagall and Ron started waltzing around the room. Everyone come together. She instructed. The girls stood up, but none of the boys did. They all looked around, shook their heads. Fred saw no one else going, and he didn't go either. He still had a reputation to keep up. Finally Neville stood. All the girls cringed and looked away from him. Lilia gave them all a glare and confidently walked to Neville. She smiled and offered her hand to him. Neville smiled shyly and accepted. He placed his hand on her waist. Being the respectful guy, he was outed a tad higher than need be. They joined their hands together. They started waltzing around the room. Lilia smiled as Neville watched their feet to make sure he didn't step on her toes. Lilia made contact with Fred, who was following her every move intensely. Neville worked up enough courage to spin Lilia. When she faced back forward, she again locked eye contact with Fred. Fred cursed himself that he let his coolness get in the way of dancing with Lilia. But let it be known he would not make that mistake again. 46. So you asked Cho to the ball, that's exciting. Lilia took a bite of her toast. Cedric and Fleur sat at the Gryffindor table at breakfast. Cedric and Fleur sat in the same side with Lilia across from them. Yeah. I'm honestly really happy to be going with her. Cedric smiled. That's magnificent. Fleur squealed. What about you, Fleur? Cedric asked. Roger Davis asked me. And I said yes. Fleur told them. That's great. Roger is a really great guy. Lilia smiled. And who gets to take the bell, Lilia? Fleur asked. Lilia opened her mouth to reply but was interrupted.
I'm doomed.
Harry slumped down next to his sister. What's wrong, Has? Lilia asked. The Yule Ball is what's wrong. Harry said. Having lady problems? Cedric asked. Harry's head shot towards the side where Cedric and Fleur sat. He didn't even notice them sitting there. He just saw his sister and made a beeline for her. Something like that. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. Walk us through it, babe. Lilia told him. Well, I have this person I want to ask to the ball. But this person is very popular and attractive, so I bet they have tons of people after them. Also, I don't know if this person likes me back. I'm scared to ask. Harry told them but looked at Lilia. Harry, people like guys who are confident. If you walk up to this person and be straightforward, they will say yes. Lilia said. That's terrible advice. Harry told her. Wano, that's good-ass advice. Lilia's mouth dropped open. Oh yeah, be confident and straightforward, that's rich coming from you. Fred confesses his love to you every day and you shut him down. If Fred can't get you, how am I supposed to get my person? Harry asked. Lilia had no words. He knew he was completely right. As if on cue, Fred and George walked into the great hall and to the group. Good morning, Sunflower. Fred smiled.
Fred.
Lilia said. So I was thinking I'd take you to the Yule Ball. So what do you say, darling? Fred asked. Lilia looked at her brother before back at Fred. "'Kay, sure." Lilia nodded. "Come on, Sunflower, I'll show you." "Wait, did you say yes?" Fred looked at her dead in the eyes. "Yeah. I said I would go with you." Lilia confirmed. Everyone's mouth dropped open. "Oh my God. It's happening, it's actually happening." Fred looked at his twin. "It's the end of the world." George said.
I'm dreaming.
"Is this real life?" Cedric asked. Fleur had heard the story of Lilia and Fred, but she wasn't all that surprised. It definitely sounded like Lilia and Fred were in love. Harry couldn't even form a full sentence. "I'm going to the Yule Ball with Lilia Rogers," Fred yelled, jumping up and down. Lilia shook her head, but a smile appeared on her face. Fred jumped over the table to Lilia's side. Lilia flinched and Fred pulled her up. He hugged her and spun her around. Lilia giggled and let Fred have his moment. Harry laid his head on Lilia's lap while they sat on the couch in the common room. Harry had just been rejected by Cho and found out the two people he liked were going together. He didn't tell Lilia who rejected him, just that he was rejected. And Lilia didn't push it, just comforted her little brother. She gave him a head rub she knows he loves so much to help him feel better. The portrait swung open and Ron walked in with Ginny and a few others. "It's okay. It doesn't matter," Ginny told him. Harry sat up. "What happened to you?" Harry asked. He asked Fleur Delacour to the Yule Ball. Ginny told them. "What?" Hermione asked. Lilia, Harry, and Hermione all walked over to Ron and Ginny. "What did she say?" Harry asked. "No, of course." Hermione said. Ron shook his head. "She said yes?" Hermione asked. "But she's going with Roger Davis." Lilia said. "Don't be silly. There she was walking in the hall. You know how I like it when they walk. And I couldn't help it. It just sort of slipped out." Ron told them. "Well, he kind of screamed at her. It was a bit frightening." Ginny said. "What did you do then?" Harry asked. "What else? I ran for it." Ron told them. Lilia threw her head back laughing. She could just imagine Ron yelling at Fleur, then freak bolting. Ron glared at her. "Sorry, that's pretty funny." Lilia shrugged. "Lilia, you have a package. I saw Led Zeppelin with it when I went to send a letter." Angelina Johnson handed Lilia a large box. "Thanks, Angie." Lilia smiled. "Hey, guess who asked me to the Yule Ball?" Angelina pulled Lilia away from the group. "Who?" Lilia asked. "George." Angelina smiled. "That's amazing, Angie." Lilia hugged her with her free arm. "Yeah. And the whole school knows you're going with Fred." "So," Angelina started, "we'll probably spend a good majority of the evening together with our dates." Lilia finished. "Yep. So what do you say? You want to get ready together, then meet the boys in the Great Hall?" Angelina asked. "Sounds perfect. I bet this is my dress." Lilia lifted the box in her hand. "I bet so too. Can't wait. I've been crushing on George for the longest time. Angelina gushed. Well, I'm not surprised he asked you. I mean, who wouldn't love to go out with you? Lilia complimented. Fred, that's who. You have that boy wrapped around your finger and don't even realize it. Angelina teased. Lilia blushed. Fred's just stubborn and wants what he wants when he wants it. Lilia shook her head. He must really like you then to stay around for so long. Angelina told her. I think that's just his stubbornness. Lilia chuckled. The two girls began walking up the stairs to their dorm. So do you think you two will become an official couple after the ball? Angelina asked, opening the door to their room.
No.
Fred will probably move on and leave me alone. I mean, he's finally getting what he wants, a date. After that, I'm sure he'll leave. Lilia shrugged. Even though Lilia tried acting nonchalant, her heart stung at her own words. The thing is, no matter how much they hurt her, she believed every word. Who would stay around for her? I think you're wrong. If anything, I think Fred will become more obsessed with you. Angelina told her. Maybe. Probably not though. But no time to think about that. Let's talk hairstyles. Lilia changed the subject. Angelina then began talking frantically about her dress and how she wanted her hair. Lilia smiled and nodded as she listened. In the boys' dorm, Fred laid in his bed, his heart beating out of his chest. He was finally taking his sunflower out on a date. He wasn't sure he would be able to sleep a wink that night, he was so excited. 47. Lilia looked at herself in the mirror. Her long cream-colored dress fit perfectly in all the right places. The flowers that covered the top gave the dress that certain Lilia flair. Her long legs were displayed beautifully in the slit that ran up the dress. Her hair laid in soft waves, and a small bun sat on top her head with the rest of her hair flowing right past her shoulders. Her makeup was soft and natural. She ditched her glasses and placed in contacts. Lilia put on her cream-colored heels with a strap just above her ankle. Angelina walked beside Lilia to look in the mirror. Angelina wore a purple dress with her hair down and purple heels. We look amazing. Angelina smiled. Yeah. I think it's safe to say we're going to give the Weasley twins a heart attack. Lilia said. Lilia and Angelina walked down the stairs to the Great Hall. At the bottom, tons of students waited to go into the Great Hall. In this sea of students was Fred and George. Damn, look at Rogers. A seventh-year Gryffindor said. Fred looked up and saw the most beautiful sight. Lilia walked down the stairs looking like an angel making her way down from heaven. Fred gulped and started making his way to her. George followed. Lilia locked eyes with Fred as he offered his hand to her. She smiled and allowed him to help her down the last 2 steps of the stairs. Sunflower, you look incredible. Absolutely gorgeous. Fred told her. You don't look too bad yourself, love. Lilia smiled. Fred chuckled and kept a hold of her hand. The two stared at each other like they were the only 2 people in the world. Lilia, a familiar voice said. Lilia's head shot to the side. Her mouth dropped open. Standing a few feet away was her mom, her pops, Remus, and Sirius. Sirius waved at her excitedly like he was a little kid. The group made their way towards Lilia. Hi, what are you doing here? Lilia asked. They were short on chaperones, so we volunteered. Lily smiled. Oh, Lilia said. So you're the guy who's taking my daughter to the dance, huh? James asked Fred. Pops, Lilia said through gritted teeth. Yes, sir. We've met before. Fred nodded. James looked up at the redhead. James was 5 feet 11 inches and Fred was 6 foot even. Don't get an attitude with me. You're taller than me. I don't like that. I can't intimidate you. Pads Mooney, get over here. James looked at Fred intensely. Sirius and Remus walked up behind James. Sirius stood at 6 feet 2 inches and Remus at an intimidating 6 feet 4 inches. They looked down at the 16-year-old. Y'all are ridiculous. Lilia rolled her eyes. Be good to our little girl, Fred. She means a lot to all of us and to a lot of other people. Lily told him. Yeah. Me and Steve are like beat friends. So I'll call him and make sure you get our message if you ever hurt Lilia. James pointed his finger at the ginger. Fred looked down at James but then looked up at Sirius and Remus. Yes, sir. Fred smiled nervously. Lilia pushed past them and grabbed Fred's hand. Go bother your other kid, please. Lilia looked at her pops. Fine. But I'm keeping an eye on you too, James told her. I wouldn't expect anything less. Lilia smiled before pulling Fred away. They walked into the great hall. Not gonna lie, your family sorta scares me now that we're going out. Fred looked down at her. Aw, bless you if you think that's the family you should be scared of. Lilia teased. Fred's eyes widened. Oh Merlin, you're right. Fred gulped. Lilia watched her little brother terribly waltz around the ballroom. Harry found his sister's eyes and gave her a pleading look. Lilia just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Soon everyone was joining in. Fred pulled Lilia to middle of the dance floor. They waltzed around the room, eyes locked on each other. They moved in perfect sync. Fred twirled Lilia in a few circles, then lifted her and spun her again. Lilia laughed as Fred put her back down and pulled her into him. Lilia placed her head on his chest as they started dancing again. The next thing Lilia knew, she was jumping up and down in a huge crowd of people listening to wizard rock music. Lilia held Fred's hands as she jumped around and Fred head banged his long hair around. The song ended and another one started. I need something to drink, Lilia told Fred. You want me to get it? Fred offered. No, it's okay. I think I'm gonna talk to my brother for a second anyways. Lilia looked at her brother sitting miserably with Ron and their dates. Fred just nodded and let go of her hands. Lilia walked over to her brother. Would you like to tell me why you're sitting here and not dancing? Lilia asked. I don't want to. Harry shrugged. Come on, dance with me. Please, 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 pretty please. Lilia grabbed his hand and tugged it. Ugh, all right. You're like a child. Harry stood up. Yay. Lilia smiled. Harry's date mouth dropped open in disbelief. She got up and walked over to a group of Bulgaria boys. One asked her to dance and she accepted. Lilia pulled Harry in the middle of the dance floor. Lilia grabbed Harry's hands and made him twist his torso side to side. Harry tried not to smile. Lilia smiled, started wiggling her shoulders. Harry smiled and began dancing with her. They danced for the whole song. The Marauders and Lily watched from the side. Lily smiled at her kids. Okay, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in a few, the band said. Then Muggle music started playing. A familiar song started playing. Immediately Lilia and Cedric's eyes found each other. They moved through the crowd, leaving whoever they were dancing with. They gave each other the same look. Should we do it? Lilia asked. Can they handle it? Cedric asked. I say let's take a chance. Let's blow them all away. Lilia smiled. Okay. Cedric nodded. The two best friends moved everyone out of the way, giving them a clear big spot. Everyone crowded around them, including the Marauders and Lily. Lilia mad Cedric faces each other. 5, 6, 7, 8. Lilia snapped her fingers. Basically what I imagine for the routine. There should be a GIF or video here. Update the app now to see it. Lilia pretend to slap Cedric. Then they moved side to side. Lilia crouched down and Cedric leapfrog over her. They wiggled to the side again. They did the wave with their arms, then circled them in front. They turned back to back and walked backwards with snake arms. They danced towards each other again. They brought their legs up and started jumping. Then Lilia ran towards Cedric and jumped. He caught her and they ended in a pose. Everyone cheered and Cedric put Lilia back on the ground. The two best friends high-fived. We're the coolest people in the world, Cedric said. Absolutely. Lilia nodded. The night was coming to a close. The great hall slowly thinned out. Lilia laid her head on Fred's chest as they slowed danced. Only a few people were still on the dance floor, including Fred and Lilia. Fred held Lilia as close as he could to him. He closed his eyes and let the moment absorb over him. He felt Lilia shift under him and he opened his eyes. Fred looked down at his sunflower to see she was already looking at him. He smiled at her. Ready to call it a night, darling? Fred asked. Not yet. Lilia shook her head. Do you want to move the party back to common room? Fred asked. Yes, please, my feet are killing me. Lilia groaned. Fred chuckled and pulled away. He kept a hold on her hand and walked out of the great hall. Once they reached Gryffindor Tower and separated to their rooms. They were going to meet back in Fred's room in about 10 minutes. Fred rushed up to his dorm. He opened the door and George and Angelina were making out on George's bed. Get out. Get out. Fred shooed them. Mate, we were here first. George told him. Lilia's coming up here in 9 minutes. Go. Fred looked at his watch. Fred, seriously. Angelina raised her eyebrow. Just go to Angie's room. Fred started cleaning up the dorm. We can't. Boys aren't allowed in the girls' dorms. George said. The stairs will turn into a slide. Angelina told him. Then it's a good thing we used to have a magic map that showed us secret passages. And good thing we mesmerized it. And good thing they're a passage from the boys to girls' dorms. Fred fixed his bed. Oh yeah, right. Come on, Angie. George stood up and pulled her with him. Fred continued to clean as George and Angelina left. A few minutes later there was a knock on the door. Fred let out a breath and looked at his pajamas in the mirror. He walked to the door and opened it. Lilia stood in matching pink fuzzy long-sleeve top and shorts. She had her glasses on, her face was clear of all makeup, and she had her hair in a messy ponytail. Fred's heart melted at the sight. Come in. Fred stood to the side. Thanks. Lilia walked in and jumped on his bed. Fred closed the door and walked and sat next to her, but made sure to keep a good distance between them. Angie somehow managed to sneak George up to our dorm. And by the looks of it, I should stay here with you tonight. If that's okay. If not, I can crash with Moyne or Harry. Lilia told him.
No.
I don't mind. You can stay here. Fred tried to contain his excitement. Thanks. Lilia smiled as she laid down. Fred stiffened, unsure what he should do. Lilia patted the spot next to her. Fred laid down, being completely still. Lilia laughed at him. I had a really good time with you tonight. Lilia turned on her side to face Fred. Me too, darling. Fred turned to face her. What are you doing for New Year's? Lilia asked. Staying here like everyone else. Fred chuckled. Lilia bit her lip. I'm not staying. She shook her head. What? Why not? Fred asked. I'm going home. Lilia told him. But you just saw your parents. Fred furrowed his eyebrows. Not that home. Lilia said. Right. That other home. Hundreds miles away from me. And with that Patrick kid. Fred grumbled. His name is Peter. And he's not the reason I'm going home. Lilia's smile dropped. I don't like you being so far away from me. Where I can't protect you. Fred told her. I'll be with the Avengers, I'll be fine. Lilia chuckled. I don't like you hanging out with Peter. Or any guy for that matter. Fred looked down. How can I prove to you I only want to be with you? Lilia asked. Kiss me. Fred smirked. Lilia sighed. Fred was just joking and could never predicted what happened next. Lilia moved towards him and cupped his outside cheek. She then brought their faces close together and connected their lips. Fred stalled, unsure if this was real. Lilia pulled away, a bit embarrassed he didn't kiss back. She sat up and turned away from him. Fred immediately shot up. Sorry. I thought you were serious. Lilia chuckled nervously. Well, I wasn't, but Fred stuttered. I am better go. I can just bunk with Mione. Lilia stood up. Fred scrambled up. Lilia walked towards the door. His greatest fear was playing out right in front of him. Fred rushed over to her and shut the door back closed. Lilia turned around and looked up at him. Fred cupped her cheeks and kissed her passionately. Lilia didn't hesitate to kiss back and wrap her arms around his neck. Fred's hands slid from her cheeks to her waist. Their lips seemed to have a mind of their own, and they moved perfectly in sync, just like they're dancing. Fred gripped under Lilia's thighs and lifted her up. Lilia wrapped her legs around his torso, and her hands got lost in his long red hair. Fred walked backwards back to the bed. The back of his knees hit the bed and then sat them both down. Lilia pulled away and they both caught their breath. So I'm guessing you want me to stay? Lilia joked. Absolutely. Fred smirked before reattaching their lips. Angelina was right. Fred was completely obsessed and in love with Lilia, and would definitely not stop bothering her anytime soon. Author's note. It's 2 a.m. right now and I just finished watching Luca for the 4th time this week. I don't know what kind of drugs they put in that movie, but I'm obsessed and in love with it. Anyways, thanks for reading and have a good day or night depending on when you're seeing this. 48. Lilia watched Wanda and Sam box in the ring. She was at the compound a day before New Year's Eve. Steve stood next to her and studied the fight between the two. Wanda ended up winning and Lilia clapped. Okay. Wanda 4, Sam 1. Steve told them the score. That's pathetic. I'm losing to a teenager.
Sam grumbled. I'm 20.
Wanda told him. Lee, you want next? Steve asked. Sure. This time Sam can lose to a real teenager. Lilia smirked. Wanda winked at Lilia as she stepped out of the ring and Lilia stepped in. Okay. Ready, fight. Steve told them. Lilia pulled her wand out her pants. Stupefy. Lilia shouted and Sam flew back and landed on his back. Lilia smiled. She was so happy she could finally use magic outside of school. That's not fair. She's a wizard. Sam sat up. I'm a witch. Lilia offered him her hand. Sam slapped it away and stood up. Lilia chuckled and got out of the ring. Wanda raised her hand and gave her best friend a high five. Go ahead and add my win to Wanda's victories. Lilia told her dad. Sure thing, Lee. Steve chuckled and added another point to Wanda's side. And I used to think your ass was polite. Sam called to Lilia as her and Wanda walked out of the training room. They walked into the kitchen to see Cedric eating a whole container of ice cream by himself. God, what a mood. Wanda laughed and sat next to Cedric. You lot done training? Cedric asked with a mouth full of cookies and cream ice cream. Well, me and Wands are. I reckon Dad and Sam will go a little longer though. Lilia grabbed 2 spoons and handed one to Wanda. The 2 girls started eating the ice cream along with Cedric. When are we heading back to the tower? Cedric asked. Whenever. I have Dad's keys. Lilia smirked, placing her spoon in her mouth. Lils, you never drive. You got your driver's license because the driving instructor was too scared to fail you. Cedric teased. Wanda chuckled and scooped more ice cream. Rude. I'm an amazing driver. Lilia placed her hand over her heart. How do you parallel park? Wanda asked. Parallel park? Is that a fancy way of parking sideways? Lilia asked. Yes, Lils, that's exactly what it mean. How do you do it? Cedric asked. I dunno. You turn sideways and put the car in park. It's the same thing as regular parking. Lilia shrugged. Oh my God, I'm never getting in a car that you're driving. Wanda shook her head. Y'all are mean. I need Peter. He's nice. Lilia pouted. Get over it. Cedric rolled his eyes. You're the worst freak Hufflepuff in the world, I hope you know that. Lilia told him. Lilia stood in the middle of a huge New Year's Eve party in Avengers Tower. Happy birthday, beautiful.
Nat hocked her god augter.
Thank you, Nat. And thanks for the dress, it's amazing. Lilia hugged back then looked down at her silk long-sleeve dress. Outfit attached above. You're welcome. I can't believe you're 17. It seems like yesterday. Steve was introducing you to us when you were only a baby.
Nat gushed.
I know it's crazy. I can't believe I'm so lucky to have 17 years with my favorite people in the world. Lilia told her. Stop, Lils. You're gonna make me cry. Nat pulled her into another hug. Lilia hugged back tightly. There's my 2 favorite girls. Steve walked over to them. The girls pulled away. Steve held 3 glasses of champagne. He handed one to Nat and one to Lilia. You're 17 and in England you're allowed to drink. I know once you go back over there you will drink and that's okay. I just wanted to have your first drink with you. Steve told her. My first drink? Right, yeah, my first drink. Lilia nodded. Nat bit the inside of her cheeks to stop from smiling at Steve's innocences. Cheers. To my little girl not being so little anymore. Steve lifted his glass. Cheers. Lilia and Nat lifted their glasses. Both Steve and Nat took a drink and Lilia downed the full thing in one go. Lilia put the drink down and looked unfazed. Steve lifted his eyebrow at her suspiciously. Nat tried her hardest not to laugh. Lilia realized her mistake. Oh wow, that was new. It was so strong. My throat is on fire. I think I might have a buzz going. Lilia acted. Steve gave her an unamused look. Lily, Peter called and rushed over to her. Lilia smiled at her savior. Pete, my best friend in the world. Lilia smiled. Peter got close enough and hugged her. Lilia hugged back and planted a kiss on his cheek. They pulled away. I've been sent by Cedric and Wanda to get you in the dance floor. Peter told her. Of course. By Dad, by Natty. Lilia grabbed Peter's hand and dragged him away. After dancing for about 2 hours, the group of 4 went to the terrace to get some fresh air. They passed around a bottle of whiskey as they talked and laughed. It was about 45 minutes to midnight. So did you two hook up or not? Wanda asked. Lilia finished her drink of the bottle and passed it to Peter. No way. We just made out. Lilia wiped her lips. Damn you and Weasley. Though I never see the day. Cedric placed his hand on his chest. Peter brought the bottle from his lips and started coughing as he handed it to Cedric. Everyone looked at him, still getting used to the sting. Peter blushed. Lilia laughed a little drunk. What about you and Liz? Did you finally talk to her? Lilia asked. Actually, yes. I gave her a pencil and said exactly 5 words to her. Peter smiled. Pathetic. Listen, Peter, if you want to get chicks you have to act like you don't them that much. Cedric told him, passing the bottle to Wanda. I don't think that's Pete's problem. He doesn't even talk to the girl. Lilia told him. Wanda choked on her drink. She brought the bottle down and laughed. She was definitely drunk. The others looked at her, then each other. Wanda's laugh was so contagious that everyone burst out laughing. This made Wanda laugh harder and made them laugh harder at her laughing. Lilia grabbed her stomach and doubled over. Cedric could barely breathe, he was laughing so hard. Poor Peter was red and his ribs started hurting from laughing. Wanda was bent over like Lilia and her laugh echoed louder than all of theirs. Thank God they were all sitting down, if they would have definitely fell down by now. The glass door slid open and Steve, Tony and Nat walked out. They were met with a group of crying, laughing teenagers. The 3 adults smiled at the sight. Guys, it's almost time for countdown. Tony said over them. Okay, we're coming, we're coming. Lilia waved her hand at them. Peter's not. Wanda said. The Lilia? Cedric and Peter's eyes widened at the very inappropriate joke. Lilia's head flew back as she started laughing again. The teens broke into another fit of laughter. Nat chuckled and pushed the boys back inside to let them have their moments. Peter's not. Lilia laughed. Tears spilled out of Cedric's eyes as he started fighting to breathe. Peter thought he might actually bruise his ribs from laughing so hard. It probably the alcohol thinking, but he wouldn't be surprised. Lilia started getting the hiccups from laughing. They all took a gasp of air. Oh my God. That was the funniest thing ever. Lilia wiped under her eyes. I've never laughed that hard. Cedric smiled. I'm so drunk. Wanda slurred. Cedric helped her up. No midnight kiss for you. Cedric told her. Please, just a small one. Wanda threw her arms around his neck. You just said you're drunk. I won't take advantage of that. Cedric said. And you're not drunk? Wanda asked. Fair point, but only a small peck. Cedric helped her walk back inside. Do I get my kiss? Peter asked. How drunk are you? Lilia asked, standing up a bit wobbly. A little more than tipsy. Peter smiled. Just a small one. 'Cause I'm more than tipsy too. Lilia told him. They followed Wanda and Cedric back inside. 10. Everyone shouted. 9. Ready for you first drunken kiss? Lilia asked. 7. Only if it's with you. Peter told her. 6. 5. Lilia smiled and moved closer to him. 4. 3. 2. 1. Happy New Year's. Everyone shouted. Lilia pulled Peter in and kissed him. Peter grabbed her waist and pulled her closer. Unlike last time, Lilia didn't feel the rush of kissing someone. It wasn't because she's already kissed Peter. She's kissed Cedric several times on dares or New Year's kisses or whatever, and she always felt the excitement. However, with Peter she didn't feel it, and Peter was a good kisser for someone with barely any experience. It just didn't felt right. Lilia found herself wishing it was someone else. And she knew exactly who she wanted it to be. Lilia pulled away and caught her breath. Not from the kiss, but from her realization. Was she falling in love with Fred Weasley? Happy birthday, Lilia! Everyone shouted. 49. Lilia sat next to her brother and stroked his hair, and he laid his head on his book. The Golden Trio and Lilia were in the library helping Harry get ready for the second task. Harry was supposed to figure out the egg while Lilia was gone, but put it off. Now it's about 9 hours before the second task, and Harry had just figured out the egg, thanks to Cedric, earlier today. Okay, tell me again. Hermione paced back and forth. Come seek us where our voice is found. Harry told her. The Black Lake, that's obvious. Hermione said. An hour long, you'll have to look. Harry placed his chin on the book. Again obvious, but potentially problematic. Hermione leaned against the table. Potentially problematic? When's the last you held your breath underwater for an hour, Hermione? Harry snapped. Well, you can't, it's impossible. Just use a bubble head charm. Lilia told him, playing with her fishnet stockings. Outfit attached above. What? Harry looked at her. Bubble head charm. It's exactly as it sounds. An air bubble goes around your head and you can breathe underwater. Lilia explained. I don't know how to do that charm. Harry said. I can teach you, it's not that hard. Lilia reassured. Yeah, well, you're the top of all your classes. Everything's easy for you. Harry rolled his eyes. Well, you are my brother, so you must have some of my smartness. We can figure it out. Lilia light hit his arm. Hate to break up the study session, but McGonagall would like to see you in her office. Moody walked up to them. The four began packing up their things. Not you two. Just Rogers and Granger. Moody told them. Lilia huffed and stood up. I will teach you. We'll work on it later tonight. Lilia kissed the top of Harry's head. Lilia and Hermione began walking out of the library. Have you ever gotten detention? Lilia asked. Hermione shook her head no. Well then, this is suspicious. I'm never called to McGonagall's office without getting detention. Lilia told her. My perfect record. Hermione gasped. Yeah, well, R.I.P. Lilia shrugged and walked ahead of her. Oh my God, it's freak freezing. Lilia yelled as her head popped up from the black lake. Lilia turned her head to the side and saw a child next to her. Oh shit, I'm so sorry. Lilia said. Damn it, I did it again. Lilia helped the little girl swim to the platform and helped her up. Fleur pulled her little sister up and wrapped a towel around her. Lilia found the ladder and started climbing up it. Suddenly she was pulled up and wrapped in a towel and hug. What the heck, Lee? Are you trying to give me a heart attack? Harry tells me you disappeared last night and hasn't seen you since. Fred held her close to him. Sorry, it's not like I had a choice. Lilia's teeth chattered. Fred rubbed his hands up and down her arms to warm her up. Whoever thought it would be a good idea to do a water challenge in middle of February? I'm kicking their ass, Lilia said. Fred chuckled. Harry flew out of the water and landed onto the platform. Lilia pushed herself from Fred and ran to her brother. She pulled off her towel and turned it to the dry side. Lilia put the towel around him. Fleur ran to them. You saved her. You saved my little sister even though she wasn't yours to save. Thank you, thank you. Fleur grabbed Harry's face and kissed his cheeks. Harry blushed and smiled. Your brother is a hero. Fleur told Lilia. Yeah, it runs in the family. Lilia ruffled his wet hair. Fleur took a warm blue fluffy towel from one of the Beauxbatons girls on the platform and handed to Lilia. She smiled and wrapped it around herself. Thank you. Thank you, Potter siblings. Fleur blew them both a kiss before returning to her sister. The next time they take something of value from you, and it's me, I swear I'll bitch slap you. Lilia told Harry. I'll keep that in mind. Harry scooted closer to her. Lilia opened her arms and the two hugged. They stood up and Lilia kept an arm around him. Attention. Attention, the winner is Cedric Diggory. Dumbledore announced. Lilia smiled and cheered. Cedric looked at her and smiled. They took a picture and Cedric rushed to Lilia. They hugged and another flash went off. Lilia kissed his cheek. Cedric pulled away and stood on her other side. Lilia put her arm back around Harry. However, since Mr. Potter would have finished first if he didn't save Miss Delacour along with Miss Rogers, we've decided to reward him with second place. For moral fiber. Dumbledore told everyone. Lilia smiled and hugged her brother. Everyone cheered, including Cedric, who smiled fondly at the boy. Good freak job. You really pulled that one out of your ass, has. Lilia pushed his shoulder forward. Lilia, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred and George all hopped of the boat on the docks back at Hogwarts. Good job, Harry. George told him. Yeah, even when it goes wrong, it goes right. Ron smiled.
Moral fiber.
Good work. Fred teased. Barty Crouch waved Harry over and he walked away from the group to the ministry official. Fred took his beanie off his head and placed it on Lilia's soaking wet hair. Thanks. Lilia smiled up at him. No problem. I can make you some hot chocolate when we get back to the castle. Fred wrapped his arm around her. Lilia fixed the beanie and gave him a suspicious look. I make amazing hot chocolate. Fred acted offended. Okay. I'll trust you. Lilia nodded. You're in for a very special treat, darling. Fred told her. Lilia blushed and looked down as they continued to walk to the castle. Yep, Lilia was definitely falling for a Weasley. 50. Author's note. Hey guys, I just wanted to say a major thank you for reading my story. Also, I'm finishing up Goblet of Fire pretty quickly. Civil War is next and I'm super excited about it. So please continue to read and have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. So a maze with a bunch of obstacles and magical creatures. I think it sounds like a no-brainer. Easy work. Lilia patted Cedric's shoulder as they looked over the Quidditch field that now had a giant maze. Remember when I made you ride the cyclone at Coney Island? Cedric asked. And I threw up? Lilia finished. I think this is karma. Cedric nodded. Oh, it most definitely is, Puff. Most definitely. Lilia smiled. Why do I keep you around? You're absolutely no help. Cedric turned to her. Who are you going to talk to? Zachary Smith? Lilia teased. Good point. Cedric pushed her shoulders forward, signaling to start walking. The two started walking back to the castle. They walked into the castle and walked down the corridors to the Great Hall. Lee! Harry called and ran up to them. Lilia turned around and smiled. Hey Has. Lilia greeted. I just came from Dumbledore's office. I need to tell you something. Harry panted. Okay, take a breath. Said, I'll see you tomorrow. Lilia said. Okay, bye Lils. Bye Harry. Cedric waved. Harry, who was bent over with his hands on his knees, just raised one hand. Cedric gave Lilia a concerned look. Lilia just shrugged and waved him off. Cedric glanced at Harry before walking off. Okay, you good? Lilia asked. Yeah. Harry nodded, standing back up. Okay, what's going on? She asked. Harry put a hand on her back and started walking them slowly down the corridor. Karkaroff is a Death Eater. So is Snape. And so was Barty Crouch's son. Harry told her. The ministry official who was killed. The one at all the tasks. Lilia asked. Yes, him. His son was sent to Azkaban by Karkaroff's testimony. Harry said. That's crazy. 2 of the teachers here are Death Eaters. They should really have a better screening process for professors in the wizarding world. Lilia shook her head. As the two walked, they heard shouting from behind a door. The door swung open and showed Snape and Karkaroff, who was holding his sleeve up. Speak of the devils. Lilia mumbled. Karkaroff pulled down his sleeve, glared at the two, then walked away. This time Lilia pushed Harry forward to keep walking. Potters. What's your hurry? Snape asked in a harsh tone. The siblings turned around. Congratulations, your performance at the Black Lake was inspiring. Gillyweed correct? Snape asked. Harry stayed silent for a moment. Yes. He nodded. Ingenious. A rather rare herb, gillyweed. Snape walked into his storage closet and looked through some bottles. Not something found in your everyday garden. Nor is this. Snape found the bottle and turned back to the brother and sister. He held the potion in front of their faces. Know what it is? Snape asked. Bubble juice, sir? Harry shrugged. Lilia snorted and placed her hand over her mouth to muffle her giggles. Snape shot her an icy glare. How about you, Miss Potter, know what it is? Snape asked. Distill Rogers, and yes, I know. It's Veritaserum. Truth-telling potion. Lilia said. Correct. 3 drops and even the Dark Lord himself would spill all of his secrets. The use of it on a student is regretfully forbidden. However, if you ever steal from my personal storage again, my hand might just slip over. Your morning pumpkin juice. Snape threatened. I didn't steal anything. Harry told him. Don't lie to me. Snape glared. Okay, well, this has been a nice chat, but we gotta go. Big day tomorrow and whatnot. Lilia pushed Harry out of the closet. Just like your father. He too got out of everything with his words and strutted around the castle like he owned it. Extremely arrogant. Snape spat. My dad did not strut, and nor do I. Harry told him. Well, then we must have different fathers, because I knew for a fact James did strut. And so do I. Lilia smirked. Lilia then grabbed Harry's arms and strutted away, dragging her brother with her. I know that the strutting scene happened in the 3rd HP movie. But this part was too perfect not to put in face with tears of joy. Lilia walked out into the sunshine the next morning and adjusted her green skirt. Outfit attached above. The families of the champions were coming today as a surprise. Lilia walked to a white tent where the families were meeting. When she walked in, she saw a tall, beautiful blonde woman with an okay-looking man and a little girl. This was obviously Fleur's family. Next to them was a man and woman with heavy winter fur coats and blank faces. Victor's family. "Oh, Lilia," Matilda Diggory called. Lilia turned and smiled at her. Matilda walked over to her and gave her a hug. Lilia hugged back. "Oh dear. So good to see you again. We've missed you." Matilda pulled away. "Yeah, I've missed you too. Things have been crazy in my life, but I've been meaning to come see you." Lilia told her. "Oh sweetie, no worries. You're right, it's been crazy. Everything happening in the Muggle world and you finding your biological parents." Matilda said, "Yes, crazy but good." Lilia nodded. "Is that why you're here?" she asked. "MMHM. I'm meeting my parents and uncles here to surprise Harry, my brother." Lilia explained. "Oh well, good. I won't keep you. I think I see your dad over there." Matilda patted her arm. "Okay. Good seeing you." Lilia smiled. "You too, dear." Matilda smiled back and walked to her husband. Lilia turned and walked to her family. "Lilia, Lily took away the blaster from me." James whined. "Why?" Lilia asked, amused. "Because me and Pads were taking turns throwing up plates and blasting them." James rolled his eyes. Lilia laughed and looked at her mom, who wore an unamused face. "That was my nice china, James." Lily crossed her arms over her chest. "We have magic love," James told her. "Still, it was dangerous. All that broken glass everywhere." Lily said. "We cleaned it up." Sirius joined the conversation. "No, you didn't." Remus spoke up. "Yeah, that didn't sound like me." Sirius gave him a small smile. "You two are so lucky you're pretty." Lily told James and Sirius. "You think I'm pretty?" James asked. "That's so weird." "That's what people tell me too." Lilia smiled. James and Sirius both gave her a high five while Remus and Lily looked at her with sad eyes. "My poor baby." Lily pulled Lilia into her. "Yeah, you should have really thought about that before you reproduced. That they would get James's genes too." Remus grimaced. "Mom? Dad?" Harry asked. They all turned to see Harry and the rest of the champions walk in.
Surprise!
They all yelled. Harry smiled and walked over to his family. They all took turns hugging him. "I'm so proud of you, bud. Youngest Seeker in a century and now winner of the Triwizard tournament. How'd I get so lucky with two super cool kids?" James said. "Yeah, it's not fair. You should give one to me and Remington." Sirius joked. "Speaking of which, we have some exciting news to tell you all after the tournament." Remus grabbed Sirius's hand. "Oh, tell us now." Lilia smiled. "No, it's Harry's time. We'll tell you soon though." Remus shook his head. "Abu." Lilia waved her hand. "Thanks for the support, sis." Harry deadpanned. "Oh, you're welcome, little brother." Lilia cooed as she hugged him and ruffled his hair. One day, Harry looked up at her. "Never." Lilia gave him a nose scrunch and shook her head. 51. Author's note. The outfit for this chapter is the same as last, so there's a reminder above of what it looks like. Lilia hugged Cedric one last time. "Don't get hurt, please," Lilia told him. "Promise." "I love you, GRYFF." Cedric squeezed her. "I love you too, Puff." Lilia said. "Miss Rogers, it's time for you go to the stands." Moody grunted. "Go Hogwarts." Lilia smiled and pulled away. The two best friends waved to each other as Lilia walked to the stands. It was packed. However, no matter how crowded it was, she still immediately found Fred. His eyes met hers and he smiled and waved her. "Over." Lilia smiled and walked up the stands to him. She stood next to him. Fred placed his arm around her waist. "Excited?" Fred asked. "Nervous." Lilia nodded. "Everything will be fine, Sunflower," Fred told her. "I know." Lilia gave him a small smile. "I promise both of them will come out just fine." "Darling." Fred whispered the last word in her ear. "Would you stop trying to sleep with me for 2 seconds?" Lilia laughed and slapped his chest. "I got you smiling, didn't I? I say that's what do you say? Mission accomplished?" Fred smirked. Just make sure I don't have a panic attack. Lilia told him. Of course, my love. Fred pulled her closer to him. Fleur and Victor had both been pulled from the maze, so the only two left were Harry and Cedric. Lilia stared at the exit of the maze as she played with her necklace. Suddenly Harry and Cedric appeared with the cup. Lilia saw Cedric was laying on his back still. Oh my God! Lilia pushed Fred off of her and ran down to the field. She pushed past all the professors and students. Lilia rushed to Harry. She kneeled down. Cedric's eyes were shut. Lilia took a deep breath and placed her index finger and middle finger to his neck. Lilia let a sigh of relief. There was a faint heartbeat. Harry was freaking out trying to tell Dumbledore something. Lilia turned Cedric's head to the side and saw a giant gash in the back of his head. Help! We need to get him to the hospital wing. Now! Lilia yelled, placing her hand on the wound to stop the bleeding. She felt eyes start to burn with tears. Come on, said. Don't tap out now. Come on. Lilia told him. Madame Pomfrey rushed over to them with two other professors. We'll take him from here, Poppet. Madame Pomfrey placed her hand on Lilia's shoulder. He's losing blood fast. His pulse is faint but steady. Lilia told her as tears fell down her cheeks. Okay. We've got him. Madame Pomfrey said as they floated Cedric up with magic. One of the professors put a piece of cloth to Cedric wound. Please save him. Please. Lilia cried. It's okay. Madame Pomfrey told her before her and the other professors rushed say with Cedric. Lilia saw Matilda and Amos ran after them. She put her head in her hands and let out a sob. He's back. Lord Voldemort is back. Harry yelled. Lilia lifted her head and turned to her brother. He was surrounded by their family and Dumbledore. Lilia looked down at her blood-covered hand. Cedric might die because of you-know-who. Come on, Potter. With me. Moody grabbed Harry and pulled him away. The Marauders and Lily were busy talking to Dumbledore to notice, but Lilia did. She started after them, keeping a good distance. Moody pushed Harry in his office. Lilia stood back to wall right next to the door. She pulled her wand out of skirt and looked into the small window of the door. You put my name in the goblet of fire. She heard Harry say. You won because I made it so. Moody started. Lilia knew she never liked that guy. Lilia grabbed her dagger from her thigh holster under her skirt. She held her dagger in one hand and her wand in the other. She took a deep breath and turned to the door and kicked it down. Moody and Harry turned to look at her. Moody's face was melting almost. Stupefy! Lilia shouted. Moody blasted back and into a chair. The chair rolled back and landed next to his desk. Lilia walked to him and stabbed the sleeve of the arm he had his wand into the desk. Moody tried pulling away, but he was stuck. Lilia ripped his wand out of hand and threw it behind her. Lilia examined his face. It was changing. The door burst open again and Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, James and Sirius all walked in. They all held their wands threateningly. Lilia turned around and looked at them. Better late than never. Lilia shrugged. Dumbledore rushed over and grabbed the man by the neck. James grabbed Lilia by the shoulders and pulled her back into him. Snape poured truth serum down the man's throat. Dumbledore started asking the man questions. They walked to a big black chest. Sirius used his wand to open it and cautiously walked towards it to see in it. Hey sir, guess I found your retirement house after all. Sirius joked. Just get me out of this bloody chest, Black. Moody called up to him. James walked to Sirius' side. Hi, Mad Eye. James waved. Potter. Should have guessed you two would be together. Moody said. Boys, not the time. Lilia told her pops and uncle. Oh yeah, right. James moved back. We'll get you out in a second, Moody. Sirius told him before shutting the chest closed again. Everyone looked at him. Lilia bit the inside of her cheeks to stop her from laughing. Leave it up to Padfoot and Prongs to make a serious situation funny. What? Sirius asked. Dumbledore just shook his head and redirected his attention back the fake Moody. The fake Moody began shaking and changing. To say it was a disturbing sight would be an understatement. Lilia covered Harry's eyes with her non-bloody hand. Harry moved it away, but instead of Alastair Moody sitting in the chair, it was Barty Crouch Jr. Barty Crouch Jr. Dumbledore said. Barty tried jumping at Harry but was pulled back by the dagger in his sleeve. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Barty showed his dark mark. Dumbledore grabbed Harry's arm and saw a long cut in his arm. His back. Lord Voldemort is back. Barty told them. Send a note Azkaban. Tell them they're missing a prisoner. Dumbledore told McGonagall. I'll be welcomed back as a hero. Barty yelled as Dumbledore pushed Harry out the room. Yeah, till they find out a freak 17-year-old girl took you down. Lilia rolled her eyes. She walked closer to him. Lilia didn't break eye contact as she easily pulled out her dagger from his sleeve and the desk. She walked away and Snape pushed his wand hard against Barty's cheek. You know your brother's the chosen one, but you're not safe either. They want you dead just as much as they do Harry. Barty called after her. I'm looking forward to it. If they're all like you, it will be easy. Lilia shrugged. Barty went to jump at her but Snape pushed him back. James grabbed Lilia by the shoulders and pushed her out of the office with him and Sirius following. Author's note. Okay, I know everyone's think how did Cedric survive? Well, here's how I imagine it. Peter went to kill Cedric with the killing curse, but Harry shot Cedric with a spell like Stupefy or something like that. Cedric flew back, missed the killing curse and landed head first on a gravestone, causing a huge gash to his head and him to start bleeding out. But by the magic of me needing him for future chapters he survived. Pretty lazy explanation, but it's a fanfic story, so who cares? Face with tears of joy. 52. Cedric stirred awake and blinked his eyes open. He squinted his eyes at the bright sunlight pouring through the windows and turned his head to the side. Lilia smiled at him and held his hand. Hey Puff, you almost tapped out on me there. Lilia laughed through a sob. Me? Never. I'm going to live forever. Cedric chuckled. Lilia hugged him. Cedric hugged back, stroking her hair. I was so worried, said. I thought I almost lost you. Lilia told him. You will never lose me, Lilia. I'm sorry I scared you. Cedric said. They pulled away. Is Harry okay? Cedric asked. Of course the first thing you ask is about someone else. But he's fine. A bit shaken up but fine. And so are you, which is all that matters. Lilia smiled. Who won? Cedric asked. Tie between you two. But an overall victory for Hogwarts. Lilia nodded. Your brother saved my life in that maze. More than once. Cedric told her. Sounds like him. Lilia pushed Cedric's hair from his face. I want to thank him properly. Cedric said. His with Mom and Dumbledore, but I'll send him in when he's done. Lilia told him. Cedric nodded. The two best friends sat in a comfortable silence for a moment. Sue. How do you think I should break up with Cho? Dead owl again? Cedric asked. Oh my lord. Cannot deal with you. Lilia rolled her eyes. Lilia walked out of the hospital wing just as Lily and Harry walked out of Dumbledore office. How's Cedric? Harry asked. Fine. He's awake now and told me he wants to thank you properly. He's waiting in the hospital wing. Lilia told him. Okay. I'll go talk to him, then we can go home? Harry looked up at his mom. Of course, baby. We'll wait here for you. Lily nodded. Harry looked at Lilia before heading to the hospital wing. Did you know they have blueberry scones here? James asked with 2 scones in each hand. Yeah. You have to wake up early to get them though. Like around 6. Lilia smiled. Oh well then that's probably why I never got one. I was still sleeping my hangover off before class. Ouch, Lilyflower, what was that for? James winced and looked at his wife. Don't put those ideas in her head. Lily scolded. Oh Lily, I'm sure Lilia would never go to class hungover. Remus said as him and Sirius walked up to them. Lilia bit the inside of her cheeks. She can't, she a perfect. Sirius rolled his eyes. Never gonna let that go, are you? Lilia asked. Never, traitor. Sirius shook his head. Lilia looked at her mom. Is it okay if I stay with you guys tonight? I have to make arrangements to get the jet here and I need to be in the Muggle world. Lilia asked. Sweetheart, you're always welcome with us. You never have to ask if you can stay at your own house. Lily told her. Thank you. Lilia said. You're our daughter, Lee. No need to thank us. James placed his hand on her shoulder. Lilia smiled at her parents. Hey Lilia, can you teach me how to do that thing you did with the knife? You know, stabbing perfectly through someone's sleeve and table? Sirius asked, ruining their moment. Remus shook his head and rubbed his temple. Sure, pads. Lilia chuckled. Harry walked towards them looking a bit flustered and pink cheeks. Hey kiddo, ready to go? James asked.
Oh, yeah.
Harry nodded, not making eye contact with anyone. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows, but no one else seemed to notice. The group of 6 walked through Hogwarts. Lilia slung her arm around Harry. He looked up at her. You okay? Lilia asked in a whisper. Yep, good. Harry squeaked. Lilia gave him a suspicious look but didn't push it. Okay, so what's this big announcement? Lily asked excitedly. The Potter family sat in their living room impatiently waiting for Remus and Sirius's news. Okay, well, you know we've been wanting to adopt and had no luck. Remus started. Homophobic bastards. James shook his head. What I freak said. Sirius pointed at him. Anyways, another option, his surrogate. And well, we found one. Remus told them. Everyone immediately smiled and stood up. Who? Lily asked. My cousin Nymphadora. She's Andromeda's daughter. She's willing to do it and needs the cash so. And here's the best part. The baby will have both mine and Remus DNA. Sirius said. Not all of Sirius's DNA, but a good amount. It's the best situation because if we used a stranger it would either be me or Sirius, but now there's both of us in them. Remus smiled. That's amazing, guys. Lilia hugged them. They hugged back. I think I might cry. James said. You always cry about babies. Lily looked at him. I do not. James protested. You cried for 2 hours straight when I told you I was pregnant with Lilia. And you cried the entire time Harry was born. Lily told him. I love babies. James shrugged. He walked over to his best friends and hugged them. Harry joined at the for hugged. Lilia smiled and placed her arm around Lily. Lily put her arm around Lilia and pulled her closer. That night Lilia tossed and turned in her bed. She couldn't sleep. Nothing was keeping her up, she just could not fall asleep. She heard a small tap at her window. Lilia looked up and saw nothing. Another tap. Lilia grabbed the dagger sitting on her nightstand. She walked to the window slowly and opened the curtains. She looked out and saw Fred sitting in the tree next to her room window. Lilia rolled her eyes and sat the dagger down. Fred opened the window and crawled in. Well, look who is. Dawson's Creek. Lilia shook her head. What's that? Fred asked. Nothing. What are you doing here? It's 3 in the morning. Lilia asked. You weren't on the train and I needed to see you before you left for New York. Fred told her. Lilia smiled and shook her head. I don't remember signing up to be in a teen movie. Lilia looked up. Could you stop with the Muggle references? I'm being serious. Fred chuckled. You're not serious, my uncle is serious. Lilia teased. Very funny. Fred said. He walked towards her and tackled her onto her bed. Fred hovered above her, each hand on either side of her head. How'd you even get here? Lilia asked. Took the flying car. Fred smiled. You drove to my house in the middle of the night and snuck through my window. Now you're laying on top of me. This isn't Dawson's Creek, this is Freak Scream. Expect you're not trying to kill me, right? Lilia looked at him. What, no? Though I told you no more Muggle references. Fred shook his head. Or I guess this could be Heather's. But I don't have a croquet set in the backyard. Lilia started. She was cut up by Fred placing his lips on hers. Lilia brought her hands to his hair and deepened the kiss. Why do you have to be so damn talkative? Fred mumbled against her lips. So you can shut me up. Lilia smirked. Fred smiled and chuckled. Good answer. Fred said before kissing her again. A knock at the door made them stop and look at the door. Lilia, are you okay? I had a thud. James's voice came from the other side.
Yeah, Pops.
My phone just fell off my nightstand.
Lilia lit.
Fred smirked and started placing kisses on her neck. Lilia bit her lip. Okay. Love you, good night, he said. Fred moved his hips against hers. Lilia covered her mouth with her hand. Love you too, good night. Lilia used all of her strength to sound normal. Fred continued at suck on her neck. Lilia waited till she could no longer hear footsteps. She let her head fall back inside. Fred pulled away and smiled proudly at the dark mark he left on her neck. You're a dick. Lilia groaned, placing her hands to cover her red face. No, but I have a pretty big one. Fred teased. Oh my God, shut up. Lilia blushed harder. Fred laughed and lay down next to her. Freak Nightmare on Elm Street. Lilia said.
Freak Egli.
Fred shook his head. Author's note. All the movies and TV shows I mentioned have very iconic sneaking through a window scene. This was very popular in the late 90s and early 2000s. I don't why, but I wanted to give Lilia a cliché movie scene. 53. Author's note. Here we go. What you've all been waiting for. Here's the first chapter of Captain America. Civil War. Lagos present day. Lilia sat in outdoor cafe drinking a cup of coffee. She wore dark normal clothes. Definitely not her original style. Outfit attached above. A table away from her was Nat and 2 tables in front of her was Wanda. Alright, what do you see? Steve asked through the earpiece. Standard beat cops. Small station. Quite street. It's the perfect target. Wanda looked around. There's an ATM on the corner, which means. Steve started. Cameras. Lilia answered, taking a sip of her coffee. Both cross streets are one way. Steve said. Which means compromised escape route. Wanda told him. Means our guy doesn't care about being seen. He isn't afraid to get caught. See that Range Rover over there? Steve asked. The red one? It's cute. Wanda said. It's also bulletproof. Which means private security, which means more guns. Which makes more headaches for someone, probably us. Nat told them. On an unrelated note. I don't know who made this coffee, but it's freak amazing. Lilia took another sip. Focusly. You guys know I can move things with my mind, right? Wanda asked. You're a spy now. Looking over your shoulder needs to become second nature. Nat told her. Did anyone ever tell you you're a little paranoid? Sam asked over the earpiece. Not to my face. Why did you hear something?
Mettist.
Focus, guys. This is our only lead on Rumlow for months. We can't let him get away. Steve told them. If he sees us coming, that won't be a problem. He sorta hates us.
Sam scoffed.
Sam. See that garage truck? Tag it. Steve instructed. The girls waited for their signal. Lilia finished her coffee and looked around. The truck loaded to the max. Driver is armed. Sam reported. There's a battery ramp. Nat said. Go now. Steve told the girls. Don't have to tell me twice. Lilia smirked and stood up. She tightened her boots and started running after the garage truck. Lilia pulled out her wand. Accio fire bolt. Lilia said. She continued to run after the truck. Lilia heard a swooping sound, and from the corner of her eye she saw a broomstick flying towards her. She had gotten a broom about a week ago from her pops. James wanted to teach her to fly properly on a broom and sent it to her so she could start getting comfortable with it. However, the firebolt proved to be very useful on missions, so Lilia started taking it and leaving in the car. Lilia grabbed onto the broom and jumped on. However, she didn't ride it the right way. She rode it like a surfboard, but more crouched down. Lilia saw the truck turned upside down and the arch of the infectious disease department was crumpled. Lilia grabbed the head of the broom and pulled it up, making the broom go up. Body armor AR-15s. I make 7 hostiles. Steve told them. Lilia jumped off her broom and free fell about 10 feet and landed on the ground near her dad. I make 5. Sam said. Wanda dropped next a little ways away and picked up a guy and threw him to Sam. Sam knocked him out. 4. Sam said. Lilia pulled out her guns from her pants. Rumlow's on the 3rd floor. Sam told them. Wanda, just like we practiced. Steve looked at her. What about the gas? Wanda asked. Get it out. Steve said before Wanda lifted him and threw him through the window on the 3rd floor. I bet I get more hostiles. Sam smirked at Lilia. You're on. Whoever wins get to use the other's gear. Lilia cocked her guns. If I win, it get to use your wand? Sam asked excitedly. And if I win, I get to use the wings. Lilia smiled. Oh, you're on. Sam said. While Wanda started getting gas out of the building, Sam and Lilia started shooting Rumlow's workers. Sam turned around and used his wings as a shield. Then 2 rockets shot out and killed the last few men. Lilia's jaw dropped and she looked at Sam. He gave her a smug smile. I never said when you could use it. Lilia pointed out. Lilia heard an explosion and ran towards it. She saw Nat laying on the ground. You okay, Natty? Lilia asked. Yeah, get the motorcycle ready. Nat told her. On it. Lilia nodded and rushed to the motorcycle. She propped it back up and Natasha walked towards her. The two got on the motorcycle and took off with Lilia on the back standing and holding on to Nat's shoulders. There's 4 splitting up. Sam told them. Nat ran the motorcycle into some cars. I got the 2 on the left. Nat ran on 2 of the cars. I got the right. Lilia did the same but in the different direction. Lilia started running and Red Wings started flying next to her. She pushed past people shopping at all the stands. Lilia jumped on a table of one of stands, then tackled one of the men. Lilia ended up on top of him. The other guy pulled out a gun and pointed at her. Sam landed next to her and used one of his wings to shield her. Lilia punched the guy she was on top of and knocked him out cold. Sam shot the other guy. Lilia rushed over to the bag. She looked through it. Damn it, it's not here, I'm empty. Lilia pressed her finger to the earpiece. Sam controlled Red Wing to help Nat. She looked at the robot. Payload secure. Thanks, Sam.
Nat nodded.
Don't thank me. Sam said. I'm not thanking that thing. Nat told him. His name is Red Wing.
Sam explained.
I'm still not thanking it. Nat said. Is cute, go on, pet him.
Sam smiled.
Stayed focused, Samuel. Lilia teased, wiping the dirt off her jeans. She started walking back the way she came. Lilia heard screaming and started running towards it. A group of people stood in a circle around something. Lilia pushed through the crowd. As soon as she got to the front, she saw Wanda wrapping Rumlow in a ball of fire. Lilia's eyes widened. Wanda struggled and sent him through the building, destroying half of it. Wanda gasped and put her hands to her mouth. Lilia rushed over to her and placed her hands on her shoulders. It's okay. It's okay. Lilia told her. Sam, we need fire and rescue on the south of the building. Steve told him. Wanda looked at Lilia with tears in her eyes. You're okay. It's okay. Lilia pulled her best friend into a hug and cradled her head. Wanda placed her head in the crook of Lilia's neck and let out a sob. Shoo. It's okay. Everything is going to be okay. Lilia stroked her hair and looked up at the destroyed building. Author's note. I'm not in love with this chapter just because it's just all action. I'm more of a dialogue person, and this was a lot of setting the scene and explaining what they are doing. So here's this, I promise better chapters on the way. 54. Lilia changed into a pink crop top and denim shorts to hang around the compound. She walked past Wanda's room and heard the TV on. It was on the news. Lilia walked in and saw Wanda watching the reporters talk about her. You know, they say if you watch yourself on TV too much, your ego will grow. Lilia spoke up. Not if the reason you're on TV is for something terrible and everyone makes sure you know it. Wanda looked at her. Lilia walked into the room and sat next to her. No press is bad press. Lilia shrugged. Except this. Wanda pointed at the screen. It's just a bunch of whack-ass journalists who have never had to make a life or death decision in their life. They weren't there, they love to pretend, but they don't know a damn thing. Lilia told her. The TV turned off. The girls turned and saw Steve leaning against the doorframe. It's my fault. Wanda said. Not, it's not. Steve shook his head. Turn the TV back on. They're being very specific. Wanda said bitterly. Whack-ass reporters. I'm telling you. Lilia played with her necklace. I should have clocked that bomb vest. He said Bucky, and all of a sudden I was a 16-year-old kid in Brooklyn. It's on me. Steve sat on the edge of the bed on Wanda's other side. It's on both of us. Wanda told him. Well, don't take all the credit. Selfish. Lilia playfully rolled her eyes. Wanda let out a chuckle and looked at her. Steve smiled and shook his head. Vision floated through the wall. We talked about this. Wanda jumped a little. Yes, well, the door was open, so I thought. Captain Rogers asked to know when Mr. Stark was here. Vision said. Thank you. We'll be right down. Steve told him. I'll use the door. Also, Mr. Stark has brought a guest. Vision walked to the door. Anyone we know? Steve asked. The Secretary of State. Vision said. 5 years ago I had a heart attack. And dropped right in the middle of my backswing. Turned out it was the best round of my life because after 13 hours of surgery and a triple bypass, I found something 40 years in the army never taught me. Perspective. The Secretary of State told the Avengers. Lilia sat in between her dad and Nat at a long table. Also sitting at the table was Rhodey, Sam, Wanda, and Vision with Tony off to the side. The world owes the Avengers an unpayable debt. You have fought for us, protected us, risked your lives. But while a great many people see you as heroes, there are some who prefer the word vigilantes. Secretary Ross nodded. And what word would you use, Mr. Secretary? Nat asked. How about dangerous? What would you call a US-based, enhanced individuals who regularly ignore sovereign borders and inflict their will, whenever they chose, and frankly seem less concerned on what they leave behind? Ross said. The screen began to play a video. New York. Secretary Ross told them. The video was the Battle of New York. People were screaming and the Hulk was smashing into buildings.
Washington, D.C.
The video changed. The helicarriers destroyed themselves. A building was destroyed and the public was running trying to escape from the water crashing on them. Sokovia. The video changed again. It was the middle of the city floating up. Then buildings falling a-crashing. Lilia's hands found her necklace and began playing with it. Lagos. The last video played. The building was destroyed and people were being helped out of the crime scene. Then a photo of a young girl laying dead with her eyes wide open staring at the camera. Both Lilia and Wanda had to look away. Lilia blinked her eyes and tried washing the image out of her head. Steve looked between the young girls. Steve put his hand on Lilia's shoulder. Okay, that's enough, Steve said. The screen turned off. For the last 4 years you've operated with unlimited power and no supervision. That's a decision that the governments of the world can no longer tolerate. But I think we have a solution. The Sokovia Accords. Secretary Ross handed Wanda a thick book. Wanda looked at it before passing it to the side. Approved by 117 countries. It states that the Avengers are no longer a private organization. Instead, they will operate under the United Nations panel. Only when and if that panel deems it necessary. Ross told them. The Avengers were made to keep the world safe. I feel we've done that, Steve said. Can you tell me, Captain, where Thor and Banner are right now? If I misplaced a pair of nooks, you bet I would be in trouble. The secretary asked. Well, Bruce and Thor are not nooks. They are people. You can't compare the two. Lilia spoke up. It's just the point of Miss Rogers. Secretary Ross looked at her. Bad point, Lilia said. The secretary didn't say anything else, just continued to walk around the table. Compromise, reassurance. That's who the world works. Trust me, this is the middle ground. Ross told them. So, there are contingencies? Rhodey asked. 3 days from now the UN meets in Vienna to talk about the Sokovia Accords. Talk it over. Ross nodded. Steve turned and looked at Tony. And if we come to a decision you don't like? Nat asked. Then you retire. The secretary told her before leaving. Lilia sat with Nat on the couch as the Avengers discussed the Sokovia Accords. Secretary Ross has a Congressional Medal of Honor. That's one more than you have. Rhodey told Sam. So let's say we agree to this thing. How long is it going to be before they lowjack us like a bunch of common criminals? Sam asked. 117 countries want to sign this. 117 Sam. And just like, nah, it's cool, we got it. Rhodey said. How long are you going to play both sides? Sam asked. I have an equation. Vision spoke. Thank you, Merlin. Lilia looked up. Great, this will clear it up. Sam said. In the years that Mr. Stark announced himself as Iron Man, the number of known enhanced persons has grown extremely. During the same period, the number of potentially world-ending events has risen a high rate. Vision told them. Are you saying it's our fault? Steve looked up from the Sokovia Accords. I'm saying there may be a causality. Our very strength invites challenge. Challenge incites conflict. And conflict breeds catastrophe. Oversight is not an idea that can be dismissed out of hand. Vision explained. Boom. Rhodey looked back at Sam. Tony, you're being uncharacteristically non-hyperverbal. Nat said. That's because he's already made up his mind. Steve looked at him. Lilia turned to her godfather who had his hand over his face. Boy, you know me so well. Actually, I'm nursing an electromagnet headache. Tony stood and walked to the small kitchen. That's what's going on, Cap, it's just pain. Tony walked to the sink and grabbed a coffee cup. It's discomfort. Who put coffee grounds in the garage disposal? Am I running a bed and breakfast for a biker gang? Tony walked to the counter and set his phone up. He tapped it and a picture of a young man showed up. Oh, that's Charles Spencer, by the way. He's a great kid. Computer engineer degree, 3.6 GPA, had a floor-level gig planned for the fall. But first he wanted to put a few miles on his soul before he parked it behind a desk. See the world. Be of service. Charlie didn't want to go to Vegas or Fort Lauderdale, which is what I would have done. He didn't want to go to Paris or Amsterdam, which sounds fun. No, he wanted to spend his summer helping people. Where? Sokovia. He wanted to make a difference, I suppose. We'll never know because we dropped a building on him while we were kicking ass. Tony told them. Everyone was silent. Lilia looked down at her lap. There's no decision-making here. We need to be put in check. Whatever form that takes, I'm game. We can't accept limits. Boundaries were no better than the bad guys, Tony said. Tony, someone dies on your watch, you don't give up. Steve told him. Who said we're giving up? Tony asked. We are if we're not taking responsibility for our actions. This document just shifts the blame. Steve explained. Sorry, Steve, that's dangerously arrogant. This is the United Nations we're talking about. It's not the World Security Council. It's not SHIELD. It's not HYDRA. Rhodey started. No, but's it run by people with agendas and agendas change. Lilia spoke up. Steve looked at his daughter and gave her a nod. That's good. That's why I'm here. When I realized what my weapons were capable of in the wrong hands, I shut it down. Tony told her. Tony, you chose to do that. If we sign this, we surrender our right to choose. Steve back up Lilia's point. What if this panel sends us somewhere we don't need to go? What if we need to go somewhere and they don't let us? We may not be perfect, but the safest hands are still our own. Steve said. If we don't do this now, it will be done to us later. And it won't be pretty. Tony looked at Wanda. You're saying they will come for me? Wanda said. We would protect you. Vision nodded. They would have to go through me first. Lilia grumbled. Wanda heard her and gave her best friend a small smile. Tony's right. If we still have one hand on the wheel, we can still drive. If we take it off. Nat started. Aren't you the same woman who told the government to kiss her ass a few years ago? Sam asked. I'm just reading the terrain. We've made some very public mistakes. We need to win their trust back. Nat told them. Focus. Focus up. Did I mishear you? Or did you actually agree with me? Tony asked. Oh, I want to take it back now. Nat said. No, you can't take it back. Tony waved his finger. Steve's phone buzzed. He took it out and looked at it. His face dropped. Me and Lilia have to go. Steve stood. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows but stood as well. Steve started walking out and Lilia followed. Once they made it to the stairwell, Steve handed Lilia his phone and put his head in his hands. Lilia read the text on the phone. Her eyes filled with tears. Aunt Peggy was dead. Author's note. I just watched Black Widow and love it. Have y'all seen it yet? No spoilers, but guys, that very last scene had my jaw on the floor. It was freak amazing. Also, thank you for reading. 55. Lilia. Steve and Sam sat in the front row at a church in England. Lilia kept her eyes on her lap and tried to blink away her tears. Her hands immediately went to her necklace. She just held it. It was Peggy who had gave her this necklace on her 5th birthday. She told Lilia with this necklace she could be brave just like her dad. A woman started talking and Lilia looked up. It was Sharon. But to me she was just Aunt Peggy, Sharon said. Lilia's mouth dropped a bit and she looked over at her dad. He looked just as shocked as Lilia. After the service, Lilia waited outside with Sam while her dad took a moment. So why did Peggy give you the necklace? Sam asked, remembering she had told him that a while ago when he asked where she got it. Well, Peggy was babysitting me. We went to the park in Brooklyn. I was 5. And some boy kept pushing me off the swings, the slide, the monkey bars, you name it, he pushed me off it. Anyways, I ran to Peggy crying, saying I wanted my dad so he could protect me because he was brave. Dad was on a mission at the time. And Aunt Peggy, being the baddest bitch in the world, made me look at her straight in the eyes. She told me, young lady, You are just as brave and as strong as your father, and I need to learn how to stand up for myself. Lilia started. I told her I can't be brave like Dad, because Dad has a shield. So the next week she came for my birthday and she gave me this necklace. And she told me now I have a shield like my dad and I have no excuse not to be brave. Peggy never wanted me to rely on a man. Don't get me wrong, she wasn't discouraging me from relying on my dad. But I think since I didn't have a mom, Peggy took it upon herself to teach me lessons my dad couldn't, being a male. She knew that my dad wouldn't live forever even though he's a super soldier, and she didn't want me to be lost or confused without him. Lilia explained. Sounds like she was a big role model for you.
Sam smiled.
She was. I love my dad and I want to be exactly like him. But Peggy lived just like him through the war. And I know Dad had his own challenges with being a small weak kid. But it's not the same as Peggy being a woman in charge back in the 40s. She's inspiring and I'm going to miss her so much. Lilia's eyes filled with tears. Sam pulled her into his side and hugged her. Lilia put her head on his shoulder and cried. Thank God she still had Natasha. Lilia wouldn't know what to do without Nat. Steve, Lilia and Sharon walked to the hotel from the church. Well, more like Steve and Sharon walked side by side, flirting the whole time while Lilia trailed behind them. Lilia wore a confused look on her face as she watched the two go back and forth in flirty banter. She wanted her dad to be happy, don't get her wrong. It's just odd for her dad to be flirty with his first love's niece 10 minutes after her funeral. They walked into the hotel lobby and to the elevators. Well, thank you for walking me back. Both of you. Sharon smiled. Our comfort. Like I had a choice. The two Rogers answered at the same time. Steve looked at Lilia and silently scolded her. Lilia just shrugged and looked back down. A trait she had gotten from James. Downplay your feelings and soon they will go away. Both James and Lilia were very overdramatic unless it was about something real. Then barely any words are spoken by them. I've been meaning to ask you. When you were spying us from down the hall, Steve started. You mean when I was doing my job? Sharon corrected. Right, well, did she know? Steve asked. Peggy had so many secrets. I didn't want her to have one from you. And Lilia. Peggy loved Lilia like she was her own. Sharon told them. Steve nodded and Lilia kept her gaze down. She knew Sharon was trying to make her better, which was kind of her. However, Lilia didn't want to feel fine. She wanted to be sad for her aunt. Not a lot of things get to Lilia, this was one of the exceptions. Steve, there's something you need to see. Sam walked over to them. Lilia? Steve and Sam watched the TV in the hotel room intensely while Sharon talked on the phone. The UN had been bombed and the man suspected to be behind it was Bucky Barnes. Lilia looked up at her dad. Steve's eyebrows pinched together as he studied the TV. He couldn't possibly think he could still save his best friend from back in the day. Could he? I have to go to work. Sharon told them. We're going with you, Steve said, to check on Nat. Lilia asked, but it sounded more like a statement.
Yes. For naturvidenskabelig.
Steve lied. Don't lie. You're not the liar in the family. That spot has been filled by me for many moons. Lilia crossed her arms over her chest. We have to find Bucky, Steve admitted, and lock him up. Lilia finished.
No.
Not lock him up. Save him, Steve told her. Save him? Haven't you tried that before? And it never works, Lilia said. Lilia, there's very few things I don't let have a say in, and this is one of them, Steve said. But Dad, Lilia started.
No, Lilia.
I've known Bucky my entire life. He wouldn't do something like this. At least not in the right state of mind, and he escaped from Hydra, so I know he's really him. Steve put down his foot. Fine. But if this blows up in our faces, I get to say I told you so. Lilia pointed at him. Deal. Steve nodded. The father and daughter stared at each other for a moment. Then they both opened their arms and hugged. I'm sorry, I'm just really upset about Peggy. I didn't mean to take it out on you. Lilia told him. Me too, Lee. With Peggy gone, Bucky is the only thing I have left from that life.
I'm sorry, yelled.
Steve rubbed her back. If you want to protect Bucky, I'm fully behind you. From now on. Lilia smiled up at him. That's my girl. Steve kissed the top her head. Really, that was a big father-daughter fight? Are you serious? Sam asked. No, I'm not serious. My uncle is serious. Lilia joked. I wish Sirius and James never taught you that joke. Steve shook his head. Oh, come on guys, you can't be seriously saying this. Lilia laughed. Steve pulled away and started walking out the hotel. Sam followed with Sharon. Who y'all are no fun. Lilia rushed after them. Author's note. I don't know if any of you guys follow Sebastian Stan on Instagram, but he just posted a video of himself reading lines for What If. And if you need a serotonin boost, go watch it. Face with tears of joy. 56. Lilia changed into a black hoodie and jeans with old worn-out sneakers. She had her hood up and her glasses in her pocket. Lilia stood next to Sam and drank an espresso while they waited for her dad. Steve walked in, disguised, and stood next to Lilia. She tell you to stay out of it? She's got a good point. Sam sipped his coffee. Yes, father. Maybe you should take a female's suggestion for once. Lilia teased. He'd do it for me. Steve said. In 1945, maybe. I just want to make sure we cover all our options. The people that shoot at you end up shooting at me and Lils. Sam told him. Steve turned his head to look at them. Sharon walked in and stood next to Steve. Tips have been pouring in since the tap went public. Most of it's noise. Except this. Sharon slid Steve a file. My boss expects a briefing right about now, so that's all the head staff you're going to get. Sharon told him. Thank you. Steve nodded. You're going to have to hurry. We have orders to shoot on site. Sharon said before she left. So those are the people that will be shooting at us. Lilia looked at Sam and took a sip of her espresso. Apparently.
Sam chuckled.
Bucharest. Lilia paced back and forth on the roof of the building where Bucky Barnes lived. Steve was in the building trying to talk to his best friend, while Sam stood on the roof of a building nearby. Lilia had her helmet under her arm. She saw a black backpack fly out a window. Lilia waited for a second. There's a black bag on the roof on the next building. I'm checking it out. Lilia told Sam through the earpiece. Lilia walked almost to the middle of the roof. She took a deep breath. I've done crazier. Lilia told herself. She put on her helmet and turned around. She took off running to the edge of the roof. She jumped off the ledge. She bent her knees and landed on her feet. As soon as she touched down, she threw herself into a somersault so she wouldn't break her ankles. Lilia stood up and started walking to the backpack. Can I ask you something, Sam? Lilia asked. Sure, kid. Sam said. What's so great about this Bucky guy? Lilia asked. Sam's answer was drowned out by the sound of a large impact. Lilia whipped around and saw a man running towards her. The man stopped and picked up the backpack. He looked at Lilia. Bucky? Lilia asked. Who are you? Bucky asked. Lilia barely heard his question because she was shocked by the guy before her. His blue eyes were gorgeous and his face was basically perfect. Never mind, Sam. I got it. Lilia pushed her earpiece. Bucky looked at her with a confused face. All right. I'm Lilia, Steve's daughter. Lilia told him. Steve's what? Bucky asked. Suddenly someone jumped on Bucky. Bucky threw him off. Lilia grabbed the backpack and put it on. Bucky and the man in the cat suit began fighting. Lilia sprung into action. The new guy threw Bucky and ran towards him with his claws out. Lilia ran behind him and tackled him right before he was going to claw Bucky. Lilia flipped them so she saw on top and he was facing her. Lilia got a good look at the suit. Oh my God, you're the Black Panther. Lilia said. And I'm here to avenge my father. He said before bringing his knee up into her stomach. Lilia got all the air knocked out of her. The Black Panther picked her up and slammed her down back on the floor. Not hard enough to seriously injure the girl, but enough to hopefully get the point across. Lilia groaned and held her stomach. Lilia pushed herself back up and saw the Black Panther had his claws inched from Bucky's face. Lilia breathed out and stood up. She crouched down and then ran towards them. She tackled him from the side, releasing Bucky. Lilia pulled out her wand and held it against the Black Panther's neck. She heard a round of fire. Lilia turned around and saw a helicopter above them shooting at them. Lilia casted a force field around her and the two boys. Steve ran and jumped on the roof just as Sam flew and took the helicopter out. Lilia turned around and punched the guy in the face. He turned his head and Lilia took of her backpack. She tossed it Bucky and he caught it. Bucky took off and jumped off the roof. The Black Panther grabbed Lilia's wrist and used his super strength to flip her backwards. Again Lilia laid on her back and groaned. The Black Panther took off after Bucky. You alright, Lee? Steve ran to her.
I'm fine.
You go, I'll catch up. Lilia waved him off. Steve nodded and ran after the other two. Lilia huffed as she picked herself up. Goddamn super soldiers with their freak-enhanced abilities. Why can't anyone do things the old-fashioned way anymore? Accio fire bolt. Lilia ran towards the edge of the roof. By the time she started falling, her broom found her. She landed on it the real way and took off. She followed them and dove down into a tunnel with tons of traffic. Lilia speed past her dad and the Black Panther. She leaned forward and started closing in on Bucky. Suddenly a ton of cop cars started towards them right at the end of the tunnel. Bucky ran through past some caution cones and to the other lane. Lilia made a sharp turn. However, her broom stopped and she didn't. She was flown sideways onto the top of the cars. Lilia rolled off, the last one, and onto the ground. Somewhere out there Cedric is laughing his ass off at me. Lilia stood up and started running after Bucky again. Bucky threw a guy off a motorcycle, then turned the motorcycle around in one quick motion and took off on it. Lilia huffed as she started running. Faster. She felt a presence behind her. Lilia turned her head to see a cop car with the Black Panther on it. He jumped at Bucky, but Sam flew towards him and tackled him. Lilia turned back front and kept after Bucky. Suddenly a crash was heard behind her, and the Black Panther jumped over her head and stabbed the back tire of Bucky's motorcycle with his claws. The two guys tumbled and Lilia started to slow herself down. She pulled out her wand and pointed at the car rolling towards them behind her dad. Arresto momentum, Lilia shouted at the car. It almost immediately stopped and Lilia let out a sigh. Then her, Bucky, the Black Panther, and her dad were surrounded by police cars. Rhodey in his suit landed in the middle of them with his blasters ready. Stand down, Rhodey told them. Lilia sat down her wand on the ground, while everyone else sat down their weapons, and Sam was escorted by a cop towards them. Congratulations, Cap. You made yourself and your daughter criminals, Rhodes told him. Oh freak. Lily's gonna freak kill me, Lilia said as policemen took her hands behind her back and handcuffed her. Author's note. I'm officially done with 52 minutes of Civil War movie-wise. So yay me. Let me tell y'all, it's sorta exhausting doing the Marvel movies because I can literally go on Disney and make sure every line is right on the money. While with Harry Potter I don't have the full movies, I just have those YouTube videos, so I have a little wiggle room. But with Marvel I have zero excuses. Faced with tears of joy, I still love writing these chapters even though it takes a bit longer to write it word for word. Thanks for reading, please keep on voting, and let me hear your thoughts in the comments. It makes me very happy seeing y'all enjoy my work. 57.
Berlin.
Lilia sat in the next to her dad in handcuffs in her regular clothes in a army-style truck. She wore a black shirt and boots with a jean jacket and ripped jeans. Sam sat behind them in the third seat and Prince Chala in the front seat to the very right. So you like cats? Sam asked Chala.
Some.
Steve said. What, this guy shows up in a cat suit and you don't want to know more? Sam asked. He's from Wakanda. The Black Panther is an age-old tradition. Lilia told him. The girl tells the truth. The Black Panther is a mantle passed down from generation to generation of warriors. And now, since your friend killed my father, I now wear the mantle of king. Now I ask you, as both warrior and king, how long do you think you can keep your friend safe from me? Chala asked. I'm sorry about your father, truly. From what I've learned, he was an amazing king. Lilia told him. Thank you. He was. Chala looked back at her. The two shared a moment of acknowledgement. Chala did want to hurt the young girl. She was only a year older than his little sister and saw the way she followed her father head first into danger, just like he did with his father. However, he had to get revenge on Bucky for killing his father. He just hoped he didn't have to seriously hurt the girl to do it. Lilia wanted Chala to find peace after his father's death. He was way older than Lilia but still young for all this responsibility so quickly. Lilia didn't want to hurt him either. He seemed like a very good, genuine person. But she made a promise to her father, and she was keen on keeping it. The four criminals walked into a room filled with agents and motors. Consequences? You bet there'll be consequences. Of course you can quote me on that, I just said it. Anything else? Thank you, sir. Tony hung up the phone. Consequences? Steve asked. Ross wants to prosecuted. Tony told them. And what about me? Lilia asked. Well, in America you're still underaged. So technically they can't prosecute you, but there was a lot of other options being thrown around. I shut them all down. First thing I did was clear your name. Tony explained. Thanks, Tony. Lilia gave him a genuine smile. Just stay here and try not to get in trouble again. Tony told her. I'll honestly try my best. Lilia ran her hand through her hair. Lilia, come here.
Nat waved her over.
Lilia nodded and walked towards her. As soon as she was close enough, Nat wrapped her in a hug. Lilia chuckled slightly and hugged back. You had me worried for a second, kid. Nat told her. I know. Probably not the best idea to commit a felony at 17. Lilia joked. You need to stay out of trouble.
Nat pointed her finger here.
You sound like Tony. Lilia copied her tone and pointed at her. Don't get cute with me.
Nat teased.
Sorry, Natty. But if I do hypothetically slip up again, what will happen? Lilia asked. Nothing too bad. Community service, a few months house arrest. We would never anything terrible happen to you, Lee. Nat said. Thanks, Nat. I wouldn't know what to do without you. Lilia smiled. No problem, Lils. And you'll never have to find out. I'll always be here for you. Nat pulled her in for another hug, which Lilia gladly accepted. Lilia watched Bucky get questioned with her dad, Sharon and Sam. Why would Task Force release this photo to begin with? Steve asked. To get the word out there. Involve as many eyes as possible. Sharon guessed. Right, it's a good way to flush a guy out of hiding. Set off a bomb, get your picture taken. Get 7 billion people looking for the Winter Soldier. Steve started. You're saying someone framed him to find him? Lilia asked. Exactly what I'm saying. Steve nodded. Steve, we looked for the guy for 2 years and found nothing. Sam told him. We didn't bomb the UN. That turns a lot of heads. Steve said. Yeah, but that doesn't guarantee they would get him, it guarantees we would. Sharon explained. Right, and none of us has ever heard of an undercover agent working for a huge organization just to get what they want. Lilia scoffed. The three looked at her. Yeah. Steve's eyes traveled from his daughter to the screen. Only about a minute later all the lights turned off. The motor went blank. Steve looked at Sharon. Sub-level 5. East Wing. Sharon told him. Sam and Lilia stood up and followed Steve. They ran out unnoticed by the mix of the chaos. Once they got to where Bucky was, all the doors were busted open and all the guards were on the ground knocked out. Help me please. The therapist laid on the ground. The three walked towards him with Steve in front. Steve started questioning the man when Lilia felt someone behind her. She reached in the front of her pants and pulled out her signature dagger. Yeah, you gross. She stuck her hand down her pants, but it was the only hiding spot she could put her dagger. Okay, moving on. Lilia turned around and swiped her dagger. Bucky, or the Winter Soldier, jumped back. He kicked her straight in the stomach. Lilia flew back and hit her back and head on the huge cage they were keeping Bucky in. Sam and Steve started fighting him. Sam got knocked back like Lilia, and Bucky kicked Steve down an elevator shaft. Both Lilia and Sam groaned and stood up. The man trying to frame Bucky started running off. Evil scientist or the killing machine? Lilia turned to Sam. Evil scientists.
Sam nodded.
Exactly what I was thinking. Lilia walked towards her dagger she had dropped and picked it up. The two started after the man. They followed him through all the stairwells. Neither of them were in top condition, with aching backs and probably a concussion. Lilia and Sam ran out of the front doors of the building. Lilia picked up a black jacket and turned to Sam. He looked around but couldn't find the man anywhere. Damn it, Sam said. I'm so over this shit. Lilia dropped the jacket and bent over with her hands on her knees. 58. Bucky groaned and opened his eyes. In front of him was Steve, Lilia, and Sam. Bucky turned his head to side and saw his metal arm trapped. Steve. Bucky looked at him. What Bucky I'm a talking to? Steve asked. Your mom's name was Sarah. You used to wear newspaper in your shoes. Bucky chuckled at the last part. Can't read that in a museum. Steve nodded. And just like we're supposed to be cool? Sam asked. What did I do? Bucky asked. Enough.
Achiton.
Steve and Lilia answered at the same time. Oh God, I knew this would happen. All that stuff Hydra put in me is still there. All he had to do was say the goddamn words. Bucky told them. Who was he? Steve asked. I don't know. Bucky shrugged his free shoulder. People are dead. The bombing, the setup, was just all so this guy could get 10 minutes with you. I need you to do better than I don't know. Steve told him. He wanted to know about Siberia. Where I was kept. Exactly where. Bucky tried remembering. Why would he need to know that? Steve asked. Because I'm not the only Winter Solider. Bucky answered. Who were they? Steve asked. Their most elite death squad. More kills in Hydra history, and that was before the serum. Bucky explained. They all turn out like you? Sam asked. Worse. Bucky said. I swear to God if I have to fight one more mother freak super solider I'm gonna lose my shit. Lilia looked up. The doctor. Could he control them? Steve asked. Enough. Not a shit ton, but enough. Bucky answered. He said he wanted to see an empire fall. Steve recalled. With these guys he could do it. They speak 30 languages, can hide in plain sight, infiltrate, assassinate, destabilize. They could take a whole country down in one night and you'd never see them coming. Bucky told them. Sam walked over to Steve and Lilia. This would have been a lot easier a week ago. Sam said. If we call Tony. Steve started. He won't believe us. Sam finished. But even if he did, Steve said. Who knows if the Accords would let him help. And it's not fair to ask him to go against them. He believes in it, so we have to respect that. Lilia told them. Steve nodded and tried to think. I know a guy.
Sam whispered.
Both Lilia and Steve looked at him, then each other. So do I. And it's time to get his ass out of retirement. Lilia smiled. Lilia sat in the back seat next to Bucky in a slug bug car. Sam was in the passenger seat. Steve had gotten out to talk to Sharon. The three sat in an awkward silence. Can you move your seat up? Bucky asked. No. Sam didn't hesitate. Bucky sighed and moved to the side closer to Lilia. Oh my God. If you move one more inch closer to me, I'm gonna rip off your metal arm and strangle you with it. Lilia looked at Bucky. Are you sure you're Steve's daughter? Bucky asked. Are you sure you're not crazy? Lilia retorted. Solely. When can I use your wand? Sam asked. Soon. Maybe when all this is over. Lilia told him. Wand? What are you, a fairy? Bucky asked. Try which? Lilia said. The three went back into an awkward silence. They all saw Steve kiss Sharon. Both Sam and Bucky smiled and nodded. Lilia gauged and acted like she had just been blinded. Steve returned back to car, and they drove to another area in the airport parking lot. They stopped a spot away next to a white van. Clint and Wanda got out of the van. Steve got out first while Sam got out and pushed forward his seat. Lilia tried to get Bucky to hurry up so she could get out. Clint. Lilia ran to him. Hey Lils. Clint smiled and held his arms out to her. Lilia ran into his embrace and hugged back. I missed you. Lilia told him. I missed you too, kid. Look at you, when did you get so tall? Clint asked, pulling away. Probably when I turned 17. Lilia said. You're not that old, can't be. Because I'm still as young as when you were a toddler. Clint joked. Maybe we're both getting older. Lilia raised her eyebrow. Me? Never. Clint shook his head. Lilia chuckled. How's our other recruit? Steve asked Clint. Oh yeah. He's rarin' to go. Had to put a little coffee in him, but he should be ready to go. Clint opened the back door. The man sleeping in the back sat up and looked around. He got out of the van and stared at Steve. Whoa, Captain America. The man shook Steve's hand. Mr. Lang. Steve said. It's an honor. I'm shaking your hand too long. It's Captain America. I know you two, you're great. Lang looked at Wanda. I like him. Lilia nodded in approval. Oh wow. You're Lilia Rogers. I'm Scott Lang, my daughter loves you. Scott told her. Nice to meet you, Scott. Your daughter has good taste. Maybe I could do something for her as a sort of thanks for helping us out. Lilia told him. Really? Yeah, that would great. Scott said. Focus, tic-tac. Sam told him. Oh hey man. Good to see you. About what happened last time I saw you. Scott started. It was a great audition, but it will never happen again. Sam cut in. They tell you what we're up against? Steve asked. Something about psycho-assassins. Scott guessed. Yeah, something like that. Lilia chuckled, looking at Clint. Clint just shrugged. This mission is out of the law. So if you come with us, you're a wanted man. Steve told him. Yeah, well, what else is new? Scott said. We better get moving. Bucky spoke up. Lilia jumped a little and turned to look at him. Dude, I honestly forgot you were there. You need to speak up more. Lilia placed her hand over her heart. We've got a chopper lined up. Clint told him. Suddenly a voice speaking Russian came over the speakers of the airport. They're evacuating the airport. Lilia translated just seconds before Bucky could. You speak Russian? Bucky asked.
Да. Так держать, Барнс.
Lilia told him. Translation. Yes, I do. Catch up, Barnes.
Впечатляющая кукла. Но разве ты суперсолидный?
Bucky asked. Translation. Impressive doll? But are you a super solider? You know what, I think I prefer you quite. Lilia said in English. Everyone suit up. Steve told them. Author's note. Okay, so Lilia is a little hard on Bucky. And I love Bucky with my whole heart, but I don't think that Lilia would be his biggest fan. No, they are not having flirty banter, they're just both trying outwit each other. This is not, I repeat, not a enemies to lovers type deal. Lilia's only love interest is still and only will be Fred. It's just Lilia and Bucky are from completely different parts of Steve's life, and they are sorta competing against each other, sorta like Sam and Bucky. Thank you for reading, and have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. 59. Author's note. Again, here's Lilia's super suit. Credit to Maxi artwork. Also, I noticed it looks a little like the Red Guardian suit. Lilia waited for her dad's signal. She waited with Sam and Bucky in the building on a floor above where Steve, Tony, Nat and Rhodey were. Lilia saw Peter take Steve's shield and land on a car. Pete? Lilia asked. Who? Bucky asked. Nothing. Lilia said. Cap, we found it. It's in the 5th hangar. Sam told him. Steve raised his arms and Clint shot an arrow freeing Steve from the webs. Scott grew big and hit Peter in the chest, getting shield and handing it to Steve. Guess that's our cue. Come on, boys. Lilia told them as she started running towards the Quinjet. Sam and Bucky followed after her. Peter jumped against the glass. What the heck is that? Bucky asked. Everyone's got a gimmick now.
Sam grumbled.
The Spider-Man. And I would really appreciate you not bashing my prodigy. Lilia told them. Yours? Sam and Bucky asked at the same time. Peter broke through the glass and kicked Sam back. Bucky went to hit him and Peter caught his fist. You have a metal arm? Dude, that's so cool. Peter said. Sam tackled Peter away from Bucky and flew them up. You have the right to remain silent. Peter told Sam. Wrong thing, Spidey. Lilia told him as she started running with Bucky again. Spider-Man started swinging from the ceiling. Bucky grabbed something and hurled it at him. Hey buddy, I think you lost something. Peter threw it right back. Lilia chuckled and tackled Bucky out of the way. Whose side are you on? Bucky asked. I've known you for like 2 seconds and he's one of my best friends. No competition, you're lucky I just saved your life. Lilia told him and she got off and started running to where Sam and Peter were. Bucky followed and ran after him. Peter pushed him back and him and Sam fell back. Peter webbed them up. Lilia stopped right where they had fell. Peter sat at the top of a column. Damn, you just took down an Avenger and a super solider. I'm so proud. Lilia looked up at him. Thanks, Lee. Mr. Stark called me and said he saw me on YouTube and wanted to recruit me. Peter told her. I can see why. Have you been training while I was in Scotland? Lilia asked. Yeah, I have. Mr. Stark even made me a new suit, cool, right? Peter looked at his sleeves. I was going to ask where your scuba Steve goggles went. But I do like the upgrade, it fits you betters. Gives you a better look at the gun show. Lilia teased. Lily, stop, I'm supposed to be working, not blushing. Peter told her. I'm supposed to be working too. You're not gonna web me up too, are ya? Lilia asked.
No.
It will take you a while to get them unwebbed. I have to go. Peter said. "'Kay, cool. I'll call you in a few days." Lilia nodded. Looking forward to it. I have a lot to tell you. Bye, Lily. Peter shoot a web. Oh my god, me too. Bye, Spidey. Lilia waved. Peter swung out of the building. Lilia looked down and jumped to where the guys were. Good hustle back there, boys. You really showed that 16-year-old back there who's boss. Lilia pulled out her dagger and cut Sam free. You didn't even help us. Bucky said. Some things are more important than a mission. Like my friendships. Lilia cut Bucky free. You really are Steve's daughter. Bucky told her. Thanks for finally noticing. Come on, we have to get out of here. Lilia flipped her dagger and put it back in her holster. The three ran out of the building. Come on. Steve motioned to them. They joined the rest of the group and they started running to the jet. Vision flew above them and used the stone to burn a line in front of them. They all stopped. Captain Rogers, I know you think what you're doing is right, but for the collective good you must surrender now. Vision told him. Team Iron Man all lined up together. Cap, what do we do? Sam asked. We fight. Steve told him. Lilia looked at her dad, then at her godmother and godfather. Team Captain America all started running, but Lilia hesitated. She didn't want to fight her own family, the people who had raised her just as much as Steve did. Lilia started running with them. Everyone started running toward each other. Lilia and Peter ran toward each other. I swear if you give me a black eye I'll go to your school and tell everyone you sleep with a stuffed Yoda doll. Lilia told him, getting a fighting stance. Then I'll tell everyone your guilty comfort movie is The Waterboy. Peter got in his fighting stance. Lilia's mouth dropped. She jumped on him and then she twisted her legs around his torso. She twisted them and fell them to the ground. Peter grabbed her wrist and kicked her, flipping her over his head. Peter quickly stood up and placed his feet on either side of her. He bent down to see if she was okay. Lilia grabbed his shoulders and pulled herself around him. Then she flipped herself backwards, taking Peter with her, ending her back on top, straddling his stomach. Lilia wrapped her legs around his arms to keep them down and pushed her ankles to his thighs, keeping his legs down. You're not really going to tell everyone about my Yoda, are you? Peter asked. Nah, I would never. But I still have to do this. Lilia pushed her wand to his neck. Petrificus totalis. Lilia said. Peter went still. Lilia kissed his forehead through his mask. She stood up. Don't worry, Pete, it's only gonna last a few minutes. Lilia told him. Lilia ran to where her dad and Bucky were. We have to go. That guy's probably already in Siberia by now. Bucky told them. Okay, we go to draw out the flyers. I'll get Vision, you and Lilia get to the jet. Steve said. No, you get to the jet. You three. We're gonna have to stay here. Sam told them. As much as I hate to admit it, if we're going to win this, down of us are going to have to lose. Clint said. Okay, what's the plan? Steve asked. We need a distraction, something big. Sam said. I have something big. Once I do it, run like heck, and if I get torn apart, don't come back for me. Scott told them. He's going to rip himself in half? Bucky asked. Are you sure about this, Scott? Lilia asked. Yeah, I do it all the time. I mean, once in a lab and I passed out. Scott said. A few seconds later, Scott turned into a giant and grabbed Rhodey. Holy shit. Peter said, who had just gotten over his petrified state. Oh, my freak Remus is never going to believe this. Lilia's eyes widened. I think that's the signal. Steve told them. Lilia, Steve and Bucky started running to the jet. James and Sirius will believe it because they believe everything. But Remus, no freak way. Lilia talked to herself. The tower right next to the jet started falling. But it was caught by Wanda's magic. Lilia turned her around and made her hands into a heart. Wanda smiled at her through the stress of holding the tower up. Lilia turned back around and started running faster. Wanda screamed and dropped the tower. Lilia slid under it and to the other side. Nat was standing in front of the jet. You're not going to stop. Nat said. I can't. Steve shook his head. I'm going to regret this. Nat put her hand up and shoot Chala. Thank you, Natty. I love you. Lilia told her. I love you too, Lilia. Nat smiled as she shoot Chala again. Lilia, Steve and Bucky all loaded the jet. Steve and Lilia in front as captain and co-captain and Bucky in the back. Lilia looked out the window at the continued fight between her family. Lilia felt pressure build up behind her eyes. Things were never going to be the same again. Lilia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. A long and silent flight later, Bucky spoke up. What's going to happen to your friends? He asked. Whatever it is, I'll deal with it, Steve told him. And what about Lilia? Bucky asked. Lilia's eyebrows furrowed at his sudden worry about her. She'll go live with her parents. At least till the dust settles, Steve told them. Lilia's head shot towards him. What? Lilia asked. Not forever, Lee. Everything will be back to normal by the time your birthday rolls around. And we'll celebrate your birthday together as a family. Steve lied successfully. I don't know if I'm worth all this, Steve. Bucky said. All the things you did in the past, it wasn't you. Steve told him. I know, but I did it. Bucky looked down. 60. The jet landed in a snow-covered junkyard. Lilia got out of her seat and walked to the back of the jet. She pulled open her drawer with all her weapons and things. Lilia grabbed daggers and 2 guns and put them in hostlers and pockets all around her suit. Then she grabbed her wand. The jet opened and Bucky and Steve stood next to each other. Remember that time we had to ride back from Rockaway Beach in the back of that freezer truck? Steve asked. Was that the time we spent all our money on hot dogs? Bucky smiled. You spent $3 trying to get a stuffed animal for a redhead. Steve told him. What was her name again? Bucky asked. Dolores. You called her Dot. Steve smiled. She's got to be at least 100 years old right now. Bucky shook his head. Bitch, so are you. Both of you. Lilia walked behind them. I can't tell if I like you or not. Bucky told her. Everybody loves me. Just not everyone knows it yet. Lilia shrugged. Bucky chuckled and walked out of the jet. Lilia went to follow but was pulled back by her dad. She looked back at him. I don't know what's going to be in there, but I want you to keep yourself safe no matter what, okay? I love you, Lee. Steve told her. I love you too, Dad. Everything is going to be fine. Lilia smiled. I know. Steve nodded and kissed the top of her head. The trio walked into the compound. They rode an elevator all the way down. Lilia pulled out her wand and held it threateningly like Bucky with his gun and Steve with his shield. They started walking up an staircase when they heard something creak behind them. Steve bent and put his shield up while Bucky and Lilia stood behind him ready to fire. The door opened and Iron Man walked through. Lilia sighed and put her wand down. The helmet of Tony's suit went down, showing his face. You seem a little defensive, Tony said. It's been a long day. Steve slowly walked towards him. At ease, Solider, I'm not currently after you, Tony told Bucky. Then why are you here? Steve asked. Lilia started walking towards them. Maybe your story's not so crazy. Maybe. Ross doesn't know I'm here. I'd like to keep it that way. Otherwise I'd have to arrest myself, Tony said. Well, that sounds like a lot of paperwork. Steve lowered his shield. Tony chuckled and Lilia smiled, looking between the two. Hey Manchurian candidate, you're killing me. There's a truce here, you can drop it, Tony told Bucky. Takes him a while to process information. You know, sometimes he gets brain freezes. From his brain being frozen. Lilia joked. I forgot how much I like you. Tony pointed his finger at her. The 4 of them walked into a room with huge containers. I got heat signatures, Tony told them. How many? Steve asked. A 1, Tony said. They walked further into the room and yellow lights lit up the containers. If it's any constellation, they died in their sleep. Zemo's voice came over the speakers. All the containers had bullet holes through them and another bullet hole in the Solidars' heads. What the freak? Lumos, Lilia mumbled. The tip of her wand lit up. Did you really think I wanted more of you? I'm thankful for them though. They brought you here, Zemo told them. Another light turned on and Zemo's face was revealed. Steve threw his shield but it bounced off the glass. Please, Captain. The Soviets built this chamber to withstand the launch blast of UR-100 rockets. Zemo said. I'm betting I could beat that, Tony told him. Oh, I bet you could, Mr. Stark. Given time, but then you never know why you came. Zemo said. You killed innocent people in Vienna just to bring us here? Steve asked, approaching the Zemo. I've thought about nothing else for over a year. I studied you, I followed you, and now that you're standing here I just realized. There's a bit of green in the blues of your eyes. How nice to find a flaw. Zemo chuckled at the end. Excuse me bitch, how are green eyes a flaw? Lilia asked, getting immediately offended. You're Sokovian. Is that what this is about? Steve ignored his daughter. Sokovia was a failed state long before you blew it to heck. No, I'm here because I made a promise. Zemo said. You lost someone, Steve observed. Not someone. Everyone. And so will you. Zemo told him before he clicked a button. An old TV lit up and started playing something. They all turned to look at it. An empire toppled by enemies may rise again. But one that crumbles within. That's dead. Forever. Zemo said. They all watched the TV. I know that road. What's this? Tony asked. In the video a car crashed into a tree. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows, unsure what this had to do with anything. A motorcycle pulled up to the car and pulled the man out of the car. The man looked up and pleaded for mercy. The other man hit him repeatedly until he was dead. Then put him back in the car. He went around to the other side and chalked out the woman in the passenger seat. The man looked up and held his gun up. It was Bucky. He shot the camera and the video stopped. Lilia had both of her hands covering her mouth and tears in her eyes, as she watched the most horrific video she had ever seen in her life. She looked at Tony, who was clenching his jaw. Tony looked at Bucky and made a step towards him, but Steve held him back. Tony turned to Steve. Did you know? He asked. I didn't know it was him. Steve told him. Don't bullshit me, Rogers, did you know? Tony asked. Yes. Steve nodded. Tony pushed him off of him. You knew? And you didn't tell me? Lilia asked. Steve looked at her and lowered his head. You let me fight for someone that killed my godfather's parents? I put all my relationships in jeopardy and you didn't tell me? Lilia asked, started to get truly angry with her father. Looks like we've both been lied to. Tony said to Lilia. Tony then hit Steve and turned around and started fighting Bucky. Lilia stood back, unsure where her loyalties stood. Tony pushed Bucky against the wall and tried to blast him in the face. Bucky used his metal arm to break the blaster, but Tony pointed a tiny rocket. Bucky grabbed his wrist and pointed it away from his face. The rocket blew up and started knocking everything down. Lilia ran towards Tony and Bucky and tackled them before a huge metal tower fell on them. Lilia landed next to Bucky. Go. Get out of here, both of you. Steve yelled at them. Come on, Barnes. Lilia pushed herself up and started running back to where they came in. They both started running. Bucky pressed a button and the roof opened. Lilia and Bucky started jumping on each metal step up to the top. Tony flew up and kicked Bucky back to a lower step. Lilia looked down at them. Right before Tony could blast Bucky, Steve jumped in front and blocked it with his shield. This sent Tony back. Steve turned to Bucky and told him something. Lilia jumped down to the step under her and reached out her hand to Bucky. He accepted and she helped him up. They started climbing the steps again. Lilia climbed fully out and offered her hand to Bucky again. He took it just as Tony blasted the piece of metal holding the roof open. Bucky went backwards and pulled Lilia with him. The roof shut and Lilia flew too far and was holding onto Bucky's hand so she didn't fall. Bucky held onto her hand. Tony started towards them. Tony's plan was to grab Lilia and get her on a step safely, then get Barnes. Bucky saw Tony coming and grabbed a metal pole with his free hand. Tony flew toward him and Bucky hit him with the pole. When he did, other hand slipped from the force and dropped Lilia. Lilia screamed and fell straight down the 50-story drop. She pulled out her wand and was going to save herself. Before she hit a metal step and bounced of it. This was about 10 feet left. Lilia landed hardly on the ground. She groaned and tried getting her breath back from the harsh impact. Not too long, Bucky landed on a step above her and her dad and Tony landed next to her. Steve and Tony started fighting again. Lilia lifted her head, but her head was spinning, making it almost impossible to see clearly. She tried sitting up, but a sharp pain in her shoulder brought her back down. Lilia brought her hand to her opposite shoulder and felt it. Yep, it was out of socket. Lilia took a deep breath and grabbed her shoulder. She brought it up in one swift movement, popping it back in place. Lilia let out a little whimper from the pain. This time when she sat up, she saw her dad punching Tony into a wall. Lilia tried standing up, but just bending her left knee made the girl almost scream in pain. Lilia was never the damsel in distress type. But she couldn't find any solution. She can't stand. Her wand was too far to reach, so she couldn't heal herself. And even if she could fight, who was she supposed to help? Lilia would help Bucky escape but actually fight Tony for him? Stay down, Cap. Final warning. Tony told him. Bucky used his good arm and grabbed Tony's ankle. Tony turned around and kicked him in the face just as Steve ran to him and picked him up. He threw Tony down and started hitting him in the chest with his shield until the arc reactor broke. Everyone laid there all bloody and exhausted. Steve picked up his shield and walked to Bucky. He bent down and threw Bucky over his shoulder. Steve looked at Lilia and sighed. Dad? Lilia asked. You're gonna stay here with Tony, okay? Steve told her. What? I don't understand. Lilia said. It's the safest and best option for you to stay here.
Im surili.
I let you down. I love you. Steve reached into his pocket and handed Lilia something. You don't deserve that. My dad made it for you. Tony told him. Steve dropped the shield and looked at Lilia one last time before walking off with Bucky still over his shoulder. Lilia opened her hand and saw her dad's dog tags. I love you too, Dad, she shouted after him. Tony got out of his orange sports car and walked to the passenger side and opened it. Lilia gave him a shy smile and he helped her out of the car. Lilia wore a green sundress and sandals that matched ever so well with her new black knee brace. I'm sorry again, Tony. Lilia told him. Don't be sorry, kid. I can't and won't hold you responsible for your dad's actions. Because no matter what, you are still my goddaughter. That's why you need your stuff and we need to leave. Tony told her. Lilia nodded and they walked into the compound. Lilia immediately walked up to her room with a little difficulty. Lilia dragged out her trunk from under her bed and started throwing in all of her clothes and stuff. Secretary Ross would be in about an hour and Lilia needed to be well on her way by then. Lilia didn't pay attention, she just grabbed everything and stuffed them in her trunk. Lilia grabbed her wand and put an extension charm on her trunk and started packing more stuff in her trunk. All of her stuff from the tower and her Washington, D.C. apartment plus half of her stuff from Brooklyn was here. And Lilia didn't know when she would be back, so she didn't want to forget anything. She stood up and looked at her room. Almost empty looking. She blinked away her tears and shut her trunk and locked it. Lilia walked to her bed and put on the gray hoodie laying on it. Lilia picked up her trunk and walked downstairs. Vision sat on the couch and looked up at her and gave her a sad smile. Goodbye, Vision. Lilia said. Farewell, Miss Rogers. Vision nodded. Lilia walked into the kitchen where Tony and Rhodey were. She walked to Rhodes, who was sitting a chair, and bent to give him a hug. Rhodey hugged back.
I'm sorry.
Lilia told him. It wasn't your fault. None of this is. I'm going to miss you though. Rhodey said. Me too. Lilia pulled away. Happy is waiting for you. Tony said from behind her. Lilia turned and nodded. Tony sighed and hugged her. She hugged back. I'm always here for you, Lilia, no matter what. I'm only one call away. Tony pulled out an iPhone and handed to her. Lilia took it. After hours, and I mean hours of work. I think it will work in the wizarding world. Also, you have the same number as your old phone and all your contacts are already in there. Tony explained. Thank you, Tony. I love you. Lilia told him. I love you too, kid. Tony smiled. Lilia reached down and grabbed her trunk and walked outside where Happy was waiting. They drove about 10 minutes to the pub her parents usually came to pick her up at. Lilia and Happy hugged before she walked in. She gripped onto her truck tightly and stepped into the fireplace. Lilia grabbed some flue powder. Potter residence. Lilia shouted and threw the powder down. She was engulfed by green flames. When she opened her eyes again, she was looking at the familiar living room. Except it was all dark. Lilia slapped her hand to her head, obviously the time difference, it's night here. Lilia stepped out of the fireplace just as she heard someone rush down the stairs. Lilia? James asked, lowering his wand.
Pops.
Lilia smiled. 61. Lilia, what are you doing here? You shouldn't be me here for another month. James walked all the way down the stairs. I know, but something sorta happened. Lilia sat down her trunk. What happened? James walked towards her. The Avengers broke up. And my dad left. He left with his best friend because they're both criminals. Lilia tried to simplify her last few weeks. Oh, sweet girl. James pulled Lilia into him. Lilia hugged back and buried her head in the crook of his neck. James, what's going on down there? Lily Whisper yelled. Lilia and James pulled away just as Lily walked down the stairs. Lily's eyes widened as she saw her daughter and a million questions ran through her head. However, they all seemed to fly out of her brain when she saw Lilia's sad face and teary eyes. "Sweetheart." Lily rushed to her and hugged her. Lilia let her tears fall down her cheeks as she hugged her mom back. Lily looked at James. He gave her its bad look. Lily stroked Lilia's hair and let her cry into her shoulder. Lilia not only cried over losing her dad and half of her family but losing her childhood. She literally watched her childhood crumple in front of her and she couldn't do a damn thing about it. However devastated Lilia was, she found comfort in being with her parents. She just needed to be with her family, and this was it. For first time that Lilia has been staying with her biological parents, this is the first time she truly felt at home. After a good night's rest, Lilia woke up the next morning and walked down to the kitchen. She walked in and saw James, Sirius, Remus sitting at the table and Lily making chocolate chip pancakes, Lilia's favorite. "Good morning," Lilia greeted. "Did a man really turn 10 feet tall in front of your eyes?" Sirius questioned. Lilia chuckled. She had told her dad and mom the full story last night, and obviously James was already retelling it. "Yep, sure did." Lilia poured herself a cup of coffee. "Really, Lee? 10 feet tall?" Remus asked. "Yes, Remington. His name is Scott Lang. You can ask him yourself. You'd have to go to a high-security prison, but you can still ask him." Lilia sat down at the table with them. "Your life is so cool," Sirius said. "My old life. I can't go back to the States without Ross instantly finding me and prosecuting me." Lilia told him. "So you're literally a criminal on the run? That's amazing. I always thought that would be fun. Break out of prison, then hide from the popo all over the world." Sirius smiled dreamily. "The popo?" James asked. "This means the Muggle version of Orus Jameson. It's a Muggle term. I'm sorta an expert." Sirius told him. "What's the police?" Remus asked. Sirius looked at him and bit his whole bottom lip. "I'm telling you guys, I'm obsessed with this movie." "Good morning, Lilia." Harry walked into the kitchen. "Hey, little brother." Lilia smiled. "What are you doing here?" "Not the I'm not happy to see you, but why are you here?" Harry asked, walking over to her. "Whoa, can I tell him the story, please?" Sirius raised his hand. "No pads, I want to tell it. It's my child." James whined. "But you already got to tell the story," Sirius retorted. "Mia, what did you leave me with?" Remus looked up. Lilia stood up and hugged her brother. She was still a few inches taller than him. Lilia smiled at this and ruffled his hair. Harry pushed her hands away. "And I was gonna say I missed you." Harry tried to fix his hair. "You cut your hair. I like it." Lilia noticed. "Thanks, me and the Weasleys all got haircuts this summer," Harry told her. "Oh good. For a second there I thought you were coming after my style." Lilia flipped her medium-length hair back.
No.
"I'll let have the prize of better hair." Harry rolled his eyes. "Oh, thanks, Hez." Lilia pinched his cheeks. "I'm almost 15. Harry slapped her hands away. "So? You'll still always be my baby brother," Lilia said in a baby voice. "Okay, settle down. Breakfast is ready," Lily told them. A few weeks passed and Lilia was sitting bed on late afternoon reading. James knocked and opened the door a tad. "Come in," Lilia said. James opened the door fully. "We have a order meeting, so we're heading to the safe house," James told her. Lilia gave him a thumbs up. "Also, the Weasleys are coming over and so is Hermione. And Cedric," James added. "Oh Lord, okay. I'll make sure the house doesn't get burned down," Lilia said. "That's my girl." "Well, really right now you're more like Lily. So Lily's girl." James smiled. "Just go to your meeting." Lilia rolled her eyes and chuckled. "Okay, bye, love you," James said. "Bye, love you." Lilia waved. James shut the door and left. Lilia immediately jumped off her bed and rushed to her closet. She looked through all her clothes. Was she really getting all worked up and nervous to see Fred? Yes, she was. Finally she found an outfit she liked. Outfit attached above. She heard the fireplace roar and she started downstairs. Harry was hugging his two best friends. The fireplace erupted again and Ginny walked out. Then again and the twins appeared. Lilia took a deep breath and walked all the way downstairs. "Sunflower?" Fred asked. "Fred." Lilia smiled. I didn't know you were home already. Fred told her. It was a bit of a surprise. For my family and sorta me as well. Lilia shrugged. Fred looked at her up and down. She somehow got even more beautiful from the last time he saw her. Fred licked his lips as he noticed her cute outfit and her exposed legs. Anyone want to explain why you didn't call me as soon as you got here? Cedric asked, walking out of the fireplace. Lilia didn't even hear the fireplace roar. But she immediately smiled and rushed to him. Cedric opened his arm and caught her. I have so much to tell you. Lilia hugged his neck. I do too. Cedric lifted her in a hug. Two set of eyes locked onto the hugging best friends with jealousy. Author's note. I feel like a lot has happened to our girl Lilia. So the next, like 2 maybe 3 chapters will just be like fun filler chapters. But there will be important things in these chapters that you will need to know about. So please continue to read and thank you so much. I love every single one of you. 62. Author's note. This chapter is mostly all about intimacy. It's not smut, but it does mention intimacy and has a few mature conversations. If you don't feel comfortable reading this chapter, it's okay, but it sorta has a big plot twist. This story is a safe place, so I don't want anyone to feel ashamed for reading this chapter. Honestly, it just feels weird because intimacy isn't talked about enough in comfortable settings, especially with girls. Girls are taught from a young age to feel ashamed about expressing their sexuality, but it's honestly just a double standard. So I say let's try and normalize girls talking about these kinds of things. Please enjoy. Lilia laid on her bed with Fred on top of her as they made out. Ever since they saw each other that one night, they can't keep their hands to themselves. Fred takes the car and drives to the Potter's house every night and sneaks in. This had been going on for about 2 weeks now. School was about to start in little less than 3 weeks. Lilia groaned into Fred's mouth as he shifted his hips on hers. Fred's eyes rolled back at the sound. Lilia lightly scratched down Fred's clothed back and traced the crease in his back where his spine is. Fred made a low, almost growl sound and pulled away from the kiss. Don't do that. Fred looked her straight in the eyes. Why? Lilia asked. Because it turns me on. Fred told her. Lilia felt her cheeks flush pink. And making out on my bed doesn't? Lilia teased. Oh, trust me, it does. I just don't want a problem to arise. Fred said suggestively. Lilia couldn't help but glance down. She looked up hoping he didn't notice, but of course he did. Fred looked at her with one eyebrow raised and an amused face. Lilia blushed harder and placed her hand on the back of his neck. She guided him back down and reattached their lips. Fred happily kissed back. This time Lilia raised her hips to rub against Fred. Lilia, Fred warned. Shoo, it's fine. Lilia told him as she started kissing his neck. She slowly rubbed their fronts together. Fred wanted to pull away out of fear he might get too excited. But his body wouldn't let him. He just stayed and let her do whatever she wanted. God, he truly was wrapped around her finger. Fred let out a low sigh and Lilia's eyes widened and her whole face went red. Her heart started beating harder, but she continued. After a few more seconds, she pulled away. Fred sighed and flopped down next to her. God, you're such a tease. Fred put his hands to his face. Lilia walked through the empty house. There was another order meeting tonight, so only her and Harry were home. Lilia was actually walking to his room. She walked to his room and the door was closed. Lilia went to knock when she heard a sigh. Her eyes widened. Oh God, Harry said from the other side. Lilia slapped her hand to her mouth. Was Harry doing what she thinks he was doing? Harry, another voice moaned. Lilia's heart dropped. There was someone else in there with him. Lilia knocked on the door. She heard a thump and whispered, I hope you and your friend are clothed. Lilia told him before opening the door. Standing in Harry's room was Harry, who had boxers on, and Cedric? Lilia's mouth dropped. Cedric pulled on his jeans over his underwear. Lilia looked between her brother and best friend. What the freak is this? Lilia asked. Oh, we were just. Harry stuttered. Just freak? Lilia asked. No, don't call it that. Harry said. Oh, I'm sorry, what was Cedric doing? Giving you a prostate exam. Lilia asked sarcastically. Cedric placed his hand over his mouth and laughed. You think this is funny, Diggory? Me finding you freak my little brother? Lilia asked.
No.
Well, honestly, yes. It's kind of funny that this is how you found out. Cedric tried not to smile. You mean it's ironic how this is how I always find you and your secret partners? Lilia asked, biting her cheeks to stop her smile. Cedric nodded and let out a laugh. Lilia smiled. Stop, this is serious. This needs to stop happening. Lilia told him but was still smiling. Harry looked between the two, utterly confused. This has happened before? Harry asked. Yes, like 4 times. Lilia couldn't help but laugh a little. Cedric grabbed his stomach and started laughing harder. You can use magic legally, dipshit. Why didn't you use a silencing charm, or a locking charm? Lilia asked. I forgot I was a wizard. Cedric shrugged, still laughing. So you're not mad at us? Harry asked. I'm not really keen on you two hiding your relationship from me. But are you happy? Lilia looked at Harry. Yes. Harry said. Does he treat you good? Lilia asked. Yes. Harry nodded. Lilia looked at Cedric. Yes to both. Cedric told her. Well then of course I'm happy for you too. My best friend and my little brother. Lilia gushed. Both boys smiled. Okay, it smells like sweat in here. Lilia pinched her nose and walked out. A little while later both boys came down the stairs and sat with Lilia in the living room. So question. Lilia started. Yes? Cedric asked. When did this start? Lilia looked between them. Well, after the 3rd task when you told me Cedric wanted to thank me. Well, when I went in there we started talking and we kissed. Harry told the story. Lilia started getting all giggly and happy. Then we kept running into each other all over town. Finally I asked him out one day and the rest is pretty much history. Cedric finished. So are you two official dating? Lilia asked. As of yesterday. Cedric nodded. Yesterday. You guys started dating yesterday? Lilia jumped out of her seat. Officially. Harry said. Lilia smiled and rushed to her brother but stopped before hugging him. You showered, right? Lilia asked. Yes. Harry rolled his eyes. Lilia hugged him. Then turned to Cedric and hugged him. Wait, so do Mom and Dad know? Lilia asked.
No.
They don't even know we've been hanging out. Harry admitted. Well, you have to tell them. They'll be so happy for you. Lilia told him. I know. Now that's official. I wanted to maybe have a dinner with them, you and Cedric. And probably Sirius and Remus. Harry explained. I bet I can set that up. Lilia nodded. Yeah. But I'm nervous. Cedric pulled the attention to him. We can make it causal. I can invite Fred and take some of the heat off you guys. If you want, this is your night. Lilia said. Actually, that sounds like a good idea. Harry smiled. Okay. Saturday night. Dinner here. Lilia smiled. Sounds great. Cedric said. 63. This is not great. I repeat, this is not great. Cedric told Lilia. Lilia and Cedric were standing on the front porch of Lilia's house. Why Cedric decided to drive all the way here instead of just fluing Lilia couldn't tell ya. Said it's okay. You're going to be fine. Lilia put her hands on his shoulders. I never met parents before. Like I've never met my girlfriend's parents, let alone my boyfriend's parents. Cedric stressed. It's okay, oh my god, we match, how cute. Lilia looked between their outfits. Outfit attached above. Cedric had a button-up shirt with the same pattern and tan dress pants. Well, at least I look the part of the boyfriend. Cedric joked. Lilia chuckled. Come on, lover boy. Lilia grabbed Cedric's hand and pulled him inside. Lilia dragged him to the ballroom. Inside was a long wooden table. Usually they just ate in the kitchen at a small round table, but not everyone could fit. Tonight it would be James, Lily, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, who is 2 months pregnant with Remus's and Sirius's child, Lilia, Cedric, Harry, and Fred. Mom, looks who here. Lilia smiled and pushed Cedric forward. Hi, Mrs. Potter. Cedric straightened his posture and smiled. Nice to see you again, Cedric. Lily gave him a nod and continued setting the table. Cedric turned to Lilia and widened his eyes. Lilia looked around for an idea, then she came out with one. She pulled her wand from her thigh holster, under her dress. Yes, she still wears a thigh holster, it makes her feel powerful. Lilia whispered a spell and a bouquet of lilies appeared. She handed the bouquet to Cedric and gestured to her mom. Oh, Mrs. Potter, I brought you these. Cedric said. Lily turned to him and smiled. Thank you. That was very kind of you, Cedric. Lily took the flowers and smelled them. Lilia, would you mind putting these in a vase for me? Lily asked. Sure, Mom. Lilia took the flowers. I'll help, Cedric said, rushing after her. They walked into the kitchen and Cedric closed the door behind them. He leaned against the counter and sighed. I'm not going to make it. I'm going to have a freak panic attack. Cedric placed his hand over his heart. You're fine. Mom seems to really like you, Lilia told him as she filled a vase with water. The door swung open and Harry walked in wearing a white button-up shirt and plain black suit pants. He looked at Cedric's outfit. Oh good, I was worried that we would both dress up as the straight one, Harry said. Lilia laughed and put the flowers in the vase full of water. I look good as shit, Cedric told him. Harry went to say something but his eyes caught on Lilia's dress. He looked in between the two. Are you two matching? Harry asked. Unintentionally. But yes, Lilia told him. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Mom just told me that Cedric seemed like a nice young man and I think I blacked out for a minute from nerves. Harry shook his head. Guys, everything is going to be fine. Everyone is going to be so happy about the news. Lilia told them. What news? Fred asked, walking into the kitchen. They all jumped and turned to look at him. Fred. Lilia breathed out as she put her hand over her heart.
Iguis.
What's the news? Fred asked. Lilia looked between Cedric and Harry. I'm going to take this to the table. Lilia picked up the vase of flowers. I'll help, Cedric said. Yeah, me as well. Harry followed them out the kitchen. Everyone sat down at dinner. James was the head of the table. On his left was Lily and on his right was Sirius. Next to Lily was Harry, then Cedric, then Lilia. Next to Sirius was Remus, then Tonks, then Fred. Lilia and Cedric almost the entire dinner kept having hushed and silent conversation. They would talk with their eyes and practically read each other's minds with just a little shift of their eyes. They were currently doing this. So, what was the big announcement Lilia got us all here for? James spoke up. The two best friends broke away and looked down the table. Everyone looked at Lilia. Oh well, some good news. Really good news. So as you know, Cedric is my best friend. And well, him and Lilia started. I knew it, you two are dating. Lily smiled. What? Harry and Fred asked. Oh, how exciting. Tonks clapped. I did not expect that. James said, should have guessed they are matching. Sirius looked between them. This is not where I thought this was going. Remus shook his head. Oh my God.
No.
Me and Cedric are not dating. Him and Harry are. Lilia blurted out. Lilia immediately slapped her hands to her mouth. Everyone turned to Harry and Cedric. Good job, Lee. But yes.
I'm dating Cedric.
Harry nodded. Everyone looked at Cedric. He gave them a shy smile. You're gay? Fred asked Cedric. We'll buy, Cedric said. But you're dating a guy. You're dating Harry? Lilia's little brother Harry? Fred asked. Yeah. Cedric nodded, a little confused. So he doesn't like you. He's gay, he doesn't have feelings for you. Fred smiled brightly and looked at Lilia.
No.
He's never like me. Lilia shook her head. This is so great. Congratulations, you two. This is great. Fred nearly cheered. I can't believe you didn't tell us, Harry James Potter. Lily said. It all kind of happened so fast and I was nervous. Harry admitted. Nervous about what? That we wouldn't accept you having a boyfriend? 'Cause I think that ship sailed a while ago. James jerked his head to Sirius and Remus. Yeah, and I think you know where we stand in this. Sirius joked. Thank you guys. Harry smiled. Lily hugged him and looked at Cedric. Welcome to the family. Lily smiled. Thank you. Cedric smiled back. This is the best dinner I've ever been to. Tonks commented. After dinner they sat in the living room drinking tea and telling stories. Then when I woke up I was laying in the middle of the Ravenclaw common room.
Byttbare.
James finished his story. Everyone laughed. That was your craziest drunken teenage story? Cedric asked. Yep. James nodded. Cedric and Lilia looked at each other. I think me and Ced have a better one. Lilia smirked. Lee, this happened to me when I was 17. In my 7th year. You guys haven't started your 7th year. It's not fair. James told her. Oh, trust me. This story is amazing. Lilia raised her eyebrows. You tell it, Lils. You probably remember it better than I do, Cedric said. Lilia nodded and got in her storytelling position. Everyone turned their full attention to her. Okay, so last year when I went to New York for my birthday and New Year's, I got a call from a friend of mine. I only have a few friends from elementary school that I keep in touch with, and this is one of them. She called me 2 days before New Year's and asked me if I wanted to come to her party. I say yes only if I can bring some friends. She says I can. So me, Cedric, Wanda, and my friend Peter all go to this party. Skip ahead a little. I'm in the basement and I'm holding a red cup. You've seen movies. So I'm standing there holding a red cup and I'm starting to black out. And I guess someone said like something police. Lilia started. Oh no. Lily said, afraid where the story was going. And in a brilliant moment of word association I yell freak the police. Freak the police. And everyone else joined in. 100 drunk white children yelling freak. The police. Like with the confidence of a guy who had already been to jail and isn't afraid of it anymore. Like I served my nickel, come and take me, but white children. Lilia told them. This is amazing. Sirius chuckled. The reason someone had said something police was because the police were there. So a Brooklyn police officer looked over a sea of drunk toddlers yelling freak the police in his face. Then he leaned into his walkie-talkie and said, get the paddy wagon. Lilia continued. Oh my God. Tonks laughed. Wait, it gets better. Cedric said. And my friend Stacy, who is a year older than me, and is now going to school to be a lawyer, grabbed a 40, smashed it on the ground and yelled scatter. And everyone ran in different directions. It was like scene from Ratatouille when the human comes into the kitchen and all the rats run different ways. We all ran different ways. I ran into the laundry room, jumped on the washing room, and climbed out a window to the backyard. I run through the backyard and saw a big fence and thought I've never scaled a fence that big while drunk, and then woke up at home. Lilia told them. That's crazy, Lee. James said. Oh, it's not over. In my living room is Peter on my couch blackout and Wanda passed out in my dad's room. My dad is nowhere to be found. No adult is. Neither is Cedric. I looked out the window and it's still dark outside. I had only been out for an hour. Then my phone rings. I pick it up and it's Cedric telling me he's at the police station. I wake up Peter and Wanda and go to the police station. Cedric had not only been arrested for underage drinking but other stuff I won't mention. So long story short, I pay his bail, and Cedric is no longer welcomed in the great borough of Brooklyn. Lilia finished. Everyone laughed. Okay. You're right, you won. That was a pretty good story. James told her. Lord, you're wild over in New York. Fred said. Yeah, it sorta has that effect on everyone. Lilia teased, looking over at Cedric. Author's note. So that whole story is by the amazing John Mulney. And if you haven't guessed by now, he is my favorite comedian in the entire world since 2017. Thank you for reading, and I hope you have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. 64. So this is where you grew up. I like very homey. Lilia looked around 12 Grimmauld Place. Let's not shit ourselves, this place is a heck hole. Sirius sighed. Well, you said it, not me, Sue. Lilia nodded in agreement. Sirius, James, and Remus started moving further into the house. For the last 2 weeks before school starts, they would be living at headquarters, aka Sirius's old house. Seems creepy. Maybe you and I should bunk up so I can protect you. Fred walked up behind Lilia holding his trunk. Oh yeah, and the Weasleys and Hermione were joining them. We might actually have 2. I'm 90% sure half of these rooms have a bed bugs. Lilia's face scrunched up. You look beautiful today, darling. Fred told her. Thank you, love. Lilia smiled at him before walking further into the house. Outfit attached above. They walked up the stairs trying to find where the heck they were going to sleep. The other kids joined them. Okay. Mrs. Weasley clapped her hands and walked up the stairs to the group. The 7 kids turned to look at her. Fred, George, you take this first one. Yes, that one right there. Ron and Harry, you can take the one down the hall to the left, and girls, you can take the one right across from them. Mrs. Weasley instructed. Everyone spilt into their rooms. The girls walked into their room and there was only 2 beds. Okay. Mrs. Weasley. Lilia turned back out of the room. Yes, dear? She asked. There's only 2 beds in this room. Lilia told her. Oh well, I bet you girls can just bunk up. Mrs. Weasley gave her a fake smile. Okay, what about the bedroom across from Fred and George? Lilia asked.
Oh,
Mrs. Weasley started. Lilia walked past her and opened the door. There's only one bed. Mrs. Weasley looked in the room behind. Perfect. I'll let Hermione and Ginny share a room since they're close. And I'll take this one. Lilia smiled. Right, of course, dear. Mrs. Weasley returned her smile, but it didn't quite meet her eyes. Molly wasn't stupid. She knew Fred snuck out almost every night to see her. And Fred always came home with bruises on his neck. They weren't even dating and they were already being together. She didn't like that. Also, Lilia was always running around in New York getting in trouble, and the girls' language was just like a sailor's. Molly didn't think she was a good influence on her son. She was already concerned for Fred and his future, and being with her isn't helping anything. Molly absolutely adored Harry and his parents. But Lilia wasn't raised by them. In her eyes, Lilia was barely their kid. Now, Lilia was only a mere 4 feet from her son and obviously had no self-respect. Lilia, come with me to explore the house. Harry called from down the hall. Sure, has 1 second. Lilia told him. She walked into her room and put her trunk down, then walked out and shut the door behind her. Lilia walked past Molly again and to her brother. Later at dinner, everyone sat together, talked and laughed. Suddenly, in the middle of dinner, an owl flew in. Carried 3 letters. Lily took the letter from the owl and gave him a treat. She looked at them. They're from Hogwarts. And they're for Ron, Hermione, and Lilia. Lily told everyone. The kids all looked at each other. Lilia started getting nervous. She hadn't even started school yet, and they were already sending a letter home about her. Lilia took the letter from her mom. Hermione and Ron looked at her silently, telling her to go first. Lilia sighed and opened the letter. She read to herself first. Her eyes widened and her jaw fell open. What is it? Sirius asked impatiently. I'm head girl. Lilia said in a low voice. What? Remus asked. I'm head girl. Lilia cheered and jumped up from her seat. Everyone's mouths dropped open. Lily smiled and rushed towards her. She hugged her daughter, who was still in shock. James stood and walked to his daughter and wife. He hugged them. Hermione immediately ripped open her letter. I'm a perfect, Hermione announced. Oh my go, so am I? Ron said. That's amazing. That's everyone in the family. Molly squealed. And what are me and George next door neighbors? Fred joked. I can't believe it, we have a generation by generation tradition. Me and Lil's now Yule. James beamed. This is so crazy. Lilia smiled and shook her head. Congratulations, Sunflower. Fred told her. Thanks, Freddie. Lilia looked at him. Molly's happy mood immediately went down. A noise from Lilia's pocket directed everyone's attention to her. What the heck is a Hufflepuff? The ringtone said. Lilia instantly knew who it was. She pulled out her new phone and clicked accept, not looking at the caller ID.
Poof.
Lilia said. Did you get it? Did you get your letter? Cedric asked. Yes, I did. Did you? Lilia asked. Yes, Cedric said. We're head boy and girl. Lilia squealed. Happily. We're taking over the school. Cedric cheered. Heck yeah, we are. Lilia smiled. I'll call you tomorrow, I have to go tell me parents. Cedric told her. I'll talk to later, head boy said he. Lilia said. Okay, bye, head girl golden child. Cedric hung up. Lilia smiled and put her phone back in her pocket. She turned around and was met with everyone's eyes. Cedric's head boy. Lilia told them. Remus slapped his hand to his forehead. He had saw firsthand how those two act together at school just as prefects. He couldn't image them as head boy and girl. It definitely would be interesting. Fred and Lilia snuggled in her room that night after the celebration. Lilia had her head on Fred's chest and leg across the top of his legs. So do I get free range now, your head girl? Fred asked.
No.
I'll give you detention, Weasley. Lilia smirked. Oh, sounds saucy. Fred teased. Lilia laughed at his choice of his words. Fred? Lilia looked up. Yes, beautiful? Fred looked down at her. Are we dating or just messing around? Lilia started. She was worried he was finally over her, just sticking around till school started, then he'd ditch her from another girl. Lilia, I'm so in love you darling. I don't want anyone else. You're it. Fred told her as if he could read her mind. I think I'm falling for you too. Lilia admitted. Fred couldn't help but smile. Lilia Peggy Rogers. My love, my darling, my sunflower. Would you do me the great comfort of being my girlfriend? Fred asked. Lilia smiled. That was so cheesy. But yes, love. I would love to be your girlfriend. Lilia told him. Seal it with a kiss? Fred asked, puckering his lips dramatically. Lilia chuckled and leaned up to him. She pecked his over-puckered lips. Fred smiled and pulled her closer to his chest. He was absolutely on cloud 9 right now. His sunflower, his Lilia, was finally officially his. And nothing could take him away from her. He was absolutely and completely whipped, and he loved it. Author's note. Okay, so listen, Molly Weasley wasn't the greatest mother to her kids. And if you read the books, she hated Fleur and was always putting her down. Pretty much all of Weasley's besides Bill, obviously Charlie. And I think Arthur had not nice stuff to say about her. Don't quote me on that, it's been a while since I've read the books, but the other stuff is true. So I don't think she would like Lilia all that much either. Because the only reason she likes and approves of Hermione is because she's known her since she first arrived at Hogwarts, and Hermione sorta acts like Molly and Ginny. Hermione was also not kind to Fleur and saw things the same way Molly did. So obviously Molly liked her. Okay, I feel like I'm rambling a bit, but I don't want y'all to be confused. So yeah. Thanks for reading. And have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. One last things, if you do have questions, please leave them in the comments and I'll be happy to answer them. Okay, to checks. 65. Lilia and Cedric stood in their school robes with their head girl and head boy badges proudly on them. They waited in the biggest, besides the teacher's compartment on the train for the prefects' meeting. I can't believe they made us heads. Lilia shook her head. I can't believe they, though. It would be a good idea to give us our own private dorms. Like, do they not know who I am? Cedric asked. But that lifestyle is over now. You're official dating someone. My little brother, so Lilia started. Of course, Lee. I would never cheat on him or drop him for someone else.
Scout's honor.
Cedric told her. You can only use Scout's honor if you were a scout. How many times do I have to tell you this? Lilia pinched the bridge of her nose. Cedric was about to retort when the door slid open. Hermione and Ron walked in, followed by Katie Bell and Cormac McLagan, the Gryffindor prefects in 5th and 6th year. Next, Padma Padial, Terry Boot, Marcus Belby, and Cho Chong, the Ravenclaw prefects, walked in. Susan Bones, Justin Finch Fleckley, Amy Hart, and Danny Silverman, the Hufflepuff prefects, followed. Lastly, Draco Malfoy, Daphne Greengrass, Lance Shawn, and Maggie Vanderbilt walked in. Cedric looked everywhere except for Cho, who was staring daggers at him. Obviously, she didn't take the breakup well. Okay, welcome.
I'm Lilia Rogers.
Lilia smiled. And I'm Cedric Diggory, Cedric said. And we are this year's head boy and girl. Lilia told them. I can't believe they made this bitch head girl. Draco mumbled.
I'm sorry.
What's your name? Lilia asked. Draco Malfoy. We've met like 5 times. Draco told her. I don't think so. But please don't talk while we're talking. No one cares what you have to say. Lilia shrugged. No one cares what you say. Draco fired back. No, but I'm head girl, so they're sort of forced to sue. Pros and cons. Lilia nodded. Anyways, 6th years, you know what to do being prefects last year. But 5th years, what you're going to do is after dinner round up all the 1st years in your house and show them the way to the common room, how to enter, and their dorms. Cedric said. Also, you will take shifts patrolling the corridors at night. Your partner will be the other prefect in your year. Also, it's your job to help 1st years around the castle and give detention and or take away points. Lilia told them. And me and Lilia will be doing the schedules for the night patrols, so if there's any problems with it or you need to switch, come and talk to us. Cedric explained. But come with an actual reason. Not some lame-ass one. Lilia added. Oh yes, good. Cedric pointed his finger at her. Any questions? Lilia asked. Hermione's hand shot up. Lilia nodded at her. How long will the shifts last, and do we have to stay with our partner at all times? Hermione asked. The shifts usually last about an hour and a half, and it's really up to you if you stay with your partner or not. Lilia told her. Hermione nodded and wrote vigorously on her notepad. Lilia and Cedric looked at each other unsure what to say next. Suddenly something flew into the compartment. Everyone looked down at a gray ball in the middle of the floor. "Oh mother freak," Lilia started, but the dung bomb went off. It filled the compartment with smoke and everyone ran out. Lilia and Cedric were last as they coughed and waved their hands around. A little ways down the hallway was Fred and George, who were laughing. Lilia looked at them and glared. "You stupid freak." Lilia called to Fred. "What? It's sentimental. My first prank on you as my official girlfriend." Fred smiled. "Yeah, and I'm about to give you your first beating as my official boyfriend." Lilia smirked and tilted her head to the side. "You're hot when you're threatening me," Fred told her. Lilia smiled and her hand started going to her thigh holster. Fred's eyes widened. "But you're also scary and telling the truth," Fred said before taking off down the narrow hallway. George gave her a suspicious look. "You're fine, Georgie. So is he. I just wanted to see how far he's gonna run before he realizes I'm not chasing after him." Lilia chuckled. "You're evil," George teased before walking causally after his twin. "Well, I think we crushed our first meeting as heads," Cedric spoke up. "I know, right?" Lilia looked at him. Cedric threw his arm around her shoulders and they started walking back to their compartment. At dinner, Lilia sat next to Fred and across from her brother. Fred had placed Lilia's leg closest to him on his lap and put his hand on her thigh. Was he trying to let everyone know they were dating before he screamed it at the top of his lungs? Yes, that was tomorrow morning's activity. But what were those creatures pulling the carriages? Harry asked Hermione. There were no creatures pulling the carriages, Hermione told him. "But that girl said," Harry started. "Don't listen to Loony Lovegood." Hermione rolled her eyes. "What are you two talking about?" Lilia asked. "The creatures pulling the carriages to the castle," Harry told her. "There are no," Hermione started. "Threstles. They're called Threstles," Lilia cut in. The Golden Trio and the twins looked at her. "They can only been seen by people who have witnessed death. I started seeing them in third year after the Battle of New York," Lilia explained. "Who have you seen die, Harry?" Ron asked. "Lyle Lupin. Remus's father passed away this summer," Harry told them. Lilia gave him a sad smile. "I can't believe Loony Lovegood was right." Hermione shook her head. "You mean Luna? She's such a sweet girl. She gave me a dream catcher to stop the bad dreams about New York and everything, and it actually works." Lilia nodded. "Luna is really nice and is actually very smart. That's why she's in Ravenclaw." Ginny joined the conversation. Lilia noticed the little sparkle in Ginny's eyes as she talked about the blonde girl. Lilia couldn't help but smile a little. "So Ginny had a little crush. You're so smart, my darling," Fred told her out of nowhere and kissed the side of her head. Lilia smiled and snuggled closer to him. "God, you two are insufferable." George rolled his eyes. "You and Ced would get along so well." Lilia looked at him. "God, that Umbridge chick is going to a pain in the ass," Lilia told Harry as they walked to the common room. "That Umbridge chick? Is that how you're going to address a ministry official and our new professor?" Harry asked, amused. "You're right, that's insensitive. I should ask her what her pronouns are," Lilia decided. Harry smiled and shook his head, knowing his sister was being 100% for real. "Why are you even coming to the common room? Don't you have your own room now?" Harry asked. "Yes, but some dimwit put both mine and Cedric's trunks in our house common rooms, not the head girl and boy dorm," Lilia told him. "Damn idiots," Harry said. "I know," Lilia exclaimed. They walked through the portrait hole. As soon as they walked in, the buzzing common room went silent. Lilia looked at Harry and he looked at her. "I wonder which one of us it's about this time." Lilia raised her eyebrows. "I don't know, we've both had pretty big summers." Harry grimaced. "It's like roulette. Let's act oblivious, it will be more fun," Lilia told him. Harry nodded in agreement and they walked further into the room. "Hey Dean, good holiday?" Harry asked. "It was good. Better than Seamus," Den told him. They two Potters peek over his shoulder at the Daily Prophet. Harry was on the cover and on top it said Plotter. "It's you," Lilia whispered to Harry. "Yeah, thanks, I got that," Harry said. "Me mom didn't want me to come back," Seamus told them. "Damn, that's crazy, bro." Lilia nodded. Why? Harry asked, taking a different approach than his sister. Why? Let's see, because of you. The Daily Prophet has been saying a lot of stuff about you, Harry, your family, and Dumbledore as well. Seamus glanced at Lilia when he said family. And your mother believes it? Harry asked. Well, the only witness that night was unconscious. So it's hard to believe. Seamus said. The siblings gave him an identical harsh glare. Well, then you should read the Daily Prophet like your stupid mother. Harry spat. Don't you dare talk about me, mother, like that. Seamus told him. I'll have a go at anyone who wants to call me a liar and talk poorly about my family. Harry shouted. What's going on here? Ron walked in. He's barking mad. Can you believe the rubbish coming out his mouth? And she's standing there backing him up. Seamus pointed at the two siblings. I do believe, Harry. And I'll back right along with Lilia. If anyone wants to have a go at either of them, you'll have to go through me. Ron told them. You're lucky your sister is here. Seamus looked at Harry. Lilia pulled out her wand and started towards him. Fred stood from his place and wrapped his arms around her. Lilia didn't try to fight him off, just stared hard at Seamus and wouldn't let up. Don't freak threaten my brother. Lilia told him. Everyone stayed silent. Fred let her go and Lilia flicked her wand. A second later her trunk floated down the stairs and landed perfectly next to her. Lilia bent slightly and grabbed the handle. She walked out without another word. Yep, this year was already going swimmingly. 66. Welcome to 7th year Advanced Potions. If you're here, you've successfully passed last year's Advanced Potions. However, luck shall not be on your side this time. And skimming through my class will not be accepted. I have full power this year to take out any student who doesn't match my expectations. Snape told his class. Lilia stood behind a cauldron next to a Ravenclaw. She looked around. She was the only Gryffindor here. About 5 were Ravenclaws and the other 10 were Slytherins, including Marcus Flint, Cassius Warrington, Miles Bletchley, and Graham Montague, who freak-hated Lilia. She had gotten their best friend and star Quidditch player expelled, plus the whole Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry thing. The 4 boys stood in the back staring so hard at the back of Lilia's head. She could feel holes burning. Today we will be making a shrinking potion. You have the full hour to make it and the page is 206. Snape told them before sending them off to get the ingredients. Snape walked into his office. Lilia flipped to the page and scanned it. She walked over to the ingredients table and started picking everything she needs. Well, look who it is. Mini Captain America, the Golden Child. Marcus said from behind her. Lilia turned around with her ingredients in her hands. Marcus had to blink a few times. He had only seen the back of Lilia's head. But now she was face to face with him. She absolutely drop-dead gorgeous. True, Lilia had always been beautiful. Last year she had went from very pretty to absolutely stunning. However, this year her body had seemed to caught up with her. After the summer she had, you could see the new maturity in her face really letting her perfect face show. All her baby fat was gone, and as cliché as it seemed, Lilia had turned from girl to woman almost overnight. You good, Flint? Lilia asked. God, if Adrian could see you. Marcus looked over her body and licked his lips. Well, he can't because I took care of that. Lilia tilted her head cockily and walked back to her table. I was gonna make fun of you. But you're just a delicious creature, aren't you? Irresistible. Marcus followed her and leaned his hand against the table. Lilia just cut up the ingredients and put them in her cauldron. Yeah, it's too bad that you're resistible. Such a shame that your parents are crazy blood purist. I know a great little muggle tack that would fix those teeth. Lilia began stirring her potion. By now the whole class had been listening to the two. All the Ravenclaws and a few Slytherins made a no sound. You bitch! Marcus spat. Oh, you sound just like Pusey. Just before I kicked him into that shelf over there. Lilia pointed to the shelf behind him and his friends. Filthy half-blood. Cassius Warrington spoke up. I didn't know you could speak. Lilia smiled and pulled out her dagger from her pocket. She flipped it and brought it down right where Marcus' hand was. His eyes widened in fear. Lilia ended up cutting up a crow's foot. Marcus let a sigh of relief out. Lilia put the crow's foot in the potion. Anything else, boys? 'Cause quite frankly I'm getting a little bored. Lilia asked, finally looking up at them. Yeah, freak you. Marcus told her. Oh, you wish you could, don't you? Lilia teased with a smirk. Snape opened the door to his office and looked at the scene before him. What's going on here? Miss Potter, are you distracting my students? Snape asked. Nope. They were actually distracting me. Or they were trying. Lilia shrugged. I find that very unlikely. Snape said. Check our potions then. 'Cause I'm done with mine. Lilia told him. But we still have 30 minutes left in class. Graham looked up at the clock. True. But if you add an additional crowfoots, it speeds up the brewing process. So letting it sit for any longer will ruin the potion, make it runny. Lilia explained. Everyone looked at her. Isn't that right, Professor? Lilia looked at Snape. Correct. But let's see if it works. Snape grabbed the cauldron. He strained the potion into a small bottle. He pulled out a plant and poured the liquid on it. The plant shrank down so small you could hold it on your finger. Lilia smiled victoriously. Snape grounded his teeth together. It seems you did the potion correctly. For back talking. Snape told her. Lilia's smile didn't waver. Thank you, sir. Also, as head girl, I'm giving you 4 a week detention. Lilia said. For what? Marcus asked. Getting on my nerves. Lilia shrugged. Lilia started out of the potions classroom. When she felt a tap on her shoulder, Lilia turned around and saw a girl smiling at her. Lilia smiled back kindly.
Amelia not.
I was just in that class with you. She introduced herself. Lilia looked at her green robes. Nice to meet you, I'm Lilia Rogers. Lilia shook her hand. I just wanted to say it was so cool how you stood up to Flint and his goonies back there. And even Professor Snape. Amelia told her. Thank you. They're just a bunch of assholes. Lilia looked past the girl's shoulder at the boys and glared. They have been messing with me since first year too. Amelia nodded. Lilia looked back at the short girl and her eyes softened. Then it seems we have a lot in common. What class do you have next? Lilia asked. Dada. Amelia looked at her timetables. The fates must be aligned. So do I. Lilia told her. Amelia smiled and Lilia started walking. Amelia stayed put, unsure if she was supposed to follow. Lilia stopped, noticing the girl being absent from her side. She turned around and saw Amelia rocking back and forth on her heels. Lilia smiled and jerked her head. Amelia's smile widened as she rushed to Lilia's side. This time they both started walking down the corridor. Author's note. Isabella Vidovic is my fan cast for Amelia Knott, the older sister of Theodore Knott. Just a little filler chapter, but I think it's cute. Thanks for reading and have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. 67. Lilia walked to the Gryffindor common room after class. Lilia walked in and looked around for her brother. Sunflower. Fred called. Lilia turned to him and smiled. Fred walked to her and cupped her cheeks. He brought her in for a kiss. Lilia happily kissed back and put her hands on his sides. I missed you. Fred pulled away a little. We've only been apart for 2 hours, love. Lilia giggled. Then I get another kiss. 2 hours, 2 kisses. Fred pulled her back in. Lilia smiled into the kiss. They pulled away and Fred pulled her to the couch and sat her down on his lap. What brings you to this neck of the woods? Fred asked, placing his hand on her thigh. I wanted to see how everyone's first day went. Lilia told him. You mean how Harry's first day went? Fred teased. Ugh, fine, yes. Things got really heated last night. I just wanted to make sure today was better. Lilia caved in. You're such a good older sister, darling. Fred cooed. Have you seen him? Lilia asked.
No.
But I'm sure Ron and Hermione will stroll in any second. Fred brushed her hair out of her face. Okay, I guess I'll wait. Lilia leaned against Fred. Fine by me. Fred smiled and he wrapped his arms around her. I miss sleeping next to you. Lilia told him. Fred's heart fluttered. I miss you too. Fred tried containing the blush rising to his cheeks. You think George would mad at me if I persuaded you to come with me to the head's dorm? Lilia asked. Now Fred was definitely blushing and his stomach did a flip. You really want me to? Fred asked. Yeah, I have a king-sized bed all to myself. There's too much room. And a huge closet and I only filled it about halfways. Plus my bathroom is huge. Feels lonely. Lilia explained. So basically you're asking me to move in with you. Fred teased. Sure. However you want to look at it. Lilia chuckled. I'd love to, darling. Fred said. Lilia smiled and her chest filled with warmth. She looked up at him to see he was already looking at her. Lilia moved up a little and gave him a tiny kiss. The portrait hole swung open and Ron and Hermione walked in. Lilia looked over at them. Hey, where's Harry? Lilia called to them. The two looked at each other. Ron shook his head but Hermione nodded. He got detention with Umbridge. Hermione walked towards the couple. Lilia's eyes widened and she sat up straight on Fred's lap. What? How? Lilia asked. She said you know who wasn't back and Harry told her that he was. Then Umbridge started talking about Cedric and his accident. That's when Harry really blew his top. Hermione explained. Harry. Lilia groaned, rubbing her temple with her fingers. He should be back in about an hour. Ron told her. Right. Well, I need something to keep my mind off of this. Love wanna go pack? Lilia looked at Fred. Fred smiled and stood them both up from his lap. He grabbed her hand giddily and ran them towards the stairs. Why are you packing? Ron asked. I'm moving in with Lilia. Fred told them. Lilia smiled and rolled her eyes. Fred pulled her up the stairs to his dorm. I think it looks amazing. Lilia smiled at the newly decorated and filled room. This is so cool. I never would have thought I'd ever see the head's dorm. Fred said. Benefits of being my boyfriend, huh? Lilia teased. Most definitely. So is this. Fred flung himself on the king-sized bed. He made grabby hands at her. Lilia chuckled and walked over to him. Fred put his thumbs in the belt loops of her shorts and pulled her towards him. Lilia bent down and kissed him. I love you. Fred smiled. I love that you love me. But please don't tell me that anymore. Lilia told him. Why? Fred sat up against the headboard. It makes me feel bad. Lilia played with her necklace. Why would me saying I love you make you feel bad? Fred asked. Lilia sat on the bed. Because I can't say it back. I only realized I had feelings for you about 10 months ago. And that's when I realized I liked you. I don't want to be mean but I don't love you. Not yet at least. Lilia explained. Fred just stared at her with an unreadable expression. Lilia put her head in her hands. I feel terrible. I made you sad. Lilia said. My sunflower, my darling. I'm not upset by all means. I actually find it funny. Fred pulled her into him and cuddled her. Lilia just looked up at him. I've been in love with you since I was 11. Or so I thought. I've always loved you but I realized that I'm in love with you in our 5th year after that punk Pusey tried pulling that shit. Fred told her. That's when you realized? Lilia asked. Yes. Then I decided to back off because I didn't want you to feel pressured. And for the first time in my life I made an unselfish decision. In hindsight I was wrong but the intentions were good. Fred explained. Lilia chuckled and looked up at him. I want to fall in love with you. Lilia told him. I know. And you will. Fred looked down at her. How do you know? Lilia asked. Because we are meant to be. We didn't go through everything we've been through together. Separately not to end up together. I'm literally never letting you go, Lilia. You're my person. Fred told. Lilia smiled and kissed him. There was a knock at the door. Lilia sighed and stood up. Fred grabbed her belt loops again in the back and pulled her back. Lilia landed on her back with her head on his lap. She opened her mouth to say something but Fred leaned down and kissed her. Lilia brought her hand up into his hair, deepening the kiss. The person knocked again. Lilia pulled away. I have to get the door. Lilia told him. No you don't. Fred kissed her again. It might be Harry. Lilia said. It's probably not. Fred shook his head. Lilia pushed him up and Fred let her. Lilia stood up and walked to the door. She opened it and let the person in. Oh look who it is. It's my brother. Harry. Lilia walked back into her room. Harry followed and Fred gave Lilia an unamused look. Is it a bad time? Harry asked. Never for you has. Come sit. Lilia patted the edge of the bed. They sat down. So I just got out of detention. Harry looked down. I heard. Lilia nodded. And well what happened was. Harry started. Hey guys.
Harry.
Cedric walked from the living room to Lilia's room. Lilia smiled and waved him in. Cedric sat next to Harry on the bed. How was your day, handsome? Cedric kissed Harry's cheek. Okay, Harry shrugged. Lilia noticed him holding his left hand, almost cradling it. She furrowed her eyebrows and grabbed his hand. Harry tried jerking it away, but Lilia's grip was too strong. Carved on Harry's hand was "I must not tell lies." She did this to you? Lilia asked. Harry didn't answer. Lilia looked up at him. Harry just nodded. Lilia dropped Harry's hand and stood up. Fred jumped off the bed and rushed to her. Cedric grabbed Harry's hand and inspected it. Harry, what happened? Cedric asked since he came late to the conversation. I got detention with Umbridge. After I told her Voldemort was back. And your accident wasn't an accident, it was attempted murder. Harry explained. Harry, you don't need to stand up for me. I can handle all the rumors about me being weak and shit like that. Don't get in trouble over me. Cedric told him. But Voldemort is back. And he tried to kill you. Harry said. I know and I believe you. But Harry, this is terrible. Promise me you won't get in trouble again. Cedric held his hand. But ugh, fine, I'll try. Harry gave up. Thank you, love. Cedric kissed the side of his head. Harry blushed and smiled. A mere feet away, Fred was trying to talk Lilia out of committing first-degree murder. A love. Author's note. I hope you enjoyed. Please continue to vote and comment. And I hope you have an amazing day or night depending on when you're seeing this. 68. Lilia was walking to Great Hall for breakfast one morning. Lilia. Someone called. Lilia turned around and smiled. Hey, Amelia. Lilia said. So I was wondering only if you want to, of course. Do you want to sit with me at breakfast? Amelia asked, rocking back and forth on her heels. Sure. But I think we better sit at the Gryffindor table. I'm not very popular with the Slytherins. Lilia joked. Hey, me neither. Amelia smiled and walked beside Lilia. Look at how much we have in common. Lilia said. I like your boots. Amelia complimented. Lilia looked down at her almost thigh-high boots that no one besides her likes. You better be careful. You're slowly turning into my favorite person. Lilia teased. Amelia blushed a little and smiled. They walked into the Great Hall and sat down at the Gryffindor table. Lilia started piling food on her plate. Amelia went to grab a chocolate muffin but retracted and grabbed an apple. Lilia noticed. Do you want the muffin? Lilia asked. Oh well, my mom says I shouldn't eat anything sweet because I don't have a fast metabolism, so I'll get fat. Amelia explained. Lilia frowned and grabbed the muffin. I usually go for a run during my free period. So why don't you join me and you can still have your muffin? Lilia held the muffin out to her. Really? Amelia asked. Lilia nodded and handed her the muffin. Amelia smiled and unwrapped the paper from the muffin. She took a bite and sighed happily. Lilia smiled and shook her head. Lilia turned back to her breakfast and started eating. The Great Hall started slowly filling up and everyone did a double take and the unusual couple at the Gryffindor table. However, the two girls just talked and ignored the stares. And my favorite magical creature is a niffler, or a bowtruckle, or no, a mooncalf. Amelia told her. What's a mooncalf? Lilia asked. It's the cutest thing ever. They only come out at night for the moonlight. And they perform complicated dances that leave patterns in fields. They have these huge blue eyes. Beautiful. Amelia explained. I would like to see one of these mooncalves one day. Lilia said. Maybe I could show you one day. They roam around about 5 minutes from my house. Amelia smiled. Sounds fun. I'm looking forward to it. Lilia nodded and put a spoon full of oatmeal in her mouth. Good morning, my sunflower. Fred kissed Lilia's cheek. Lilia turned her head to him and gave him a closed-mouth smile. Fred sat down on her other side, not noticing Amelia. I didn't even hear you leave this morning. Fred told her. That was the point. I didn't want to wake you up. Lilia wiped her mouth with a napkin. I wouldn't have minded. Fred put food on his plate. That's a lie. You hate getting up early. Lilia said. Yeah, you're right. Fred took a bite of eggs. Fred, this is my new friend. Amelia. Amelia, this is my boyfriend Fred. Lilia introduced the two. Fred looked past Lilia and to the timid girl next to her. He immediately took notice of her green and sliver robes. Amelia smiled and gave him a small wave. Hi, nice to meet you. Fred said. You too. Amelia gave him a nod. Anyways, you were telling me about your favorite magical creatures. Lilia turned back to Amelia. She started talking again. Fred wrapped his arms around Lilia and placed his head on her shoulder. Lilia brought her hand up and gave him a little scratch on the head, still listening to Amelia. George, Hermione, Ron and Ginny walked in and took their usual seats. They all looked at Amelia and Lilia, then to Fred. Mia, you have a letter from Mom. Theodore called from the Slytherin table. Okay, I'll get it in a second. Amelia called back. Nu, come get it now. Theodore whined.
HMPH fine.
Little brothers. Amelia told Lilia as she stood up. Don't I know it? Lilia chuckled. I had fun. See you in potions? Amelia picked up her bag. Absolutely. Bye, Amelia. Lilia smiled. Bye, Lilia. She waved and walked to the Slytherin table. Lilia turned forward to her friends. They all gave her a questioning look. What? Lilia asked. Suddenly Harry rushed in and grabbed Lilia's arm. Lilia looked up at him. McGonagall, Umbridge Hall now. Harry said through breaths. Lilia stood up and dragged Harry with her. McGonagall and Umbridge were arguing on the steps. So silly of me. But it sounds like you're questioning my attorney in my own classroom. Minerva. Umbridge took a step up. Not at all, Dolores. Merely your medieval methods. McGonagall took a step up. I'm sorry, dear, but to question my methods is to question the ministry. And by extension the minister himself. I am a reasonable woman, but the one thing I will not stand for is disloyalty. Umbridge told her. Disloyalty? McGonagall took a step down. Things at Hogwarts are far worse than I feared. Fudge will want to make immediate changes. Umbridge announced. Above the Great Hall the next day a sign was hung. It read Dolores Jane. Umbridge is the new High Inquisitor at Hogwarts School or Witchcraft and Wizardry. Throughout the weeks she made new rules. She investigated every teacher and watched them teach. And one day, everyone gathered around the courtyard. Professor Trelawney had her bags and was crying. What's going on? Harry asked Lilia. Umbridge just sacked Trelawney. Lilia told him. You can't do this. I've been working here for 16 years. Hogwarts is my home. You can't do this. Trelawney cried. Actually, I can. Umbridge gave her a fake sad smile. McGonagall walked over to them and hugged Sybil. Something you like to say, dear? Umbridge asked. Oh, there are plenty things I would like to say. McGonagall told her. Dumbledore walked out. I feel bad for her. Lilia said. Yeah, me too. One time she told me I'd die by falling down a well. I've never gone near one again. And look, I'm still alive. Amelia told her. Lilia furrowed her eyebrows but smiled when Amelia looked at her. Professor McGonagall, may I ask you to escort Cyball inside? Dumbledore said. McGonagall and Trelawney started walking back to the castle. Cyball thanked Dumbledore greatly. Dumbledore, may I remind you under Education Degree number 23 by the Minister Umbridge started. You have the right to dismiss my teachers. You, however, do not have the power to banish them from the ground. That power still stands with the headmaster, Dumbledore told her. For now. Umbridge added. Everyone stayed put and quiet. Don't you all have studying to do? Dumbledore yelled. Oh freak, come on. Lilia grabbed Harry's and Amelia's sleeves. I need to talk to Dumbledore. Harry told her. Okay. Come on, Mia. Lilia released his sleeve and pulled Amelia away. Amelia gladly let Lilia pull her through the crowd. 69. Come on, love. We have to meet Harry, Ron, and Hermione at Hogsmeade. Lilia shook Fred lightly awake. When did our little brothers start determining what we do on our Saturday? Fred groaned. Since I told them yes, we would come. Now get up, get dressed. Lilia told him. Fine. Fred lazily sat up on his elbows. Good boy. Lilia kissed his head and walked away.
Jesus, Lilia.
Fred flopped back down and put his hands over his face. What? Lilia asked. You made me horny. The one morning I don't wake up horny and you go and say something like that. Fred told her. Lilia chuckled and rolled her eyes. I'm sorry, my love. But your hard-on is just going to have to wait till after Hogsmeade. Lilia started grabbing dirty clothes from the floor. Fine. Fred hot up again. This time he made it all the way out of bed. He went to the bathroom and shut the door. Lilia continued to clean up their messy dorm. Usually Lilia would have Fred clean up his own stuff, but it was actually all of her stuff. The biggest shock was Fred was actually very tidy and was very good at cleaning after himself. While Lilia was the messiest person in the world, or what she liked to call her organization mess. Fred walked out of the bathroom and walked to the closet. He pulled on some jeans and a sweater, then put a heavy jacket on them, a beanie. He turned around and actually saw Lilia's outfit for the day. She wore a white sweater with a red turtleneck underneath, a red button-up skirt, see-through black tights and knee-high black boots. Outfit attached above. What puffy jacket would you like, darling? Fred asked. Oh, I'm not wearing one. None of them go with my outfit. Lilia waved him off. Fred's eyes widened. Sunflower, it's like a blizzard out there. You need more layers. Fred told her. I'll be fine, Freddy. Now if you're ready we can get set and head out. Lilia finished cleaning up, well sorta. Lee, I think you should, Fred started. I hope everyone's decent. Not like it's nothing I haven't seen before. Cedric walked in. You've seen Fred Bear? Lilia asked. Oh, you didn't tell her that story, Frederick? Yes, we've had a bit of a run-in after Quidditch shower mix-up in the past. Cedric teased and winked at Fred. He went red. Lilia smirked and looked at Fred, then back at Cedric. Sounds spicy. I hope I'm invited next time. Lilia teased. Oh yes, next time indeed. Cedric bit his lip seductively. Fred's ears were burning and his cheeks were crimson. And yet Lilia and Cedric seemed unfazed by the words just spoken. The two best friends looked at each other and burst out laughing. Come on, we're already late. We have to meet George at Honeyduke's before we go to Hogshead. Lilia grabbed her small purse and put it over her shoulder. The purse had a long strap and an almost handbag for the actual bag. What about the coat? Fred asked. Oh, Lilia doesn't wear winter coats. They take away from her outfit. Cedric told him. That's what I tried telling him. Lilia sighed and walked out the door. He's a straight male, Lee. It takes him time to process information from the opposite intimacy. Cedric said as he followed. You guys realize I'm still here, right? Fred asked. Yes. They answered at the same time. Lilia, Fred, Cedric, George and Amelia all walked into Hogshead. You're telling me you're not freezing your ass off? George asked. For the last time, no. I was born in winter, it's my season. Plus I grew up in Manhattan. Lilia told them. Cedric shivered just thinking about winter in Manhattan. Is Manhattan beautiful like they say in the books? Amelia asked. Even more so. New York is truly heaven when covered in snow. I'll take you one day, Lilia told her. Promise? Amelia asked, holding out her pinky. Promise mia. Lilia connected their pinkies and they both leaned down and kissed their own hands. Oh, I see my boyfriend. Fred, be a doll and get me a butterbeer. Cedric told him before walking to Harry. He's being very what's the word? Fred started. There is no word for Cedric on days like this. It's just one side of his personalities. Lilia chuckled. Lils, I'm gonna get us a seat. Amelia said. I'll go with you. Lovey, 2 butterbeers, please. Lilia looked at from Amelia to Fred. Of course, beautiful. Fred nodded. Thank you. Lilia smiled before walking away with Amelia. You're so whipped. George chuckled. Shut up. Fred slapped him over the head. Everyone took their seats and Fred handed everyone their butterbeers. He sat down next to Lilia. Army. You all know why we're here. We need a teacher. Proper teacher. Someone who's had real experience with dark arts. Hermione stood up. Why? Kid asked. Why? Because you know who is back, you tosh pot. Ron said. So he says. He pointed to Harry. So Dumbledore says. Hermione said. So Dumbledore says because he says. The point is, where's the proof? The kid argued. Right here. I was with Harry that night. Cedric spoke up. Said, mate, you were passed out. And it might have been Harry who knocked you out in the first place. The kid looked at Cedric. No, there was a man holding a baby. He tried to kill me and Harry saved my life. I believe Harry. Cedric told him. Fine, continue. The kid sighed. Lilia leaned forward and rubbed Cedric's back. Is it true you can produce a Patronus charm? Luna asked. Harry didn't answer. Yeah, he can. It's a stag, Lilia told her. And he killed the basilisk in Dumbledore's office in second year. Neville spoke up. And he really did fight off you-know-who in the flesh last year. Hermione said, he saved my life. Cedric looked lovingly at Harry. Wait, it all sounds great when you say it like that, but half of that was just luck. I didn't know what I was doing. I always nearly had help. Harry said, he's just being modest. Hermione looked at everyone. No, Hermione, I'm not. Look, facing this stuff is not like school. At school, if you mess up, you can just try again tomorrow. But out there, when you're seconds from being murdered or watching someone you love die, you don't know what's that like. Harry told them. Lilia looked down. Harry noticed. Well, Lilia does. But that's it. Harry added quickly. Lilia looked up and shifted her eyes side to side, confused. She wasn't looking for recognition, she was thinking about the summer. But hey, she won't say no to a free shout-out. You're right, Harry, we don't know. That's why we need your help. Because if we have any chance of beating Voldemort, Hermione hesitated the last word. Okay. Only if Lilia will be my sidekick. She's been top of Dada since her first year. And she's been in more life and death situations than any of us will have in our whole lives. Wada say Lee? Harry asked. Lilia looked at everyone. Okay, little brother. I'll be your sidekick. Lilia smiled and stuck out her hand. Harry shook it and smiled back. They decided the name, which was Dumbledore's Army. Then they all signed their names on the parchment, Harry and Lilia being the first two names. Harry, Lilia, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred, George, Amelia, Cedric and Neville all walked back to the castle together. Okay, first we need a place to practice. Harry told them. The Shrieking Shack? Ginny suggested. Too small. Harry said. The Forbidden Forest? Hermione guessed. Not bloody likely. Ron told her. The castle is huge. I bet we can find a room somewhere to practice. Lilia reassured Harry's, noticing his anxious face. Do you think we should tell Mom and Dad? Harry asked. Lilia thought for a second. Nah, they didn't ask their parents' permission to join the order back in the day. Lilia shrugged him off. Okay. I hope you're right. Harry told her. I'm always right, baby brother. Lilia ruffled his hair. 70. A few days passed until Da found a place to practice. Harry, Lilia, Ron, Hermione and the twins all stood behind Neville as he showed them his discovery. You found it, Neville. You found the room of requirement. Hermione smiled. The what? Ron asked. It's also called the come and go room. It transformed into whatever the user needs. Hermione explained. So let's say you really needed the toilet. Ron started. Charming Ronald, but yes, that is the general idea. Hermione nodded. Me and Cedric found this room in our second year. Lilia told them. What did it turn into? Fred asked. Oh, just a couch and a fireplace. It was really cozy. We had just come in from a thunderstorm and it was way past curfew, so we came up here. Lilia explained. Is that when you guys had your first kiss? Harry asked. He told you about that? Lilia asked. What? You never told me that. Fred said. It never come up. But yes, me and Cedric did kiss in here back in second year. Lilia confirmed. Well, why, you guys were 12. Fred looked at her. 13 actually, but we just wanted to get the whole first kiss thing out of the way. It meant nothing. Lilia told him. I can't keep up with you. Fred sighed. Lilia chuckled and kissed his cheek. The kids and Da all stood in a line to practice shooting a wand out of a dummy's hand. Expelliarmus! Neville shouted, but his own wand flew back. Everyone ducked.
I'm hopeless.
Neville told Harry and Lilia. No, you're not, you just have too much flair. Watch like this. Expelliarmus! Lilia demonstrated. The wand flew from the dummy's hand. Stunning is a valuable spell. Sorta like a wizard's bread and butter. So come on, Nigel, give it your best shot. Harry told them. He walked far away from Nigel. Kids stood on either side. Stupefy, Nigel shouted. Both Harry and Nigel flew back. Very good, Nigel. Lilia held her hand out. Nigel gave her a high five. Lee, you wanna go? Harry asked. Sure has. Against who? You? Lilia asked. Yes, me. I'm the only one experienced enough to beat you. Harry told her. Beat me? Okay, I see how it is. Get ready, baby brother. Lilia pulled out her wand from her bun in her hair. Lilia's hair fell out and flowed down just a little past her shoulders and a bit in front of her face. Lilia pointed her wand at him before turning away and walking away. Ready? Harry asked. Yes. Lilia nodded. Stupefy. Harry yelled. Expelliarmus. Lilia yelled. Lilia's spell blocked Harry's and flung his wand away. Lilia caught his wand and did a nonverbal spell. Harry shot up and landed on his back. Not hard, but still it didn't tickle. Harry groaned and sat up. Good job, Lee. Harry told her. I know. Lilia smiled and tossed him back his wand. Everyone took turns dueling. Next was Ron and Hermione. All the girls stood on one side and the boys on the other, well, besides Neville. Who do you think is going to win? Amelia asked Lilia. Hermione. Lilia told her. Me too. Already Ron's stance is wrong. Amelia nodded in agreement. The girls were correct. Hermione kicked Ron's ass. Umbridge hung a new rule saying all students are to be brought in for questioning. Lilia walked into Umbridge's office. How are you, Mississippi Rogers? Umbridge asked. Fine. And you? Lilia asked in a bored voice. Not so good. See, I have suspensions of students participating in an unapproved club. Umbridge sat down. Lilia just raised her eyebrows. Dear, would happen know to anything about that, Miss Rogers? Umbridge asked, handing Lilia a cup of tea. No, ma'am. Lilia shook her head. I expect you to come to me if you notice anything suspicious. Umbridge told her.